the building collapsed. People are panicking and asking when the ambulance will arrive. Another person says that he is already calling them. The man thinks that his life is finally over. A series of misfortunes in it led to this. Even if he is reborn, nothing will change. Not to mention that he will be able to become happy. He just wants to live like all ordinary people. The maid tells Mrs. Lyra that she has a boy. The girl lies on the bed and says that they finally met her sweet boy Zikbelt. The hero was reborn as a baby. The man is kneeling and saying that he should have died. So why is he alive? Someone came up to him from behind. The stranger thanked the guy for his work and said that he was a guide between life and death. He was a soul who had done a great job with his previous life. He had been haunted by a hard life since childhood, and in the end, he would be crushed by an iron beam. But there is no need to be sad, because he will be reborn into a new body. He will also have special privileges. After all, he is now special. First of all, the memory will not be erased, and in the new world, he will already know the language. As a bonus, they will give him the protection of the reincarnated soul. The hero asked him to wait. He does not have time to digest all the information. And finally, their most generous gift. Not even generous, but the most useful. And this is the skill, evaluative eye. It is an eye that can evaluate everything it sees, which was made especially for him. A great ability because nothing will be hidden from his eyes. The stranger asks him not to be shy. He thanked him for his attention and announced that from here, the hero will be reborn. The world lottery appeared behind him. The hero thought that this was even stranger. He would like to know more, but it was time to accept this reality. Come what may, a small sphere fell out of the car. She was golden. The guide said that this world would give the boy luck. The young man did not understand the meaning of these words. However, he did not have time to ask anything. Suddenly, the man snapped his fingers and the hero fell into a huge tunnel. The guide wished him a successful new life. The last thing the young man remembers is his radiant smile. And now he is in the body of a baby, lying in his mother's arms. Lyra notices that the baby is looking at her so intently. Does he really recognize his mother? The hero mentally answered that he sees his mother. Mr. Gilbert raises his hand and says that the child is beautiful. The maid asks the man not to be so rude as this morning and not to frighten the child. He said that he knows it. The hero thinks that he is bursting with curiosity, but he can neither walk nor speak, and their clothes are not at all like the clothes from his world. The guide mentioned that this world is different from theirs and about some special abilities. Then the hero remembered about the evaluation eye and decided to check how it works. He tried to figure out how to use it. He suggested that he needed to cast a spell. However, he couldn't say it, so he decided to think about the evaluation eye. Many windows appeared in front of the baby. He's got it all figured out. Like a window in a game, everything he needs is there. He doesn't quite understand what's what yet, but he thinks that he'll still need the attributes. He noticed his luck score. It showed 200 points. He doesn't know if it's a lot or a little because in his past life, he was a loser. His other stats are even lower. Magic, 100. Defense, 10. Luck, 200. Strength, 10. Agility, 10. Endurance, 10. Then someone tried to enter the room. They were children. A girl, Mariana, and a boy, Theobald. The maid told the children to be quiet because Mr. Zikbelt was sleeping. Mariana said that she had wanted to see him for a long time because she'd been waiting for so long. Theo said that they would be careful. Their mother allowed them to come up. The girl said that the boy was so cute that she fell in love with him again. The boy pointed out that the child had silver hair and purple eyes, just like his mother. Zikbelt asked them to stop staring. Suddenly he grabbed Theo by the hand. The boy blushed and was surprised. Mariana shouted that she wanted it too, and the maid hissed at them. The girl said that from that day on, her sister would take care of him. Theo supported her. Zeke is just like a doll. Mariana would sit him with her toys. The boy noted that Zeke is a boy. The hero thought about how energetic they were. He thought about how they would take him out more than once. 28. Mariana apologized to her brother for making so much noise, and then said that as soon as he grew up, they would go for walks as a family and make so many memories. She then added that she loved Zeke and thanked him for being born. Lyra noted that the children got along. Her husband Gilbert confirmed this. Zeke thinks that he is lucky with his new family. He is glad to be here. The woman said that tomorrow is awakening. She suggested that the man is here because of Willie. The hero does not understand what it is. Gilbert said that he was beside himself. Lyra agreed, but added that Willie was fine. Mariana asked about Uncle Willibald being here. She said that she wanted to see him. Theo remembered that he had said that he was going far away. Willibald is a reliable knight. He will return from a mission and immediately go on another. He has the evaluation eye. Theo asked about Zeke not being able to awaken. If he becomes like Gert, Zeke looked questioningly at his mother. She answered that Gert was his brother. He was at the academy. Awakening was a mandatory ritual for aristocrats. He had to learn magic. And if they didn't find any abilities, he would practice martial arts. Theo asks, what if they find a top-level attribute on him? After all, that's why Gert was taken to the academy at age 5. He doesn't even have time to go home. The boy doesn't want Zeke to be taken away either. And all because of the evaluators who reported without asking. Gilbert patted his son on the head and told him that Gert was indeed a gifted child. He was sorry that he could not protect him. But this time, there would be no mistake. He asked her to be confident. The hero understands that talented people are taken to the academy from birth, and he has all the attributes of the highest level. If he does not think of anything, then he will be alone again. He only thought that life is good now, but it was not there. The baby does not understand what to do now. The baby does not understand what to do now. At night, Zeke lay in bed. A maid sat next to him. The hero thought about how to hide his attributes. He needs to get rid of them by tomorrow. But how can he do that? He doesn't want to go to the academy. They'll make a lab rat out of him. And besides, he's happy with his life here. He asks God for help. Suddenly, someone appeared and asked the boy if he had called him. Zeke got scared. He asked him who he was. He replied that the kid had turned on the help option, so he came. It seems that he has not yet mastered the evaluation eye. Its owner is capable of many things, such as recognizing all kinds of abilities here and now. The creature recommends hiding its status. Another skill of his is status concealment. It is a very convenient thing, but unfortunately he has not mastered it enough. The young man does not understand what to do. The assistant advises to undergo training with attributes and new skills. This function will appear tomorrow. However, the hero has 1,000 points of protection of the blessing for reincarnation. Activate some skills with them. Let's say, hide status. The hero decided to agree. The assistant warned that 1,000 points is not a small amount. They may come in handy in the future. The hero thought that he had no choice. He doesn't want to lose his family. They come first. The creature responded that he understood him. The residents of the house welcomed Mr. Willibald. He said that he was finally home. Gilbert noted that his brother was still popular. They entered the room where Lyra and Zikbelt were. Willie said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. The girl said that she was glad that he was healthy. He noted that his daughter-in-law was still beautiful. Gilbert said the guy's name angrily. Willie explained that he had only said hello, so he shouldn't be jealous. Lyra said that she was very happy. And Willie congratulated her on the birth of her son and noted that it would be rather rude not to come by. He took the child in his arms and said that he was glad to meet Zikbelt. He introduced himself as his Uncle Willibald. He also noted that he looked like his mother. So cute and handsome. Lyra said that all children are like that, but she agreed that Zeke took on her features. The man decided to look at the boy's features. He warned the child that it was not painful and asked him not to be afraid. Then he used the evaluation eye. Suddenly, windows with attributes appeared. Zeke awaited his sentence. Gilbert asked about the child's attributes. He asked to answer whether fire, wind, earth, water, and light are simple. Willie answered that the child has no higher attributes. The boy's father agreed. Zeke felt relieved that everything had gone smoothly. After studying everything, he decided to leave some, just for show. He hid the high-level ones, of course. Willie noticed that the child had the same attributes as his daughter-in-law. The girl was happy. Gilbert hugged his wife and said that God heard their prayers and gave them happiness. The wife agreed. And Zeke thought that he was smart and hid his skills and made the family happy. Willie continued his assessment and said that the magical power was normal, stable. Zikbelt thought that now he could sleep peacefully. This was certainly better than his previous life. Suddenly, everything around the baby started to glow. Gilbert asked his brother what it was. He replied that their son was lucky. Father Zeke's face was filled with horror. The hero wondered if he had noticed anything. Willie has already seen his wings, quite godlike. A lucky man, kissed by the gods. A special man. He has more magical power than the man himself. The hero understands that things are bad. The baby's uncle said that this is already a problem. Someone report it. The Ministry of Magic will not sit idly by. Zeke realizes that he seems to have miscalculated, but he tried so hard. However, he will not give up. Willibald tells his brother that their child is definitely special. He has very strong magical powers. He is even stronger than he was born. Maybe he's a high-level kid. Zeke thought, this is too bad. His luck is not high at all. Is this the end? Willie tells that the boss gave them a special child. There's even a legend that such a person can become a god himself. They are called special, or rare people. The man says that it would be better if he went to the academy. Gilbert refused. Zeke thinks that he does not want to part with them. Then Lyra intervenes in the conversation. She is also categorically against it. She says that she is happy. Her son is blessed by God himself, her special baby. Her husband looks at her with amazement. The girl is sure that her son will grow up to be a strong man. She took her husband's hand, smiled tenderly, and asked him to protect Zeke. The man looked surprised by his wife's words, but then, with a serious expression on his face, he said that he would protect their little Zikbelt. He noted that the problem was only in declaring the baby's power. Willie agreed with his brother. Otherwise, it would be impossible to hide his magical power. First, we need to come up with something about awakening. What attributes did he acquire, and who is he? Gilbert asked about whether it is possible to hide magical power. Brother answered that it is not quite so. Just don't divulge everything about his power. Just hide it. It's a great idea. It will protect him from the government. Plus, everyone trusts him. Gilbert said it should work. After all, the baby won't be examined for attributes. They'll just say that there aren't any. The men found a solution to the problem. The hero felt needed for the first time. This feeling surprised him. Lyra said that it meant Zeke was staying with her. Willie confirmed it and said that it would be a secret of 5 people. Gilbert didn't understand why exactly 5 people, because there were 3 of them in the room. Willibald turned to the door and called someone. Mariana and Theobald appeared at the door. Gilbert was surprised that they had been there all this time. Willie asked them how long they had been eavesdropping and said that it was not nice to eavesdrop on adults' conversations. Mariana said that it was she who made Theo eavesdrop with her. Theo, on the contrary, said that it was not her sister's fault. It was she who suggested it. Willie noticed that they were protecting each other and asked if they were really worried about Zeke. Mariana said they were sorry. They just didn't want Zeke to be taken, so they were worried. Mom told them that even if it wasn't nice to behave like that, but she is glad that they care so much about their brother. Father and Willie will not let anyone hurt him. The brother and sister were happy. Zeke couldn't believe that God had blessed him with such relatives. He was very grateful. Willie intervened in the conversation. He told the girls to listen carefully. No one should know about what had just happened. Otherwise, they will be punished. The man looked serious. The girls agreed with horror on their faces, and the hero didn't understand why this guy was so scary. Willie told his brother that his children were very loyal to their word. Father confirmed this. Then, he came down on his haunches and said that he was proud of his children. Afterwards, the uncle announced the attributes of the main character to the people. That's why the government didn't take him. He doesn't even know who to thank. He doesn't even know who to thank. He is so lucky with his current life. A few months later, in his past life, Zeke was a loser. Now, he found true happiness. The creature agreed with him and added that the hero was lucky that his memory from his past life was preserved. Depending on this, you achieved that you stayed home. However, his balance was minus 444. Zeke suggested that all this was built In a past life, he died in an accident and was reborn as a special person in another world. They were between life and death, and now he is perplexed. And there was no mistake. He was chosen by God. Zeke noticed that the creature had not told him anything new. He sarcastically thanked him for the information that he already knew. It turns out that he was special from the start. The hero assumed that this world would be against him. The creature agreed. The kid asked him not to yell so suddenly. He asked about what they were talking about yesterday, what it was. The assistant was silent. The guy knows that he won't tell him anything. The creature then asked what this huge number of books were. The hero replied that they were spell books for beginners. The maid was surprised that such a little boy would be interested in spell books, so she gave him some books to start with. And he likes it so much. He understands completely what is written. Now it remains to learn how to use magic. During the last, the hero learned a lot about magic. There are 12 magical attributes in total. High level, flame, thunder, ice, light, oblivion. Low level, fire, wind, earth, water, sun, darkness. In order to use magic, you must have at least several of the corresponding attributes. And even when combined, they give different power. It's so cool. A world of magic. Like in a fairy tale. If the attributes do not match, there will be no magic. However, if everything matches exactly, then magic will appear. Each magician is given his own individual magic. Magic for beginners. The attribute of light. It is created to illuminate the darkness. It is better to use the dark time of day as a preparation, preferably by moonlight. In a past life, fireflies lit their way. Zeke managed to light up the room. He thinks about how in his past life he thought it was magic. The knowledge from his past life gives a good lesson. He noted that it is quite useful magic. The hero is so excited that he wants to study more. He wants to learn more about magic. Use more energy, and get a score as bright as the sun. It was a very bright magic. The light pierced the entire building. He succeeded. However, his eyes were blinded. The boy should be more careful next time. But he so wants to know more. Gilbert came into the room and asked about the light on here. He saw Zeke and asked why the child was there. The maid asks Lear how she is feeling. She replies that she is feeling better. The woman looked at the photo and said that she misses Gert. Then Gilbert bursts into the room and tells his wife that Zikbelt was standing on his feet. He was delighted. The maid asks Mr. Gilbert about his boorish behavior. However, the man does not listen to her, but enthusiastically shows his wife that their son is standing. Lyra replied that it was amazing. Zeke was scared. He used magic and it helped. His father said he was standing on his feet. That's normal. Gilbert noticed that Zeke would soon be able to move independently. He is sure that he can. The hero asks him not to say that. He is still too young for that, but he doesn't want to upset his mother. There is no other choice. He went towards the bed where his mother was sitting. The hero realized that he had to start walking. It was difficult. Perhaps his body was still disproportionate. The woman praised her son for being able to walk to his mommy. Gilbert picked up the child and remarked that it was amazing. Zeke had learned to walk. He really was a special child. The boy silently begged him to stop. He had only done this for him. His neck felt like it was going to break. Then the butler Hans appeared and asked Mr. Gilbert why he was shirking his work. He asks him to come back to the office and finish his work. The man tried to say that his child had started walking, but Hans insisted on coming back to the office. The father gave in. Lyra told her husband to leave Zeke there and go work hard. Hans was indignant that the boss had at least finished the job and then they left. Gilbert apologized and justified himself by saying that it all happened unexpectedly. Lyra asked Anna to bring a book for Zeke. She agreed and added that she had just picked out a couple of new books for him. The hero was thinking about how he could grow up faster and start using magic, so that there would be no situations like this. Noticing her son's tiredness, the woman suggested that he go to bed. He agreed. Lyra strokes her son's head and says that he will soon be 1 year old. He will become a grown-up boy. And then, you will become a man. She is so happy that he is with her. She is very happy about this. The hero noticed that Mom is kind of strange today. Lyra wants her son to live freely, without being subject to the authorities of this country. He will face many problems in the future, but she is sure that he will cope with everything. After all, he is her beloved son, her special baby. He will be stronger and braver than all the others. The woman cried and said that she would always be on his side. She wanted all his dreams to come true. Zeke didn't understand why his mother was crying. She hugged her son and asked him to be happy. She was very sorry. And the next moment her voice broke. Mistress Lyra lost her creature. Maid Anna saw this, dropped the book from her hands, and screamed the name of her mistress. She ran towards the bed and asked the lady to wake up. A boy is sitting at a table in the academy. He is told that a letter has arrived from his father. He asks him to be quiet. But the stranger does not calm down and says that there is quite important news there. His mother passed away. The child's face was frozen in shock. It was raining on the day of the funeral. Zeke was in his father's arms and looked sadly at his mother's coffin. Gret looked at his little brother with tears in his eyes and anger. Gilbert walked down the hall with his brothers and said that it was all so sudden. No one could have imagined it. The short-haired man agreed and added that he himself was a little taken aback. Willie said that a funeral is not the happiest event in life. He asks his brother to rest a little. He answered that everything is fine. Willibald asks his brother if he had ever slept normally since his sister-in-law died. Gilbert remained silent, but his appearance spoke for itself. He told his brothers that he wanted the safety of his children above all else. The children sat in the room with Anna. Mariana sat and cried. Zeke thought that his mother was actually sick, and he didn't know. He was just born and immediately lost his mother. He was very sad. His mother was so gentle and beautiful. It never occurred to him that she had some kind of illness. If he used the judging eye on her, he would immediately understand. And then, perhaps, he could cure her. The hero cried and did not understand why he was so useless. Theo suddenly stood up and went somewhere. Alberto asked him about it. She answered that Gert was supposed to come. She suggested that he go straight to his mother. After all, he doted on her. Gert walked down the corridor. The maid tried to keep up with him. Theo greeted her brother and said that she was very glad to see him. But he answered that now was not the time for that. The boy entered the room and raised his weapon to strike his younger brother. He was sure that Zeke was to blame for everything that was happening. At this time, Zeke was in Anna's arms. The hero did not understand what was happening to his brother. He didn't understand where so much hatred came from. Gert used thunderbolts. Anna covered Zeke with her body. Mariana was shocked by what was happening. Uncle rushed to stop Herb. Mariana asked to call someone for help. Theo said that healing magic was needed and also that it was necessary to call Uncle and Dad. Gert asked his uncle why he was standing in his way. His mother died because of Zikbelt. The man explains that her condition worsened after the birth of her child. He was the cause of her death. Zeke is not to blame. Gert did not believe Alberto's words and continued to attack with arrows. Willie intervened. He told Alberto to stop, and he ordered Gert to the glass wall to stop. Willie noted his nephew's good reaction. Gilbert ran into the room and asked what was going on. Willibald healed Anna and Zeke. The boy was fine. The man was glad about it. He also praised Mariana and Theo. Gilbert asked about the condition of Anna and Zeke. His brother replied that they were fine. The wound was minor. Willibald said that it was necessary to isolate Gert. He could take Zeke's life. The kid had to go through so much at such a young age. The uncle told the children that they could go or they wanted to stay. Mariana agreed to stay. Anna apologized for being careless. Willie said that she was seriously injured. It was better to rest. She answered that everything was fine. The main thing was the health of the young master. Gert got their attention. He would be very angry. Mariana asked her brother why he did it. Zeke is still just a child. He is not guilty of anything. He asked his sister if she had gone crazy. She couldn't know. The girl asked if a newborn could harm his mother. She asked Gert to calm down. However, this did not affect the boy. He said that he would take Zeke's life. Mariana was desperate. She asked her father to protect Zeke from Gert. Personally, she is ready to protect Zeke, even if the enemy is her own brother. She asks her father to do the same. Willie noticed that it was sad to look at this. He asked his brother's opinion. Gert looked at them all with anger. He thought about how this young boy had been everyone's favorite since he was born, and he had always been an outcast. He felt like an outsider. He was so much like his mother. He stole his mother's love from him. Gert will never forgive Zikbelt. He called him a monster. Zeke opened his eyes. Mariana and Theo rushed to hug him and said that they were very worried. Willie also asked how Zeke was feeling. Everything seemed fine. Zeke remembered that his brother Gert had come. There had been his mother's funeral. This aura of hatred. It was like he wanted to kill him. His look was so scary. Theo and Mariana apologized for not being able to protect him and not getting there in time. Uncle decides to check the child's body. They won't let Gert near him anymore. Zeke realizes that he would have died if Uncle hadn't come in time. Mariana promised that this would never happen again. Willie stroked his niece's head and told her to sleep. She used all her powers to heal her brother. Theo needed to rest too. Theo says that Zeke is not guilty of anything. Willibald is grateful to the children for saving Zeke. He will not allow this to happen again. He should have only good memories of his childhood. Willie replied that he would try too. Zeke felt strange that he couldn't do anything. Uncle suggested that the children go and rest, but Theo said that they would lie down with Zeke. While the children were sleeping, Willibald sat and pondered something. His thoughts were interrupted by his brother. Gilbert entered the room. Willie asked about Gert. He replied that no matter what he said, he didn't want to hear anything, as if he was obsessed with Zeke. Uncle answered that he could be understood. He was lucky to have his father. Gilbert doesn't know what to do with him. He didn't think Gert had become like this. Willibald agreed, but he made a mess here. Besides, he wanted to take his own brother's life. There are some doubts about the academy. It's quite suspicious. Gilbert agreed. Gert became very strange when he started studying. Perhaps they teach them something forbidden. That's why they don't let parents in. The father decided to settle the matter here and now. He went to the door, but suddenly fell. His strength was running out. Willie asked his brother to sleep a little. He added that now he will take care of the children. The man is very angry about this whole situation. He absolutely must find out everything. He apologized to his brother. Willibald stands on the roof and says that everything is complicated, and his brother is weak now. He doesn't know what to do. The man confidently said that he could handle it. They picked the wrong people. They will regret messing with them, even though it's painful and hard for them now. They will cope with it and become stronger. Theo and Marie, Alberto, brother Gilbert, father and uncle, all of them and even Zeke have been through a lot. Much has changed. The hero tried to become stronger and smarter, studied all the magics and their combinations from A to Z to achieve high results, and also to please Mom. The hero will definitely become strong. 4 years later, Theo was walking down the hallway and someone called him. He turned around and asked what happened. 5-year-old Zikbelt told his brother that he wanted to go with him. Zeke asks his brother Theo to take him with him. The boy is surprised by his brother's statement. The hero does not give up and says that he knows that Theo is a member of the Adventurers Guild, and now he is going to training. The brother does not understand how Zeke knows this. The protagonist apologizes to his brother, but thanks to the evaluation eye, he sees everything. Theo is an F-rank adventurer. Judging by the status indicators, he became an adventurer recently. Zeke asked his brother to take him with him again, but he was against it because he was still too young to do such things. Zeke used magic and said that he could already fight. Seeing the magic, Theo did not understand how Zeke could master it at such a young age, and at such a level. The hero answered that he practiced a lot at home. He wants to become stronger, that's why he studied magic, but he couldn't raise his level. He remembers the moment when he tried to use magic. He gave it his all, but it still didn't work. Maybe he was doing something wrong. The assistant said that his level is too low. He releases too much energy in vain without converting it into magic. He is still in the development stage, but he can still use his eye. There he will see a level icon. He needs to defeat monsters to increase his level. Otherwise, there is no way to raise it. In other words, to become stronger, you need to fight like a mountain. Theo says that it is natural. To develop, you need combat experience. But he has too little to level up. Brother does not understand why Zeke is so impatient. He replies that he just wants to become stronger. While she is weak, she will not be able to protect anyone. The boy is sad about this thought, so he must become stronger. Theo looked at his brother and remembered the moment when he asked her to take him with him and became sad. The boy asks Sir Hans to prepare the carriage. They would go together. Zik was delighted and thanked his brother. He warned him that this was the first and last time, and ordered him not to leave him even a step. The hero obeyed. The heroes are riding in a boat. Theo tells them that this forest is full of monsters. Their goal is to catch white rabbits. This is a rather dangerous monster. It is not so easy to defeat. Therefore, when they appear, Zeke will need to stand next to them. Today is a practice day, so there won't be any particularly serious monsters. They'll just hope for luck anyway. Theo talks about how Mariana didn't want to let him go with him. Since the day the hero was wounded, she hasn't taken her eyes off him. Zeke once said that she cares about him so much. However, it seems like overprotectiveness. Zeke said that he has nothing against it. After all, he loves his sister, just like his brother. Theo thanked the boy and reminded him to stay close. Otherwise, Marie would take his life. Arrived at the right place, Theo thanks Hans and asks him to pick them up in the evening and also not to tell anyone about it. Hans noticed that their father should still know. The young man answered that he himself will tell him later. Looking at the carriage leaving, Theo said that now they should see Nikolai. He is his most trusted friend. He will introduce them. The young man extended his hand to his brother. Zeke thought that his brother would like it if they held hands. After all, he was his older brother. Taking his brother's hand, Theo remembered the moment when little Zeke too took his hand. She smiled and told the hero that he would protect him today. He should trust him. The heroes walked through different locations. First near the fountain, then along the bridge near the waterfall. And in the end, Zeke opened some gates. He reported that they were there. It was a white forest. Zeke looked at everything with his mouth open. The boy said that it was so beautiful here. Theobald explained that the earth here is saturated with special magic. That is why all the plants here are white. There are many different monsters here. An ideal place for budding adventurers. And he again told his brother not to leave him. Then someone called out to Theo. It was Nikolai. He said that he had called him to hunt so suddenly that he was surprised. There were a lot of newcomers these days. Hadn't he seen anyone else here? Noticing Zeke, he asked who this little man was. Theo introduced himself and said that he was Theo's younger brother and that he was pleased to meet him. Nikolai noted the boy's manners and immediately realized that he was his friend's younger brother. The man stroked the boy's head and said that they would work well together. Theo told Nikolai not to be so rude. Zeke decided to use Evaluation Eye on his new acquaintance. His name is Nikolai Baden. He is a D-rank adventurer. He has 2 lower attributes, water and light. Zeke sees that he is 3 years older than Theo. He seems to be quite good with a sword, and his stats are balanced for a D-rank adventurer. Nikolai asked what it meant that plans changed because of his brother. Theo confirmed and apologized. Zeke wanted to hunt monsters to level up a bit. Zeke said that he had a proposal. Because of him, their plans changed. But he was ready to study hard, so he asked them to help him a little. Nikolai asked the boy to show his skills. He also noticed that the boy was so forgotten and said that he liked him. Zeke thinks that he needs to behave well, because this man can help him. Nikolai put the child on his neck and said that it was time to move out for prey. Theo shouted that Zeke could fall. Nikolai recommended to stop protecting him. The hero noted that this man was strange. Walking through the forest, the child asked his brother why they were sitting and waiting. Did they really want to set up an ambush? Nikolai told about Theo to pay medical bills. He is from a poor family, not even close to aristocrats. The family consisted of him and his sister. She was seriously ill. Zeke remembered his mother. Nikolai goes on to say that he had a hard time paying his bills, and Theo came to his aid. The guy, in turn, says that he paid for fencing lessons. Zeke understood why he seemed so nice to him. He apologized for not knowing, and offered to give the man all the money he earned if it would help. Nikolai told him not to worry. His task now was to level up. He pointed at something. There was a white rabbit with a horn standing nearby. Zeke asked them to wait a bit. His goal today is to increase his level to at least 3, and also learn how to use the Evaluation Eye in battle. After assessing the white rabbit, the boy realized that its highest attributes were flame, oblivion, and its lowest were darkness and fire. He also found its weak spot. It was near the horn. Nikolai offered to help distract the rabbit so that it wouldn't run away. They are really fast. Zeke said that he would shoot from here. Nikolai noted that it was quite far. The hero began to explain that. Firstly, these are not just rabbits. The hero used ray light and defeated the rabbit on the first try. The man turned to Theo and said that his brother had hit the target on his first try. He was at level 1, but he was already shooting like an experienced adventurer. The guy looked away and said that they had been trained to do this since childhood. Then the hero used firepower. Theo and Nikolai were shocked. The guy said that Zeke was so gifted since childhood. Nikolai noted that their family is so amazing. After looking at his stats, the hero realized that one rabbit hadn't raised his level. He needed to eliminate a couple more. He asked brother Theo if there were any more rabbits. He stepped forward and used windstorm. He said that there were a lot of them nearby, to the northwest. However, there was something else. Nikolai grabbed the child and ran off in search of adventure. Theo asked them not to run. Defeating one rabbit after another, the hero finally raised the level to the second. He was happy and told his brother that he had raised his level. Theo didn't understand what his brother was talking about. Nikolai corrected the situation by explaining that the child wanted to say that he had already become stronger. Zeke forgot that only he had a level. The hero's stats had risen quite a bit. A little more, and he would become stronger than Nikolai. The man praised the boy. They had worked hard. They had caught 8 rabbits at once. He suggested that Theo practice with them. He's probably as strong as Zeke. Theo says that he hasn't seen their father yet. Nikolai never ceases to be amazed by their family. The hero noticed that Theo is finding it increasingly difficult to lie. It would be necessary to change the subject. The hero would like to rise to level 3, of course, but some other time. Zeke thanked Nikolai because he learned a lot today. Suddenly, a pack of goblins jumped out at them. Theo immediately told Zeke to step back. However, the goblins ran past them. Nikolai didn't understand what it was. They just ran past. Theo says that the goblins are the masters of the White Forest. It's strange that they were running away from something. Suddenly, he understood something. A huge tree flew over their heads. Nikolai covered Zeke. Theo told them to run. Zeke and Nikolai found themselves separated from Theo. However, before they could do anything, the goblins appeared. The man thought that they had run away. Theo screams that it was a trick to separate them. Nikolai points out that they are kind of dumb, but sometimes they do something smart. You have to. Theo agrees and says that he has problems. A huge monster stood in front of him. It came from the silent forest. The guy told Nikolai to take Zeke and run. Otherwise, they would all die here. The huge monster was the Goblin King. He was too strong. How could he slip so quietly from the quiet forest into the white one? He shouldn't be here. Theo noticed that he had no armor. Had he really lost it in the quiet forest? He had escaped from there, breaking the barrier. He was lucky today. On one side, a monster was growling at the guy. On the other side, there were goblins. Theo tried to call out to Zeke and Nikolai, but he had to dodge the Goblin King's attack. The guy understands that they will not defeat him. Not under any circumstances. They need to distract him somehow so that they can escape. They will have to fight him, because he promised Zeke that he would protect him. Nikolai also understands that they won't be able to defeat everyone. There are too many of them, and they won't be able to retreat. Zeke shouted that he will help. He used the light shockwave technique and defeated 3 goblins. Nikolai was surprised by this technique. The boy defeated several goblins at once. However, Zeke didn't look so good. He had reached level 3, and his strength was still low. However, his physical data could not keep up with his stats. Because of his weak body, he might faint. Even if he is conscious, he won't be able to move his body. So he can use magic one more time. Will he be able to defeat everyone with one blow? Theo, fighting the king, understands that he is not so easy to defeat. Suddenly, he notices something. Thorns appeared from the ground. He doesn't understand what it was. These games pierce the guy. Zeke hears his brother scream, and then there is an explosion. Nikolai managed to cover the boy. The man said that they had big problems. He had almost no strength left. They would be next. Zeke used Evaluation Eye. This monster's weakness is the center of the head, the area under the helmet. It might be possible to defeat it if you hit it with all your might. Whatever it is, we must use all our strength. The monster will regret touching his family. We must help Theo. That day, Gert attacked Zeke, and Theo couldn't stop him then. This thought didn't leave him even at night. All this time, he was angry that he was weak. So he understands Zeke's desire to become stronger. He took his hand, so he can't lose. Not today. Never. Theo opened his eyes and thought that this was not the end. He tried on the grab. Theo told the monster not to dare even come near his brother. The guy called Nikolai. The man set up a light barrier that took the blow. Nikolai shouted that the Goblin King was breaking through this barrier and said the guy's name. Theo spun his weapon and used accelerate, and then used whirlwind arrow to injure the monster. The monster was wounded. Nikolai shouted that Theo was doing well. The monster held on to the wounded spot, and the guy fell down without strength. Suddenly, the monster took off his mask and growled. The man does not understand how he survived such a blow. Zeke realized that he was right. He asked Nikolai to throw him to the monster's head. The man did not understand the reason for such a request. The boy explained that his weak spot was his forehead. The hero will be able to defeat him with the help of his strength. He asked Nikolai sincerely because he does not want to lose his family. The man looked at the boy understandingly. He picked it up, put a protective barrier around it, and said he believed in it. And the next moment, he launched it. The hero understands that he has a chance and he will fight to the end. He formed an arrow of light, and then he pierced the monster's head. Then he used flame spear, and the surrounding area was illuminated with bright light. The Goblin King fell to the ground, defeated. Nikolai said that it was all over. Zeke thought that he had done it. The boy began to fall without strength. Consciousness was leaving his body. Nikolai ran to catch the child. However, fortunately, his brother Theo managed to slow his fall. He hugged him. Zeke asked about his condition. He replied that he was fine and then asked for forgiveness for getting hurt again because of him. Zeke smiled and said that everything worked out thanks to his brother. He was able to protect him from that monster. The boy thanked his brother. Theo was surprised at first, but then he smiled sincerely. He hugged his brother and said that this time they protected each other. Nikolai used healing. However, nothing happened. It seemed that he had used up all his magic. Zeke thanked the man, but he said that it was they who defeated the goblins, not him. Nikolai asked about who Zeke was. What kind of magic was that? How did he find the Demon King's weak spot? He didn't think everyone in their family was like that. Theo replied that they couldn't answer that question yet. It was all for Zeke's protection. Nikolai said that he understood everything. Zeke asked about Nikolai's condition. He told him not to worry. Everything heals quickly on him. He has so many things that he would like to discuss with them. A child had defeated such a monster. His self-esteem had sunk to the lowest level. He would not tell anyone about today. Theo thanked him. Nikolai asked Zeke to tell him about the last technique he used. It was flame spear. This monster turned to ashes. It's scary to imagine how powerful she is. Zeke is glad that he was able to interest Nikolai. Besides, the Goblin King made the hero so scared. It was such a strange feeling. It turns out he was used to being a loser. Suddenly, an assistant appeared and said that Zeke now has a different life. And he shouldn't remember the past. He's leveled up quite well. And that's in just one day. It must be no coincidence that this monster arrived. He's making good progress thanks to him. He's special. That's why they survived. This is their chance to become more confident. God loves the lucky ones. He gives them a chance to gain strength and become special. Zeke remembers that Uncle Willibald said something about this, but he never understood the meaning of his words. People only suffer around him, but there was a chance, a possibility to become stronger. And then no one would suffer around him. That was what he meant. Zeke needed strength. The man in the cart asks his comrade why it is so quiet here. He answers that there is nothing to be done about it. Without a barrier, it is impossible. He is very sorry that everything turned out this way. He is very sorry that everything turned out this way. He promises to become stronger. Suddenly, something crashed into them, and the cart with the horse and people fell on its side. People didn't understand what the Goblin King was doing there. He was so big. They had to run. One of the guys asked about the cargo. The other answered that their lives were more valuable. And they ran away. A wounded kitten fell out of these guys' cage. He opened his eyes, but when he saw the Goblin King, he started running. A few months later, Zeke and all his family members came to watch him catch white rabbits. The hero decided to gradually increase his level. He liked hunting white rabbits. It was interesting. Mariana rushed to hug the guy. She picked him up and told him how strong he had become. Just a little more, and he would become the strongest hero. She hugged him and called him her sweet brother, but he, on the contrary, said that she was sweeter. Gilbert, pleased with his son, asks Willie if he thinks Zeke is just like him. Willie replies that he controls magic perfectly, and this is only the beginning. The man thinks that he will be satisfied with ordinary magic. Zeke at this time thinks that his sister is very energetic. Gilbert was surprised when he learned about this. This is good progress. Theo thanked him. Mariana noticed that Zeke had also improved his skills. The Goblin King had been defeated, but no one knew about it. This had to be kept a secret. Gilbert says that he was informed about the remains of the monster. He does not know what happened there, but an investigation is underway. From now on, Alberto will keep an eye on them. The man hopes that there will be no problems. Zeke thought that his father had decided everything very quickly, and the monster was gone and no one knew anything. Mariana continued to hug and squeeze her younger brother who, in turn, tried to stop her. Suddenly, the hero noticed something in the bushes. He found it interesting. He got off his sister's hands and ran in that direction. He said that he wanted to check something. Marie tried to stop him, but someone put a hand on his shoulder and told him to wait. It was the father. He explained to the girl that in the White Forest the boy would have no problems and he could run around freely. But the girl's mind flashed with memories of when Gert rushed to attack little Zeke. The girl began to deny everything and said that she should not leave him alone. She decided to follow him. Gilbert realized that his daughter could not calm down. And Willie said that since the day Gert wanted to take Zeke's life, she's not left Zeke's side for a step. Then the uncle asked Theo about his condition. He answered that he was fine. He thinks that Zeke is living a good life. Even if he gets hurt, it's nothing at his age. He's learning about the world around him. All they can do is keep an eye on him. They can't lock him up in a room. Willibald pointed out the barrier to Theo. He said that Zeke should not go beyond it, otherwise they would have to search for him throughout the forest. Zeke continued to go where his instincts led him. He reached the right place. In front of him was the magical beast, Holy Tiger. Its status is endangered species, and it also has such supreme attributes as thunder and ice. Zeke asks the beast not to be afraid of him. The boy read that they are an endangered species. Shouldn't they be taken care of? Why is he here alone? Zeke assumes that he was hurt when the Goblin King burst in. He managed to escape, but his wounds are serious. He needs help. The young man began to approach the beast, but it bit him. The hero was in pain, but he decided to help. He used healing on the tiger. Afterwards, he stroked his head and said that he had cured him. The beast was surprised and then began to lick the bite site. The hero told him that everything would be fine with him now. The animal had soft fur and behaved like a child. Zeke realized that the baby was scared and assumed that something bad had happened to him. Tiger remembered all the unpleasant moments. Tears appeared in his eyes. The hero noticed this and hugged the baby. She told him that everything was fine and that he was glad that he had met him. The tiger's eyes lit up. He told the hero that he was so good and that now he would always be faithful to him. A circle with patterns appeared on the ground, and the tiger rushed to hug the guy. He did not understand what was happening. And then an assistant appeared, who said that a contract had been concluded. The hero does not understand what this means. The advisor explains that he has just made a blood contract with the sacred tiger. The words about blood surprised the child. The creature explains that they exchanged blood with the animal and tied it to themselves. That's how a contract is made. The hero doesn't understand anything. Could it be because he licked its blood? Suddenly, someone hugged Zeke from behind. It was Marie. She asked her brother not to go anywhere alone anymore, and then she noticed that he had become heavier. Then she saw the tiger in her brother's arms. She screamed that it was a monster. Gilbert asks if they brought a black cat. Zeke replies that it is not black, but white. They met in the White Forest. He was alone, so he took it with him. The father noticed that this was not the habitat of black cats. The hero explains that the magical barrier was broken, so he came here. The young man cannot say that this is a sacred tiger. Then the father will not allow him to take it, and they made a contract. The hero thought about how to convince his father. He needed to come up with something convincing. He asked his father to leave the cat. Marie said that it was dangerous to keep a monster at home. Zeke countered that when he found it, the animal was injured. He would be able to get along with it. The girl then said that it could bite him and give him an infection. Zeke responded that he would teach it to be obedient. Gilbert stood and listened with his eyes closed. On one side, his daughter was saying that she was against it, and his son was asking to leave him. The man turned to his son. He asked him about the awareness that they were in the report for those they had tamed. The hero confidently agreed. Seeing his son's sincere desire, the man gave the go-ahead to keep the kitten. Marie wanted to object, but her father told her to give Zeke a chance. The cat and the child thanked their father. The man asked where the wounds were on the tiger, but then he realized that the hero had used healing magic and praised his son. Suddenly, Mariana said her brother's name. She said that she is still against this beast. Therefore, since he is still small and his safety is above all else, she will look after them. The young man does not understand his sister's actions. Returning home, Zeke went about his business. But Marie was always by his side and kept an eye on him. Tiger decided to use a trick and show that he is a cute, innocent kitten. But the girl did not give up. She said that even if he is outwardly cute, she still remembers that he is a monster. Outside, Zeke said that they could unite freedom and magic. They could practice here. Marie sits under a tree and watches. He decides to start, but the beast asks him what the rush is. He replies that he has only recently recovered and now needs to train well. He needs to become stronger to protect everyone. The beast asked if it was for the sake of the family. The young man confirmed it. The tiger rushed to hug the boy and said that he was so kind, needed to smile more often. Marie watches what is happening with alarm. The girl says that he is still such a child, so it is dangerous to leave him alone. Since that day, she has not been free of fear. However, she immediately began to push these thoughts away. Everything would be fine. She didn't need to think about the bad. She needed to continue watching them. The beast ran to Marie when it saw her. Zeke tried to stop it. In the evening, sitting on his bed, the young man says that today went well. However, usually before going to bed, his sister came to him, but today she came. The hero did not move from his place. Suddenly, the door to the room opened. Marie came into the room. The hero asked her what had happened. He thought that she was sleeping. She answered that she had come to visit him. For the first time in a long time, she wants to sleep next to him. She asked her brother for permission, and he was surprised. Lying on the bed with his sister, the hero did not understand how this happened. In the White Forest, he saved a wounded tiger, and his father allowed him to keep it. At first, he was afraid that it could harm someone. However, his fears were justified. He never thought that he would sleep with him. He would never be able to improve his magical abilities. He asked God for strength and patience. If he can raise his level, he will become a monster hunter. Only by hunting them can he raise his level. However, his stats are still low. He needs to raise them a little more to practice magic spells. He asks his sister not to wake up. He uses Speed Boost and breaks free from his sister's embrace. It was his first time using this ability, but he didn't think he would succeed right away. So, the training in the White Forest had borne fruit. Someone came up to him from behind. He thought it was his sister, but it was the tiger. He said that if Marie woke up, he would be furious. The boy stroked his head and said that everything was fine. He would be here when she woke up. The tiger had recently recovered, so it was better for him to stay here. He told him to stay here and protect his little sister. He used Accelerate again and disappeared. Tiger heard his sister say Zik's name. He walked up to the bed, spun around, and ran off somewhere. He opened the window and jumped out of it. The youth was already in the White Forest. His body is still weak to use acceleration several times. He will have to wait a little, but time is too short. He has been training desperately to become at least a little stronger. The amount of magic he can use has increased as he levels up. He should try it and find out his limit. The hero used the Ice Block ability. The young man was happy. This is another technique he can use. He decides to try again. The next skill he uses is Thunder Demon. A black silhouette appeared in front of him. He thought it was his brother. He didn't understand what was happening. This demon started to attack him. The hero asked him to stop. Zeke fired, and the demon disappeared. The guy sank to the ground and didn't understand what it was. He almost died. The thunderbolt reminded him of that moment, and a feeling of fear filled his mind. The boy fell to the ground. He realized that using this magic was too risky. The assistant called the owner. He reported that his magic power was running low and his body was exhausted. That's why he fainted. He should regain his strength. Zeke begins to lose consciousness. He thinks about how he promised to come back before his sister woke up. What is he doing? It's his fault. He's so weak. He remembered the tiger asking him if he was afraid. Even when he was next to his mother, he realized that he had a special sweetheart. Besides, his brother Gert was furious because of him. He thinks that the hero is to blame for his mother's death. He still can't forget those eyes. He thinks that he is so pathetic and scared. White rabbits run towards a boy who is losing consciousness. He's very tired. However, someone familiar runs towards him. In the morning, everyone is running around looking for Mr. Zikbelt. Anna says that she will go check the right wing. Theo said that he used nature wind. He is not home, as well as the beast. They need to increase the search radius. He could not have gone far. Marie is shaking and does not understand why Zeke left. She suggested that this beast kidnapped Zikbelt. The maid tells Mariana that there is a man who saw the master's beast. The girl asks if Zeke was with him. She denies it. The tiger jumped out of the window of the master's room and headed towards the white forest. She thought she was imagining it, because at that time everyone should be asleep. The girl suggested that the beast took Zeke. She decided to go to the white forest. Theo shouted to her that it was too dangerous there, and he himself would go there. As she walked out of the gate, she saw something in the distance. The beast is carrying Zeke heavily. Marie Anna calls Zeke and runs up to the boy and the beast, asking if everything is okay. The beast falls from exhaustion. The girl strokes the heavily breathing animal, realizing that the animal itself carried the boy to this place. Mariana picks up Zeke and checks his pulse. She finds that the boy is breathing but unconscious. The girl wonders what to do. The girl notices that the beast has risen. He approaches her and sniffs her hand. The heroine is touched by this action of the beast. The girl decides that everything will be fine, and she will save both the boy and the beast, which she also takes in her arms. Zeke opens his eyes and doesn't understand why he feels warm. He sees Sister Marie holding her hands around his head, her hair flying. The girl tilts her head and notices that the boy has woken up and is happy with tears in his eyes that this happened. Zeke looks at her and asks what happened. Mariana hugs the boy and tells him how worried she was. Zeke apologizes to her. He hears someone calling him by his full name and sees his dad enter the room. The father is happy that his son is alive, but scolds him for the fact that, as Mariana told him, Zeke went into the white forest alone at night. The boy confirms that this is what happened. Marie asks her brother if this is true and if anyone forced the boy. The hero replies that he went on his own. The sister asks Zeke why he went so far. The hero thinks about what to answer but realizes that he cannot tell his family that he can teleport and has higher magic, because then everyone will worry even more. The protagonist thinks even more about what to tell his family. The father silently awaits an answer, and also thinks about the situation. The father decides he can't turn a blind eye to this, so he places the boy under house arrest for 2 weeks, and promises to assign someone to keep an eye on the hero. Zeke is upset, but says he understands. The father looks at the boy and calls his name. The father tells the boy that he considers him a special child, and that everyone has high hopes for him. So he believes that the hero has his own reasons for such an act. The father continues his instruction. He takes the hero's hand and says that even though Zeke has something to hide, he does not need to worry. The boy is surprised by his father's sincerity. The father assures the hero that everyone in their family is strong, and therefore there is no need to fight fears alone, because the boy can rely on them. Zeke is even more moved by his father's words. The protagonist recalls footage of his family members fighting. He realizes that everyone is really quite strong in body and spirit, as he has seen more than once, and even if he is not as strong as he wants, the family will still be fine. Tears come to the boy's eyes. Maria notices the boy's tears. The hero can't stand it any longer and explains that he wanted to practice magic and thought that he would not be understood if he used strong magic. Zeke continues to cry and says that he was afraid that everything could happen again. The boy apologizes to everyone. His sister starts crying and his father is shocked and realizes that the hero remembers what happened to Lyra. Marie hugs Zeke and exclaims that she doesn't like what her brother is saying. She promises that that situation will never happen again. The hero continues to cry in his sister's arms. The father looks at the children guiltily. The father says that Marie is right and everyone will live. He kneels down, hugs the children, and promises never to give them to anyone, for anything, ever. The protagonist lies at home in his bed with the beast. He is ashamed that he cried so much for the first time, and that even his older brothers saw it. Zeke looks at his hand and realizes that it is easier now. He realizes that he wants to become stronger for his family, but he can also rely on them. The boy decides that he will share his fears and doubts with his family. The hero reaches out to the beast and thanks him for bringing Zik home, because otherwise it is unclear what would have happened to the boy in the White Forest. The beast thinks that he had to save Zik because he loves him. The animal lies down on its back so that the owner can scratch its belly as a sign of gratitude. Zeke happily scratches the animal's belly, showing how grateful he is. The hero looks at the animal and realizes that he hasn't given it a name yet. The boy blames himself for being a lousy owner because he hadn't thought of it before. The beast is surprised. The hero twirls his finger near the beast's muzzle and explains that everyone calls the boy Zeke, and the little beast also needs a name to which it will respond. The boy points his finger at the animal's nose and decides that it will be called Haki. The hero asks if the animal likes this name. The animal really likes his name. He rushes to the hero and wags his tail. Zeke, in response, is happy that the animal liked the name. The boy says that Haki is a good friend, and Haki, in response, thinks the same about Zeke. In the main building of the Abel family, the father of the family sits, turns to Lyra, and talks about how he had not noticed before that Zeke remembers the days he spent with the girl. He thinks that for the boy, these are both happy and sad memories at the same time. The man looks at the girl's photo and says that the boy is growing by leaps and bounds, and that there has never been such a gifted child in the entire history of the family. The father turns to Lyra and wants to share his assumption, but the man is interrupted, and the eldest sons enter the office, saying that they have an important message about the White Forest. The father praises his son, asking about the results. Alberto looks at the report and says that the magical ash found a few months ago turned out to be the remains of a goblin's corpse, meaning that the monster destroyed the barrier and thus entered the White Forest. The second son points out that one question remains. The second son explains that the question is who defeated this B-rank monster. He notes that everyone can guess who could have done it, imagining Zeke fighting the monster. The father also guesses that it was his son Zikbelt. Alberto exclaims that although he does not doubt his brother's talent, it cannot be Zeke, because he has not yet mastered the highest magic. The second brother believes that Alberto is right and can be understood, but does not agree with him. The second brother remembers that Theo hid his wound when he came to report what had happened. So the man wonders if a mage like Theo could have been injured in the White Forest. Alberto suggests that Theo was covering for Zeke. The other brother says he can totally see it. The father decides that if there is even the slightest possibility that it was Zeke, it can't be left alone, and the boy needs to be protected. Alberto says that some of the ashes dispersed and reached the city center, so the adventurers began to say that someone killed a B-rank monster. However, the young man clarifies that he has already spread rumors that it was the commander of the first squad. Alberto remembers that they managed to keep everything a secret because their best friend Teo helped them, who they could trust, because he wouldn't tell anything. The second brother praises the first commander of the squad. The second brother says that he has already collected all the ashes to conduct experiments on them, because the young man was just about to start creating a new magic stone, and he expects to use the ashes as one of the ingredients. Father asks to look after Zeke. Alberto agrees and assures that he will do anything for his sweet little brother. The second brother notes that Zeke is different from Gert, who everyone knew about since childhood. The second brother also notes that Zeke's abilities should be kept secret. The father agrees, because he wants the boy to live a free life. The father looks at Lyra's photograph and says that this is his and the girl's wish. The man says that then he too will feel more at ease about getting married. The second brother asks about that monster hunt since their father was guilty of it himself. The second brother scoffs and says that at first he thought that all the responsibility lay with Theo and Zeke, but it turns out that their whole family is to blame. The second brother's words make their father and Alberto feel awkward. The father thinks and reasons that Zikbelt is no longer a child, not only in his magical abilities because the boy at that age went alone into the White Forest. The man wonders if the hero has a teleportation stone. Otherwise, how did he get to the forest so quickly? The second brother notes that such a stone would be expensive because it includes fire and light magic. The young man believes that Zeke has learned teleportation magic and decides that he needs to watch the boy. His father agrees. Alberto calls his father. The man is puzzled. Alberto awkwardly reminds him that his father promised to let the boy see Zeke in action. But Alberto couldn't come because of work. The father sighs, asking if this is what the older brother is talking about. And a stone appears in the man's hand. The young man understands that the stone in his father's hands contains a note. The father explains that he filmed Zeke secretly. Alberto admires the man, but the second brother is dissatisfied and thinks that the brother and father are doing the wrong thing again. The father and brothers watch the recording. Alberto admires how cute his brother is. The father explains that the boy already knows healing magic and has patched up his pet. The older brother praises the main character, noting that it is not for nothing that he is his little brother. The second brother tries to watch from behind Alberto and his father and asks them to move away a little, because he also wants to watch a little. The next day comes. Zeke looks at the second brother and asks if the boy will teach him magic. The second brother smiles at the hero, agrees and asks the boy to try. The brother says that he taught magic to all the elders in the family, except for Gert, whom he did not have time to take on. The young man promises not to give indulgences and to be a strict teacher. Zeke is happy and replies that it is an honor for him. Brother says he is pleased to hear this, but they have hard work ahead of him. Zeke is impatient for the lesson, having already reviewed all of his brother's characteristics. Willibald's characteristics. The boy sees his name, age, position, level, higher and lower attributes, indicators of magic, defense, luck, strength, agility, endurance, that the man is a wind spirit and a friend. The hero concludes that his brother is very strong. Zeke also concludes that the boy has many high-level attributes, and his magical power is also high. Zeke thinks that the enemies are probably afraid of Willibald's presence. The boy decides that he will try hard, because the highest magic is not yet under the hero's control, and he is very lucky that his uncle will teach him. The boy looks at the mage's stats and wonders what a wind spirit is. Willibald looks thoughtfully at Zeke. The magician studies Zeke's capabilities and decides that the boy has great potential. The man is also interested in what will become of the hero. Willibald thinks that Zeke is an interesting child, and that he will be a lot of fun to play with. Zeke noticed something and is spinning around looking for it. The magician thinks that the hero could master teleportation magic, but perhaps the boy's capabilities are overestimated. The man understands that the hero's magical power is higher than expected, and one day he will become stronger than the magician. The boy and the magician notice a beast running towards them, wanting to show them something. The hero calls the beast. Haki brings and shows a piece of the highest branch of the tree that he tore off, and wants praise for it. Zeke strokes and praises the little animal, which actively wags its tail. The magician wonders if this is the same animal that the boy saved. The hero confirms that this is the same beast, and says that its name is Haki. The animal also wants to be introduced to the red-headed magician. Willibald notes that Haki is a very cute creature. The young man is surprised by the characteristics of the animal and notes that this is the first time he has seen someone with such snow-white fur. The mage praises Haki and says that he has a good combination of lightning and ice attributes. The animal is happy that he was praised and considers the young man a good person. Zeke is relieved and thinks that the concealment he put on Haki worked, but Willibald notices a strange flow of magic. The magician asked Haki if he could touch it. Zeke asked what, but at that moment the answer had already been pronounced that he could pet it. The teacher, petting the animal, said that there were still traces left. Zeke asked again about the traces. The teacher told him that yes, it was residual magic from the spells. If it was not corrected, the flow of magic in his body might stop. Zeke said with a worried look that after all, his sister had cured Haki, to which the answer followed that something else was needed. A simple cure would not work. And Zeke asked something more complicated than a cure. After thinking, the teacher said that the animal was cursed, the effect of which was not removed even after healing magic. Zeke could not believe it. Zeke, having turned on his ability, also saw the curse status. And he did not understand how he could have missed it, and he began to apologize to Haki for not noticing earlier. Willibald began to calm the student, saying that it was not his fault. Even an adult would have had a hard time seeing this. And suddenly the mage notices that an unpleasant aura is emanating from him. The magician takes a tuft of wool from Haki and asks him if he can take some wool, since it would be necessary to find those who did this and punish them well. Then he added that Haki couldn't use magic yet, but the pet wasn't happy about it, because he wanted to help his owner. And Hick asked if there was anything he could do about it. The magician answered, "If you use purification, then yes. However, this is not his area. This is the highest magic that he has not yet learned. It takes a lot of time." Hearing this, Zach looked sadly at his pet and said that something must be done now. And at that moment, I remembered my father's words, that we must not forget to rely on family. And having thought of something, he turned to Uncle Willie, saying that he knew someone. Marie, having learned about Kaki's status, took pity on the little animal. Zeke heard that his sister had recently learned purification magic. He asked if she could help them. Marie replied that she would of course like to help. But there was one thing. The heroine admitted that she still doesn't have enough magic for this. Ai asks for forgiveness, and she is sorry. To which Willie tells the girl not to worry. Rarely does anyone know how to do this at her age. The girl sadly lowered her gaze and said nothing. The magician noticed this and called the heroine by name. At that moment, the girl took a stone out of her pocket and held it out, saying that she had something. The teacher asked if it was a magical purification stone. Marie replied that yes, when her mother was still alive, she gave it to her. Previously, she could only use light magic. But she tried her best to master purification magic. She trained long and hard. But by the time she learned it, it was too late. Her mother's condition could no longer be improved by simple cleansing. And turning to Zik, she said that their mother, after giving birth to him, began to feel better. Continuing to talk about the stone, she added that it contained purification magic, and she had kept it specially for such an occasion. Maria told Haki that with the help of the stone, she could save him. Zik, noticing the change in his pet's mood, asked what it was, to which he sadly replied that this thing meant a lot to Marie, and it would be better for him not to use magic. After hearing this, the girl wondered if Kaki didn't trust her. But she was told that no, quite the opposite. He was worried, because the stone was dear to her. The girl felt better. Turning to Kaki, she said that she always wanted to ask him for forgiveness for doubting him, and thanked him for saving Zeke, adding that he is already family to them. Therefore, he asks to let her help him. Having heard all this, the pet approached the girl and began to pet her, expressing his love and gratitude. Sister Zik, holding a stone in her palm, thanked her pet for his trust. Her next step was to throw the stone into the sky, thereby activating it. The magic coming from the stone touched Haki. Mari noticed that everything worked. The next second, Haki jumped for joy that he was so warm. He immediately perked up. The magician watching the jumping animal said that the flow of magic was normal. Zeke was happy that everything worked out and thanked his sister for it. And the heroine was glad that she was able to help. Willibald decided to try and told Haki to repeat after him. He suggested that he make it snow. Fluffy understood right away and agreed. Haki took a pose and used his paws to emit magic onto the ground, causing snow to fall. The boys looked at what was happening with admiration. The teacher said that it was wonderful. It was as if he had entered a white forest. The pet, playing in the snow, was glad that he could now help his owner. Zik suggested making a snowman. Kaki asked again. The boy began to explain what needed to be done. Maria was worried that her brother would catch a cold, so she asked to take gloves. It was cold, but the boys continued to play happily. The magician, watching the children happily playing, said that he would postpone the lesson until next time. This is in honor of Haki's recovery. A girl appeared from the bushes, saw the boys making a snowman, and thought it looked funny. He also wants to play with Zeke as soon as possible. The boys were training. Zeke was glad that he was able to make a hole with fire without melting the ice. Kaki managed to do it too. The teacher praised them. He said that they handle fire well, and they get along well together. It seems that Haki has already gotten used to magic. Adding that they had completed their tasks perfectly for today, the boy happily picked up his pet, and both were happy with these words. Willie said he needed to talk to his brother, so they would go their separate ways for now. The boys could practice for the rest of the time. Zeke understood the teacher and thanked him. Willibald was sitting on a sofa drinking tea with dessert. Seeing his brother, he greeted him. His brother apologized for keeping him waiting. Willie said it was okay. He had just finished studying with Zeke. The brother asked about Zeke. The teacher replied that his student was doing great. The magician continued to work with Zik for several months, and he noticed that he had a very developed desire. Even if he showed something difficult, he immediately tried to repeat it, especially with the skill of imagination. Zeke created a tall building. The magician did not understand where he got such pictures from. He glanced at his head once. His brother didn't like it and immediately told him to stop doing it. Zeke was not his type. Willie apologized and said he was joking. He continued to say that he had just given him a task to control magic. If the student did well, he could be released into the outside world. Brother repeated Willie's words. Having said, that's how, it means he's trying. Willie started talking about hockey, which he also studied. A type of black cat has elements of lightning and ice. His brother interrupted him, commenting that he should master the two highest elements. Willie also saw this for the first time. There is so much interesting going on around the box that it never gets boring. Willibald understood that hockey was under poaching. Brother listened attentively to the information. Hockey still had tracking magic on him. Willie took it off and threw it in the forest of silence. It seems that the poacher really wanted Cocky and the brother was wondering what was happening to him now. And he had one thought. To which Willie replied contentedly, who knows? But it's possible. Willie doesn't think that Hockey will be attacked again. But as a last resort, he thinks of attaching their family talisman to him. Then he asks his brother what design to make, so that Cocky would like it. The brother notices that his little brother liked the pet. Willibald replies that he is so sweet, obedient, and loves people. He is glad that their family has expanded. His brother says that Willie, as always, loves his family very much. Willie says that his brother also loves his family very much. He denies it, saying yes, not really. And he pours out a mountain of love letters in front of his brother, saying that they are all addressed to him. Willie is not surprised. It happens again. His brother, holding one letter in his hand, says, "It seems that Willie is quite popular." He does not accept, so they come to him. He asks if he will stop already, adding if he wants to be alone, so be it. But if it continues like this, he will send his brother to the magic squad. Willie said that anything but that. The brother replied with a satisfied grin that nothing could be done. Zeke trained, but he still couldn't contrast the magic. This made him upset. He succeeds in creating something, but he is not quite able to maintain it. Zeke thought that if he learned to make glass stones, he could try higher magic. Looking at the sacred stone, he asked if it could be used anymore. To which Mary said, yes, it had become a regular glass stone. Zeke asked again about the glass stone. His sister began to explain that the magic stone was so called because magic was put into an ordinary glass stone. And there was no sacred magic in that stone. Therefore, the stone was called sacred. The boy listened with great interest. Then he asked if he could put some more magic in it, then it would be usable. The girl said he was right. Any magic could be put in it, even the one he himself did not possess. That glass stone is especially strong, so it can withstand even the highest magic. Zeke looked at the stone carefully. The heroine said that if he wanted, he could give the stone to him. Zeke said that he understood that if he created more such stones, he would be able to use not only one higher magic, and then, when there is an urgent need, even if the body cannot withstand it, the stone can help. The boy decided that magic sand should also be added to this stone, and having tuned himself in, he carefully began to try to add sand to the stone with the help of magic. But he couldn't do it. At first the stone rose up under the magic, but then it fell and the sand crumbled. Zeke was angry. Raising both hands up, he said that he thought this time it would definitely work. And he didn't understand what was wrong. Kaki was playing on the floor not far from him with other stones. The hero's evaluative eye chimed in and said that perhaps the magic sand was not suitable. The sand was given to him by his uncle, so the hero thinks that he must be good. Since Uncle Willie, giving him juice, said that it was for training in magic control, the evaluative eye checked the sand for composition, confirmed that it is very good, level A. However, it does not match this stone, since it is level S. I think that is why Zika does not work. It is necessary to find magic sand of S level and higher. The boy asked, but where will he find it? The eye suggested that it was possible to gather silence in the forest, and could offer him a kinder option. The hero asked about the offer. The judging eye said about the forest of spirits and showed it on the screen. Zeke asked again. The eye began to say that there was good magic sand in that forest. Also, many different materials could be found there. Zeke refused. because he did not know where all this was. His assistant replied that he should not worry and that he would be an excellent guide, and asked if they were leaving right away. The hero did not understand why so abruptly. But before he could finish his next sentence, he noticed that a wind had appeared in the room from nowhere. A beautiful girl appeared in the wind and called Zeke with a smile. He told him that he had found him. The hero was shocked. The girl appeared and threw herself at the hero with hugs, telling him that she had finally met him. Zeke did not understand what was happening and asked the girl who she was. The girl said that she was told all the time that she couldn't meet him, and when they allowed her, she immediately came to him. Zeke asked who allowed it. Aki saw how an unknown girl hubs the owner, climbed on the girl's head. Having given the idea that she would let the hero go, the girl immediately recognized Zike's sweating. Haki said his name and that he was a demon. The girl answers him that he is saying such things. He is a sacred tiger. Then she realized that he is hiding it. He asks if he doesn't want the secret to be revealed. Kaki replies, yes. He can't tell anyone. The heroine says she doesn't even know the box. It's amazing. She realized that it hides powers. It was interesting who she is. Uncle Zika came up. He turned to Frau so that she wouldn't mislead the box. With a snap of his finger, he used his power to separate all three of them. The girl expressed dissatisfaction that Willie had interfered with her. The boy turned to his uncle. He said that his friend had disturbed him. He started to introduce her. It turned out to be the spirit of Frau. The girl was pleased to meet him. She has a contract with Willie. Zeke asked again about the spirit. He looked at the girl's screen, where the wind spirit was listed. It dawned on him that he didn't understand. The magician said not to be afraid of her. Before, there were hostile relations between people and spirits, and there are now. But she is kind to people. But then Frau said that only to those who interested her. Willie asked her not to say that. The girl said that she did not intend to offend. The boy understood. She saw the magic of concealment because she is a spirit. The magician learned that Zeke sees spirits an ordinary person would not see. He asked the student not to spread information about Frau to people. The boy said okay. Frau asked Zeke if he had never seen spirits. He answered that yes, he was the first. The girl happily repeated the words about her being the first. The hero became wary of this. The spirit hugged the boy and said that from now on she would protect him. Willibald cares for him, so she will too. Bringing her forehead to his, she added that Zeke was still so interesting. She wondered why her curiosity had flared up. The hero felt uncomfortable about it. She also asked, after all, he was an adult. But why was he a child? Zeke did not understand what Frau was talking about. Willibald approached them. He allowed the spirit to get acquainted, but not to pester him. Frau pouted and called Willie a meanie. She asked him to let her take a good look at Zeke. The guys went out into the city. The girl was delighted. She didn't even understand something, but they asked her to go somewhere with them. She hadn't been out into the city for so long. The magician noted that she would stand out. Zeke had already figured that out. He decided to tell the teacher something later. Here Frau turned to Zeke. In honor of her good mood, she would give him what he wanted. The hero's eyes lit up at this news, and he asked what. The spirit asked, because he wants magic sand. Zeke asked if she had any. The heroine said that she didn't have any with her now, but she could give it to him. She asked him if he wanted the magic sand from the spirit forest. The teacher said that Zeke was too strong. That sand was not suitable for him. Frau replied that if it was for training, it would do. And Zeke wanted to make a beautiful glass stone. The boy confirmed that he wanted to make the same one as Marie. Willie understood and said that his student was right. He added that he wouldn't be able to give it to him right away. Zeke asked if he was busy. It turned out that yes, he has an important experiment coming up soon. She can't leave work for long. He should be back right now. That's why he can't train, by the way. Apologized while playing with Haki that it was happening. The hero said that there was no need to apologize. He thought to himself that his uncle had a lot of work, but where he works there are so many interesting materials. At this point, Frau intervened in the conversation, saying that she would deliver it to him then. Willie immediately said no. If she does this, ordinary people will not understand and will be scared. She can't act alone even in human form because she can't control herself. The spirit said offendedly that she knows, but she wanted to make Zeke happy. Zeke interrupted the conversation and attracted their attention with a question. Is it possible? Then he firmly said that he would then go to the magic group himself. The magician asked him if he would go. The boy said that it was his wish. He really wanted to see it with his own eyes. Frau said happily how great it was. The first trip there. Willie was also pleased, but thought about it a little. After all, he would certainly worry about the student. But he thinks that Zeke can handle it and allows him. The hero cheerfully thanked him. He was very happy. He had been curious all this time. Finally, this day had come. Kaki, clinging to his master, expressed a desire to go too. To which his uncle said that he shouldn't go. After all, he's a very original creature. And the lab technicians will not leave him alone, adding that he did too and the others did too. After these words, Kaki changed his mind and decided to stay home. Zeke agreed that it would be better. In the end, he praised his little friend. When saying goodbye, Willie said that he would tell his brother about it. He asked Zeke to be careful on the way and not to let him down. He would wait for him. The boy listened to his uncle completely. Frau asked if he could really handle it. The hero answered that he could, especially since he was riding in a cart, and his uncle would be there. The hero promised to definitely return this time. The spirit asked him to be careful. And Kaki, who was in Flo's hands, said that he would also wait for his master. Theo said that Zeke was a good boy and wished him a good trip. The boy listened to his brother too. Having said goodbye, the hero walked away from the boys. From the wagon, they shouted that everything was ready. Zikbelt thanked them. Running up to the cart, he waved his hand to his family and said that he was leaving. Zikbelt, sitting in the carriage, asked if the capital would soon be in sight. He was waiting impatiently. Hans, sitting with him, remembered that Mr. Siebert was going to the capital for the first time. He remembers how they hunted a terrible monster with Mr. Theobald. It turned out to be confidential information. The hero thanked his interlocutor. The Third Magic Order, led by Master Verwald, is made up of a true elite. They excel in both military and civil affairs. They conduct research in the areas of magic, monsters, and magical beasts. Hans started talking again. He asked that the table should have been visible to his father by now. But Zeke was already looking out the window and examining everything. They arrived in the capital. The magic building is located on the western side of the capital. The research center is hidden elsewhere. Hans thinks that the hero doesn't need to know a bunch of details about those who like to conduct experiments. The boy added that his uncle is there. The boy let it slip again, and realizing this, he asked Zeke not to tell anyone. The boy laughed. Arriving at the magic building, Hans was not allowed in. The girl who met them said that according to the rules, only Mr. Sigbert could go further. Hans began to say that the hero was still young, and they were entrusted with his care. But the girl who met them stood her ground. The girl who arrived with the guys couldn't accept it. After which Zans asked her to calm down. After all, that's the rule. Nothing can be done. He asked a rhetorical question. The gentleman will be fine without them. But his partner continued to say that they could not agree to such conditions. Zeke intervened, saying that everything was fine. He asked them to rest in the capital until his return. The hero thought to himself that the girl who was leading him was a little scary. The same girl who was accompanying him said that they would guarantee his safety. After which, the girl turned around and Zeke followed her, at the same time waving to his escorts, who forced him to be careful. The hero thought that in any case, he would finally get to the research center. He was curious about this place. His heart was beating fast. The girl leading the boy told him to watch his step. She continued walking in the rain of the dark corridor. The hero saw the girl leaving without looking back, and he timidly asked if she would go without him. Was it true that she would not wait for him? Got a little angry, because he himself said that he could handle it without them. Then he ran after the girl. The hero was asked to wait, as the door was about to open. Zeke, standing in front of the tall black doors, said that now he was definitely scared. At the end of a long, dark corridor, a huge door was waiting for him. He couldn't figure out what kind of place it was. The door opened, and a bright light shone from there, blinding the eyes. A research center with a large, tall tree appeared from behind the light. The hero looked at it in surprise. It turned out to be much larger than Zig had imagined. There were entire separate buildings and a huge tree. Zikbelt asked what was flowing from that tree. Was it sap? The girl turned around and answered that it was true. It could be called that. The hero knew it. He had read in a book about the special uses of this juice. It is often used to create magical tools, and medicines are also prepared from it. He clarified that this is, after all, a very unique and important tree. Noticing the girl's gaze, he asked for forgiveness, saying that it just slipped out. The girl started talking about the tree. It had been there since before the research center was built. Even though it seemed quite large, it was still growing. Zig was happy to hear so much new information. In general, amirate is of special importance to them. Therefore, they use the waste obtained during the research as fertilizer for the tree. Every day, they study Amrita and check its condition. It became clear to the hero. It turns out that Amrita and the research center live in symbiosis. The girl said, which can be said as well. The guys came to the Department of Magical Research. Zik immediately noticed how beautiful it was inside. The girl said that the head was right behind the blue door. After these words, the girl turned around. The hero did not understand this and asked if she was leaving. The girl said whether she should repeat it. The chapter is right behind the blue door. Zig thought, that means they won't see him off until the very end. And she wanted to chat a little for a week. The girl stopped and said that if you were interested in looking at everything, you didn't have to hurry. The boy looked at her, and it seemed to him that she also liked to explore. The hero opened the door and saw researchers working in uniform and a huge stone hanging in the middle of the room. After he closed the door, he was welcomed into the research center. It turned out to be his uncle. Seeing him, Zeke ran to meet him, saying that he had arrived. The hero only wanted to ask about Frau, but his uncle stopped him. He said that some people in the research center can see spirits, so he will leave her somewhere else. But she told the hero to come quickly. The boy laughed and said that he had no doubts. Seeing the sparkle of the stone in its close proximity, Zeke was surprised. According to the uncle, the boy already understood what it was, but he would still say it. It was a new teleportation stone. Regular transition stones usually connect to only one place, but they are working on developing a stone that connects several places at once. At your discretion, you can transfer anything to any place. The formula is ready. Now they are checking whether it can send something to the set coordinates. There is a lot of work. If it is wrong, the coordinates have to be changed. There are also plans to set up several places at once. For Zeke, it sounds complicated but amazing. Uncle agrees. If it works, it will be a know-how in transportation. In the future, they will not need carriages. It's time to show the hero the rest. They have separate people responsible for magic, magical tools, and the huge tree outside. The boy asked to show him everything. He wants to see everything. He wants to see everything. The guy laughed at this attitude and asked to take it easy. Suddenly, there was some kind of explosion. The researchers did not understand what was going on, what was happening. But something definitely happened to the stone. The explosion was spreading. The stone had to be turned off. Uncle was worried about Zig, but he couldn't open his eyes because of the light from the explosion, and he couldn't understand what was happening. The room was damaged. Zig was kneeling in this place. A voice of a man who didn't understand where he was heard nearby, and he was wondering if Zig had woken up. It turned out to be his uncle. He was glad that the hero was not hurt during the teleportation, and asked him how he was feeling. Zig replied that everything was fine and asked where they were. The magician replied that they were most likely in the dungeon. The hero was very shocked by this. Willie had already looked around a little. It seemed to be a low-level dungeon. The magician didn't understand why they were teleported there. Was it because of a mistake in the formula? But the mistake couldn't be that big. Perhaps it was because of outside interference. Zeke called his thoughtful uncle, who did not understand the reason for the forced teleportation. That teleportation stone didn't have coordinates of the lands written in it. For some reason, the coordinates changed dramatically. But now they have to think about how to get out of there. The hero asked if they could teleport outside. In response, he heard that teleportation was impossible there. After all, there are many restrictions in the dungeon space. Dungeons are scattered all over the world. When you go inside, you can see different spaces from meadows to snowy mountains. Illusion or reality? No one really knows. All countries are conducting research on this fact. In fact, no one really knows why they exist at all. In addition, for some reason, teleportation is prohibited inside the dungeons. They, like a trap, absorb those who died there. A scary thing. But usually in the depths of the dungeons, you can find something that can change the fate of the world itself. These mysterious artifacts are so mysterious that researchers from all over the world assume the existence of other worlds besides ours. Supposedly they came from there. Dungeons are a place where danger can await at every step. But if you reach the end, you can lift the veil of universal mystery. Zig listened to all this with delight. With the same delight, he asked if it meant that there was an artifact there too. Willie said maybe. There were signs that the dungeon had already been cleared, so he wouldn't count on it too much. It became clear to the boy. However, he still didn't understand how they could be teleported by the TV dungeon. Was it because of his skill again? Uncle began to say that to get to the exit, they would go up. If the boss is there, they would defeat him and go down. Leaning towards a student, the mage asked with interest if Zig wanted to defeat the local boss alone. The hero was very shocked by such a proposal. The guy said that it was a good opportunity to demonstrate the progress of training, and the experience of a real fight does not compare to training. The hero thought for a moment and said that his uncle was right, but he doubted whether he could defeat the boss. The local boss was the Red Sword King, a B-rank monster. The hero asked again about the rank. After all, he had only fought a B-rank goblin general before, and then he was with his brother. Now he had to fight alone. Zig thought it was impossible. The teacher asked him if he really thought so, because Willie believed he could do it. He added with a laugh that he was sure of it. The hero thought tensely. Did his uncle really not know about the goblin general? Willibald continued to say that the dungeon was not too scary, so he could run away to the floor below at any time, where he would be standing. He asked why he didn't try. At the moment of this conversation, the guys heard someone's voice. It seems that this is the voice of a girl. The two could not understand how it was, because they were in the dungeon. The mage immediately thought that this was an indicator of the start of the battle with the boss, but he did not know why. Zig immediately ran towards the voice, deciding that something had happened there and he needed help. Willie tried to stop the student. Having run out of the premises, the boy saw something that made him stand in the stupor. It turned out to be a girl with animal ears who was hanging on a web. The hero was in shock and could not believe his eyes. While his uncle was pleased with the sight, there were stones hanging in the air around the girl, and in front of her stood two stone monsters, blocking the passage to her. The magician asked Zig if he was ready. Coming a little closer to the monsters, Willie asked the hero to show him the result of the training. This is the beginning of the battle. Looking closely, the young man realized that there were two coal spiders in front of him. These monsters possessed the element of earth. One of the spiders launched its web towards the heroes. Segbert didn't have time to react, but Willie saved him. The man grabbed the baby and blocked the web attack with his sword. He said that the weak points of monsters are their eyes and legs, and advised the student to aim like in training. However, here the conditions were more severe, as they were dealing with real monsters. The young man nodded. He stood resolutely before the monster, whose body resembled stone. Understanding this feature, the hero had an advantage. He used one of the wind magic skills, Blade. The air attacks were sharp as knives. They cut off the spider's legs, causing it to go berserk with rage. Willie began to praise the boy when he warned him of danger. A spider wanted to attack him from behind, but the man put his sword in front of its open mouth in time. With quick and deft movements, the knight cut the monster into small pieces. He apologized to his student, because he had to leave the monster for training. Zikbelt laughed awkwardly. When the monsters were defeated, the man suggested releasing the survivors from the cocoons. The hero was not against it. Willie quickly cut the threads on which the cocoons were hanging. They began to fall. The girl, who had not yet managed to turn into a cocoon, began to fall to the ground, but the young man managed to catch her. She came to her senses as soon as she felt Zikbert's hands. In a weak voice, she asked who he was. At that moment, suddenly a huge man with a floating girl on his shoulder appeared in the cave. They were happy to find their mistress, who was saved by the hero. As soon as the man released the girl to the ground, she ran to her mistress. She was glad to see her safe and sound. Taking a closer look, she told Mrs. Dye that her animal ears were visible to everyone. The girl immediately began to examine the magical instrument that helped her forge her true essence, but it was broken. The servants assured the lady not to worry, as they had known about it for a long time. Watching them in their concern about the appearance of the lady, Zikbelt did not understand why animal ears were something bad. He took off his cloak and offered Dia to cover herself. Seeing the boy, the man asked who he was. The hero could not say a word, but he was helped by Willie, who told his new acquaintances that they were just passing by. He also asked if they were not simple adventurers. The big man, by his clothes, Willie realized that he was from the Manjus group of magicians. The lady told her people that they had saved her. The man was grateful to Willie. The knight said that they should thank the young man, rather than himself. The man approached Zikbelt and thanked him for his bravery. The boy felt a little awkward accepting the thanks. He added that they had saved 2 more who were still unconscious and suggested checking the other cocoons. Willie didn't mind, but said there was nothing to see there. They opened one of the cocoons and saw only armor and clothes. The mage explained that everything that died inside the dungeon decomposed within a few hours, and people were no exception. In addition, the cocoons of the coal spiders sucked out the life force of the victim. As a result, those who were captured died almost immediately. It was terrible for the heroes to hear this. The big guy suggested taking the equipment of the dead and returning home. Willie agreed. The hero approached the rescued girl. Her assistant was sitting next to her. The beastman was sad about the situation. All her knights who had fallen to the spiders were loyal to their country, ready to give their lives. The young man regretted that he had come to the rescue too late. The girl said that it was not his fault. Although Diana tried to be calm, her body betrayed her. Zikbelt immediately began to look for something to calm the princess. He took out some sweet cookies and handed them to her. The young man explained that his cook had given them to him for the journey, and said that his sweets were so wonderful that you forgot all the bad things. He took a bite to show that there was no poison in them. Diana looked at the cookies with a bit of indifference, but took one to try. She bit into the sweetness and her face brightened. It was delicious and wonderful. Zik was glad that she liked it. He also offered Emma some treats, but she refused, saying that it was not worth spending such things on her. At that moment, Pal approached them. He said that he had collected the equipment of the dead knights, and the mage was setting up a magic tent. The man added that they should repeat the same with the rescued warriors when they came to their senses. Zig had no idea that his uncle even had tents in his arsenal. Diana was grateful to the magician, but did not know how to thank him. She turned to the young man and noticed that he was also very kind. The girl thanked him for the sweets. Suddenly she stood up and apologized for not introducing herself yet. Zikbelt didn't know it, but the 3rd princess of the kingdom of Estania, Diana von Estania, stood before him. The hero was shocked, because he didn't expect to save a royal person. Meanwhile, Willie had already set up the tent. He was examining the debris when he noticed that it had been magically protected. It was because of this that they had not noticed the spiders earlier, although they were close. The man picked up one of the pieces of debris and muttered that it looked too mysterious. When the knights came to their senses, everyone moved to the tent to talk. Diana introduced her warriors, Camille and Daniela. She asked how they felt. The guys answered that everything was fine. The princess introduced Emma Granger as her maid. The girl stood up and thanked the heroes for their help. Then there was Pal. His full name was Pascal von Barschmud. He was a count, although he didn't look like one. Diana added that he was the person she usually relied on the most. Willie said that the man was clearly of the Barschmud family. He had heard that Pal was a skilled knight. The count had also heard of the Scarlet Mage, whose interlocutor was. Pal said he had suspected it when he saw Willie's hair color, but when he saw the family crest of House Abel, he was finally convinced. The princess did not expect her saviors to be from this house. The magician apologized for not introducing himself. Willie introduced himself as the 3rd vice commander of the magical order of the Kingdom of Magesta. Zikbelt also introduced himself. Diana thoughtfully repeated his name. That was the end of their acquaintance. The magician asked how they ended up in the dungeon. However, the guys did not know how it happened. Their teleportation stone broke and teleported them straight into the dungeon. Before they knew it, they were being wrapped in cocoons. Zig noticed that the same thing had happened to the new acquaintances as they had. Pal said that if the princess were to simply disappear, it would be a disaster for the kingdom. The man added that it was their duty to return Her Highness to the surface safe and sound. However, this would be difficult without the necessary training and specialized people. The count turned to Willie. He asked him, as a famous and powerful magician of the House of Abel, to lend them his power. Zig looked at his uncle and said that the new acquaintances had the same goal as them. They could work together to make it easier to get out. The man laughed because he knew that the boy would say so. He wanted to agree with the boy, but first he had to set the conditions. In his hand was a dark, magical oath scroll. The only thing Willie asked the others was not to tell anyone that Sieg was in the dungeon. Camille was against it, because among all the contracts, the oath scroll was the one that could not be broken under any circumstances. Through it, any punishment could be indicated for the violator without restrictions. The knight added that such a contract could even kill. He exclaimed that it was so frightening. Zig was completely unaware of this, so he was shocked. Camille said that the scroll would endanger the princess's life. Willie said that he understood his indignation, but if they did not accept his conditions, the magician would not be able to help them. The man had to make sure that no one else knew about Zikbelt, and he didn't care who stood before him. The princess replied that she understood him. The girl asked the magician if Zig was the gem of his generation. However, the surprised expression on the young man's face said that he himself did not know about it. Uncle said that now was a great opportunity to remind Zig that he was not as ordinary as he thought. He was very special and important to the Abel household. The hero immediately realized that the man was not only talking about his talent and abilities, there was something else in him. Even so, he did not understand what Willie was talking about. Diana extended her hand and asked him to give her the contract. Zig asked her to stop, because the terms were one-sided and unfair. He asked if the princess had anything they should keep secret. The boy was about to sign the oath scroll too. The magician exclaimed that there was no need for that. However, the young man was against them being the only ones who did not take responsibility. Otherwise, they would not become comrades. Diana was struck by such sincere words. Then she decided to take off her robe and show her beast form. The princess asked not to tell anyone about her ears. Camille and Daniel were amazed. The magician asked if the lady had ears from birth. The princess confirmed it. She said that such ears are found in people whose ancestors mixed their blood. Sometimes such families give birth to children like her. However, this was not a good thing, especially when the beastman was a member of the royal family. Zig realized that there was discrimination in this world too. The girl said that she usually hides her ears with a magical tool, but during the spider attack, it broke. It was important to her that no one find out that a half-breed is in power. Diana's condition was that no one present should reveal her secret until her public announcement. She asked if they would sign a contract. Zig responded positively and asked his uncle if he was going to do the same. It was obvious that the magician did not want the young man to do this. He asked that the hero would definitely not break the contract. Zig replied that he would never do anything that would upset the lady. The man sighed. The kind boy had not changed over the years. Mark had no choice but to change the punishment death to memory erasure. The princess thanked Zig. She placed the contract on the table for everyone to sign. After that, the scroll closed and flew into the air. It lit up and split. Each part of it dissolved into the bodies of the participants in the deal. Now they each have to keep each other's secrets. Camille grumbled that he would never have made such a contract if he were a princess. Pao asked the mage if he would help them. The man answered positively with a smile. Since the boys accepted such fabulous conditions, Willie promised to lead them out of the dungeon. He shook the big man's hand. The count said that they were relying on him. Zig approached the princess and said that they would definitely get out of here alive. The princess and the hero shook hands. Watching them, the magician thought. Before signing the contract, he did not tell his protege something. The man needed to be cruel to protect Zig from an unreliable ally. The covers of the magic stone he found earlier said that someone had deliberately set up a barrier so that no one could help the princess. If his guess was correct, then Willie was more than sure that there was definitely a traitor among them. But he didn't know who exactly. Willie continued to think that this situation had caused more problems, but it was okay. Zeke was already able to fight and handle everything on his own. It was better to leave the investigation of what had happened in the kingdom of Estonia to himself. And in the end, he remembered something else. And in the end, he remembered something else. As soon as Zikbelt opened his eyes, his uncle immediately wished him good morning. The hero asked who Willie was talking to. He answered that he was talking to no one. He was just guarding his beloved nephew, who was supposed to be watching the tent. Zig had completely forgotten about the tent. The boys were very tired, so the hero wanted them to rest. So he decided to sit on guard with his uncle. The boy lowered his head and asked when he had just fallen asleep. The uncle asked if he thought it was too early for him to be on guard duty when everyone was asleep. Laughing, he asks if he wants to join Theo and if he is hungry for adventure. The nephew replies that he must stand stronger. His uncle is right. He really wants to become an adventurer in the future. Fighting monsters with Theo and the boys is what makes his heart flutter. Willie asked if his nephew was embarrassed. He thought that he was an adult, but it turned out that he still had childish features. The hero asked them not to laugh at him. Their conversation was interrupted by Emma, who came into the room. Breakfast was ready. She came to call. A luxurious and delicious breakfast was laid on the table. Diana washed with gusto as the sandwich was prepared. Willibald noted that fortunately there were edible monsters in that dungeon. Luckily, it wasn't just coal spiders. Pascal said that was true. They didn't have to worry about food. Willie and his nephew provided them with a tent and guarded it. The Count asked to at least allow them to thank him with food. Emma added that they also had some canned goods. With this, she was able to cook some goodies, and she expressed her gratitude. Zikbelt, handing the plate of sandwiches to the princess, said if she liked him, she could have his half. Diana, without taking her eyes off the sandwiches, asked if it was so obvious. The princess's tail rose. The hero noticed it and said that her tail was giving her away. Diana became worried. The princess, pressing her tail to herself, asked Zig if she didn't disgust him. The boy answered sweetly, "Why would he feel disgusted?" adding that it suited her very well. Camille suddenly shouted furiously that Zig would not say that the demon's appearance suited Diana. He asked not to insult the princess. The hero, frightened by such a surprise, began to justify himself that he did not mean it. He repeated that she was cute, but Camille got even more angry, asking now he dares to tease their princess. He doesn't care that Sieg is a child. Willie intervened in the conversation. He asked Camille with a smile on his face, thanks to whom he is now alive and able to eat. Does he think that it is better for adults not to interfere in children's conversations? Camille immediately understood and apologized. The princess began to calm Camille down, saying that everything was fine. She was glad that someone liked her appearance. Daniela joined the conversation, asking what their plan was, what they would do next. In response, she heard that the fastest way to leave the dungeon was to kill the boss. Willibald used the enemy search magic and figured out that the boss was on the last floor of the dungeon, on the 25th, and they were now on the 23rd. The boss is most likely the king of the Red Blade, and there will be many monsters waiting for them on the way. But there should be no problems. They are all weak. If they work together, everything should work out. Camille asked if Willie could calculate the number of enemies from here. The magician replied that he could, but he couldn't say what kind of terrain awaited them there. Pascal said that this was enough for them. As he thought, Willie would easily be able to determine what enemies were waiting for them ahead. Zieg thought that his uncle was astonishing him as always. If he ever reached his uncle's level, he might be able to do the same. In any case, he still wanted to learn a lot more than just magic. The Count suggested that after the meal they begin to prepare. He asked if the lady agreed with this. Diana answered, of course, and that Pal should do as he saw fit. And she once again thanked her uncle and nephew for their agreement to help. Zig politely replied that it was not worth it. Camille, having listened to all this, said with displeasure that geniuses were everywhere. Daniela noticed the knight's displeasure. Camille was so shocked that he couldn't believe what Daniela told him. The girl said that she saw the magician contacting someone in the morning and talking about the fragments of the magic stone. She assumed that this was the reason she flew. They could have ended up in the dungeon. Camille was angry at the thought that it was the mage who could have sent them to the dungeon. He was going to warn the others about it, but Daniela asked him to calm down. She said that if they showed that they knew everything now, Willie might finish them off. The knights knew that they could not defeat the magician. The guy was angry that he couldn't do anything in the situation. Camille muttered that they needed to come up with something better. The girl remembered her comrade's brother and asked if he was a famous knight. Camille said that he had always been in the shadow of his talented relative, who always achieved what others wanted from him. Everyone looked only at him, not paying attention to the younger one. When Camille was appointed a knight, he thought that now they would look at him differently, but nothing changed, because the younger was still far from the older. To somehow cheer up and gain the trust of the naive guy, Daniela said that it was she who recommended him to accompany the princess. This surprised Camille with a leash. The girl considered the young man a suitable candidate for this mission. She recognized his strength, so she was sure that the knight would be able to protect her highness. Camille was moved to tears. He thanked Daniela. The girl asked him not to cry. and assured him that they would definitely cope. Daniela said that together they could defeat the evil Scarlet Mage. This gave confidence to the guy who wanted to protect his princess with all his heart. The next day, the heroes reached the 24th floor of the dungeon. It was lunchtime. The squad encountered a herd of cows. Zig quickly and deftly, using his strength and magic, cut down the cattle and cooked steaks from them. Pal was delighted with the young man's magical skills, and noted that such a young mage could already fight a group of monsters alone. Kamal asked if Sieg was really a child. Willie said that the hero still had a lot to learn, because this was far from the limit of his capabilities. Now the Count understood why the mage wanted to make a contract with them before their adventure together, and what the precious stone meant. Before him was a very special boy. The squad approached Zig, who had already collected materials and meat. He said that they would be able to eat well today. Camille admitted that the dungeon still scared him. Bodies disappear, but pieces of meat remain. Willie explained that the bodies are absorbed by the dungeon itself, which draws energy from them to support itself. He added that the bulk is lost immediately, but not the valuable materials. Usable items are left in the ground for adventurers to loot. But Camille didn't understand how monster parts could drop whole foods. Here, the magician could not give an answer. He jokingly suggested that perhaps the dungeon was simply farms created by ancient civilizations. The knight shouted that this was too frightening a place to be an ordinary farm. The young man was busy distributing materials when he noticed the princess. Her trembling ears indicated that she was feeling uneasy. Zig approached Diana and said that there was no reason to be afraid. The girl was about to deny everything, but when she saw her tail, she realized that she couldn't lie. She hugged her tail and muttered that it always gave her away. Zig didn't know what to say and awkwardly apologized. Then Emma turned to the boy. She asked if he himself was not afraid to fight monsters. The boy admitted that he would also experience fear, but he was driven by the desire to become stronger. To show his determination, he clenched his fist and said that he wanted to protect those dear to him, so he would continue to fight. The princess praised the brave and determined young man. Zig modestly began to say that there was nothing wrong with that, and added that he wanted to travel more. He awkwardly repeated that, like the princess, he shaved monsters, but he really wanted to see the world. And he also liked winning. Zig thought it was normal not to stay at home. He didn't want to leave his whole life within four walls. Diana sadly said that she understood his feelings. She said that she always spent time in the palace. The princess did not need anything, thanks to the servants. But when she saw children playing in the streets, she envied them a little. The hero thought for a while. Zig decided that he and the princess would spend time together today, and told her about it. He asked her to look around and notice how the place in the dungeon became beautiful and peaceful due to the monster's misfortune. The young man began to focus on the fruits on the trees, on the fountain that stood ahead. He asked if Diana would like to see it herself. The princess said she was not against it. Zig pulled her hand and asked her to go for a walk with him. He promised her that if the monsters came out, he would definitely protect her. Diana accepted his offer. Kamal noticed that the young man was taking the princess away and wanted to stop him, but Willie assured him that there were no monsters ahead, so he shouldn't worry. Pal suggested that the boys not interfere with Diana and Zig, but he asked Emma to stay with the boys. The Count was pleased to see the princess so relaxed and interested. The man was happy that the hero and Her Majesty had become friends. The magician chuckled in response and said that he had no doubt about it. Zig and Diana looked like best friends. Their walk was incredibly rich and interesting. They tried magical fruits that glowed inside like the universe. The boys walked near a pond, where they met a bathing animal. However, their journey was not without difficulties. A small monster, hiding in the bushes, wanted to attack the heroes, but Pal managed to arrive and save them. Afterwards, they dined on meat with the squad. Dia and Zig found various hiding places from which monsters jumped on them. The boys continued to go deeper and deeper into the forest. Eventually, they reached the last floor, where there was a huge door. Willie said that it leads to the dungeon boss. Hearing this, Camille was already prepared for battle. He suggested going in there and defeating him. That way they could leave the dungeon. The mage asked why the knight was in such a hurry. He warned that the local boss was Biranga, and added that a naive man like Camille would be able to defeat him without rest. The man suggested staying the night and coming to the monster's door the next day. He turned to Zig and warned him that it was the young man who needed a good night's sleep. The hero guessed that his uncle wanted to make him fight alone. Willie said that although this was their last night in the dungeon, they should not relax. Hearing this, the princess only at that moment realized that she might never see her new friend again. When the magic tent was set up and the party settled in, Diana approached Zig and asked for some time. He asked what was wrong, to which the girl replied that she wanted to talk to him alone. Seeing the young man's surprise, the princess said that Pal and Emma had given her permission. She added that it wouldn't take long. Besides, they wouldn't be far from the camp. Just as Zig was about to agree, he saw Willie. The young man looked at his uncle and asked if he could step aside to talk to Her Highness. The man said that he was against children walking around the dungeon alone. The hero began to beg to let him go. The princess sadly lowered her head along with her ears and said that perhaps they would never see each other again. Willie nodded in understanding. He agreed to let them go, but warned that for their safety he would cast an ice cage and surveillance spell on them. This way the magician would be able to come to their aid in case of danger. The boys thanked him. Zig suggested following him. When he went for food, he found a beautiful place that the young man wanted to show to the princess. The girl did not mind. Willie followed them with his eyes. He understood that now his ward would be able to protect himself. The man could not worry so much. He glanced at the Count and Emma, who were busy cooking, and the knights, who were looking at the Scarlet Mage with suspicion. Willie needed to find the traitor. He had a feeling that the enemy would soon act. At this time, Camille approached Daniela, who was holding a strange magical object, and asked what she was doing. The girl closed the map and said that it was a tool for tracking the princess. She explained that the item reports on Diana's condition and what she's doing. The guy asked why she needed such a tool at all. Danielle replied that the item was also useful for preparing a trap for the magician. The girl threw the thing to her friend and said that he would act when she said so. She reminded Kamal that he would do this to protect the process. The knight said that he would definitely bring her back home. The girl warned that they would have one chance. She said that the guy should listen to her carefully. It was important to defeat the Scarlet Mage. The princess and the hero came out into the open. Zig helped the girl up the stairs. In front of them was a clear sky, on which 2 bright moons were visible. Diana did not even think that such beautiful places could be in the dungeon. The young man decided to use his magic to make the place more comfortable for their rest. He created 2 large pouches from sand. The princess asked what it was. The hero answered that it was something like a comfortable sofa. He asked her to sit down. The boys settled down on the pouches. Diana relaxed so much that she forgot that she wanted to talk to Zig. He reminded her of this. The girl said that the hero was an amazing person. Despite his age, he was a very smart and caring boy. The princess wanted to thank him officially on her behalf. She said that if he needed anything, he could rely on her. The young man felt awkward. He considered himself still immature, and there were many things that the boy could not do. But the hero had learned a lot and was becoming stronger every day. Suddenly, a memory of his uncle appeared in his head. The man's words about Zig being a special person in his family sounded in his head. The hero asked the princess what she knew about precious stones. The girl apologized and admitted that she knew practically nothing about it. She explained that the Abel family was the driving force behind the kingdom's establishment, which is why they were given the title of Marquis. Since the founding king's second son was related to the Abel family by blood, they were also the second royal family. The young man began to remember that his uncle had already told him something about this. Diana added that there was something else. The Abel family had protected the Abel treasure for centuries. Zig knew nothing about it and had never heard of it. The girl explained that the gems were the family's young talents. However, this was the little information that the royal families and ruling classes of all countries received. The Abel family will never forgive anyone who harms their treasures. No one suspects the power that those the family protects possess. At that moment, Zig realized that he could mean so much to his family. The princess finished her story. She knew nothing more, but she was sure that the time would come and the young man would be told everything. The hero apologized for asking her about such a thing. Diana said with a smile that he had no need to ask for forgiveness, because they both wanted to know the truth behind their destinies. Zig noticed that he and the princess were very similar. After thinking for a while, the girl asked to call her by her short name, Dia. The young man tried but added mistress to the name. Diana corrected him, but it was not easy for Zig. He asked why it suddenly became so important to the girl. The princess came to her senses and apologized for putting too much pressure on him. She explained that she wanted to be friends with Zig. Even if they would never meet, she wanted to be on equal terms with him. Thanks to Zig, she was able to enjoy the adventure. Diana never thought she would have so much fun. She admitted that the time spent with Zig was wonderful. After all, when the girl returns, she will again become an ordinary princess. There, she will never have so much fun again, which is why she wanted the young man to treat her like an ordinary person, regardless of her status. Without any ulterior motive, she wanted them to spend their last minutes as friends. The young man smiled. He understood the girl's feelings and addressed her simply by her name, Dia. Zig said that he also wanted to be friends with her, as with someone his own age. Besides, he liked to watch how her tail expressed emotions. The embarrassed princess grabbed her tail and asked not to talk like that. The young man suggested that they not break off their communication even after their adventure was over, and that they continue to communicate by letters. He believed that they would be able to meet again someday. The princess was glad to hear such words. She smiled brightly at the hero and replied that they would definitely meet. Zig was delighted by the princess's beauty. He knew that Diana would become a beautiful girl in the future. Meanwhile, the magician used a magic map to track who was doing what and where they were. Zig and Diana were at a safe distance from them. The Count and Emma were in their tents and did not come out. However, he saw the knights. The man assumed that they were no longer going to hide the fact of their betrayal, and perhaps they were using a magical instrument so that they could not be found. At that moment, a magic ball fell near him, releasing smoke. Willie was calm. He understood that the traitors had already begun to act. The man glanced at the map and did not see Zig there. He noticed that someone was carrying the boy straight to him, and they were close. The magician began to look around and saw someone's shadow through the smoke. He threw blades at him to stop him, but Camille seemed to be surrounded by protection. The blades bounced off an invisible barrier. Willie didn't understand how they managed to get rid of the ice cage and where Daniel was. The knight passed by and disappeared around the corner. The man didn't care which of the traitors would be first, but he wouldn't allow anyone to harm Zig. Willie followed the traitor. He ran into the room where Camille had entered. The magician saw a boy lying on the ground with his back to him. The man immediately ran up to him and grabbed Zig, asking if he was okay. But it was a doll. Willie realized that it was a trap, especially for him. There was a timer on the doll's head and the man threw it away, but did not have time to run out. The bomb exploded. Camille was nearby. Seeing that the room was completely destroyed with the magician, he was glad that he managed to defeat Willie. In his joy, he didn't notice Danielle coming up behind him and stabbing her sword into his body. The guy fell and started screaming. The girl didn't understand how he could be such a fool, because she thought that Camille should have figured out her plans eventually. However, Danielle was glad that such a trusting knight was born, whom she could use for her own purposes, because other guardsmen would not have fallen for such obvious nonsense. There was blood everywhere. Camille whispered with his last strength that he did not believe that Danielle had turned out to be a traitor. The girl explained to him once again that everything she had said before was a lie. Danielle didn't understand why she needed to recommend a knight like Camille to the princess. She admitted that she had hoped that the monsters would kill them all, but it didn't work out. The girl added that the magic tool her boss gave her was simply an amazing thing. With it, even such a useless person as Camille could defeat the famous Scarlet Mage. All she had left to do was deal with the children and one knight. She thought that would be the easy part of her plan. After that, no one would bother her. She started to laugh, but Camille interrupted her. He reached for her, but the girl roughly kicked him, telling him not to touch her. Danielle started to lament that the boy had the potential to become a good knight or guard. But if he had used his head, he would have lived longer. Now his role was over, as was his life. There would not even be a trace left of him, since the dungeon would deal with him. Font herself facing in a roar, so no one would mourn. She left, leaving the young man to die. The princess and the hero were interrupted by a loud sound. They quickly returned to their squad, not understanding what had happened. When they turned the corner, they saw that the door to the boss was open. At that moment, Emma and Pal ran to Diana and Zig. They were very worried about them and asked if they were okay. The princess asked the count what was going on, to which the man replied that he himself did not understand. They were in the tent when they heard the sounds of battle, so they immediately gathered to see what had happened. Emma added that when they tried to leave, it turned out that the tent was blocked by some kind of barrier that prevented them from leaving. Only thanks to Pal's brute force, they were able to break through the protection. However, when they left, the sound stopped. The magic dome, which had been flying around the princess and the boy all this time, crashed. Uncle's magic crumbled into small fragments. Zig realized that something had happened to Willie. Daniela ran out of the boss's door. She was shouting for the princess and the count. Diana noticed that the knight was covered in blood and asked what had happened. The girl said that someone had tried to attack them. She assumed that it was the one who was behind their teleportation to the dungeon. The count was surprised. Daniela said that the criminal had disappeared behind the boss's door and that Camille and Wilbald were already there. She added that they had to help the boys. The man agreed with her. The girl told Diana that she should go with them, because they did not know if the criminal had comrades, so it would be safer for her to be with them than alone. Sig promised the princess that he would also protect her. The heroes entered the boss's door. A huge hall opened up before them, with light coming through small cracks. The monster was kneeling, praying. The princess recognized him as the king of the Red Blade. Z did not see Camille and his uncle, and asked the knight about it. However, she did not answer. The girl laughed and muttered that it was all very funny. She let her hair down and asked ironically why people were such trusting creatures. At that moment, the door slammed shut. Dark branches blocked the only exit from the room. Danielle's knightly armor changed into black robes. Her gaze darkened. The room began to fill with dark liquid, from which monsters arose. The girl promised that the heroes would die here. The count realized that everything that had happened to them was Daniela's doing. The girl did not deny it. She said that it was too late for them to do anything, especially since the Scarlet Mage and Camille were dead. Hearing this, Zig exclaimed that it was impossible. Danielle said that she didn't care if they believed her or not, and added that if they were alive, they would already be here. She took out a sharp splinter and threw it towards the monster. The girl thought that a normal boss fight would be boring, so she decided to make him stronger. She wanted Her Highness Diana to die in pain. The king of the Red Blade rose. He became much bigger and angrier. Daniela passionately wished that Madame Diana would die in agony. The uncle was puzzled as to what this girl had done. Zig activated a special skill, an appraising glance. The boy realized that it was this girl who had awakened the boss with some kind of spell. After her intervention, the exact value of the monster's power level became uncertain, and all key characteristics began to change dramatically from moment to moment, becoming completely unpredictable. The young man finally figured out that the monster's main weakness was the powerful element of lightning. She was worried and irritated by why the boys froze in place. She resolutely directed the huge monster straight towards her partners, forcing the giant to move inexorably and swiftly towards them. But the man reacted instantly, erecting a powerful barrier that protected him and his comrades from the deadly attack. Daniela insistently urged everyone to remain calm and wait until the princess left this world. She assured them that after the princess's death, their own deaths would soon follow. The uncle earnestly asked Mr. Gilbert to take the princess immediately and leave the dangerous place. The boy tried to object, but the man sternly warned that if they stayed, they would all inevitably die here. He carefully took the girl's hand, realizing the need to urgently take her to a safe place. With an appraising glance, filled with special attentiveness, the guy noticed that the nearest door could be opened, creating a path to salvation. The monster, previously unnoticed, suddenly attacked them from behind. Uncle's heart sank with anxiety. His thoughts were occupied exclusively with the fate of the children who were in danger. Zig used his skill in time, activating a protective barrier of light which reliably covered and protected both the guy himself and the fragile girl next to him. He then rushed into the attack, instantly activating the sharpest blade of light, which he used to deal devastating blows to the enemy, trying to neutralize the monster and ensure the safety of his companion. The children ran desperately away, trying to dodge the swift and merciless attacks of the ferocious monster, whose movements were fast and unpredictable. The boys suddenly realized a simple truth. Until they took active action against the king, escape would remain impossible. Only by finishing him off would they be able to gain freedom and a chance for salvation. The best solution would be to destroy the magical stone that Danielle had embedded deep into the monster's flesh. However, the stone is surrounded by several layers of protective barriers. The monster's only known weakness is the power of lightning. which can penetrate its defenses and neutralize the stone. The problem, however, was that Sieg simply did not have the lightning magic needed to break the barrier and destroy the magic stone inside the monster's body. Considering that he is unable to use magic that the king is weak to, Sieg can use his most powerful magic to break through the barrier. However, the probability of completely destroying the magical barrier is only 20%. And another difficulty, Zig's physical condition allows him to use advanced magic only once. Putting everything on one chance is extremely risky and unwise. The guy reasoned sensibly, realizing that trying to defeat such a strong opponent with ordinary magic was also pointless and doomed to failure. Siege stubbornly held the protective barrier, realizing that defeat was inevitable if they continued to just defend themselves. The question of what to do next was constantly occupying his thoughts, demanding that he make an important decision immediately. Diana quietly approached the boy and proposed a daring plan that she could become a living bait, distracting the monster's attention so that the others could sneak up on him and deliver the finishing blow. The girl herself is not capable of fighting, but under the protection of the young man, she has a chance to break out of the barrier. The girl's presence is important to Daniela, so following her will attract the attention of the opponents. Other members of the group will take advantage of this, having the opportunity to successfully deal with the spiders. She said that if she was killed, the others should just run. Zig said that was too risky. The princess added that the guys should do everything possible to keep the number of casualties to a minimum. The companion was ready to go to extremes, putting her own life on the line for the sake of the common cause. Every second seemed priceless, and she was not going to waste them in vain. Such words. Besides, she sincerely did not want others to suffer. Understanding her motives and seeing her determination, the boy decided to support her bold plan, agreeing with the proposed plan. But on condition that the escape will be a common one, they will set off together, shoulder to shoulder, supporting each other in the struggle for survival. The boy reacted quickly, cutting off the monster's limb with a powerful blow, forcing it to retreat and giving the team precious seconds to maneuver. No matter what the threat, Zig was determined that he would not allow the princess to die. He would do everything possible to protect her at any cost. Now he has enough strength to make his promise come true and really protect his companion from any disasters. The boy thought that he couldn't have gotten into this dungeon just like that. It was probably fate. He noted that the monster's only weakness was lightning magic, which he couldn't use. The young man concluded that there was practically no chance of winning this time. Now, he was determined to turn even the apparent failure to his advantage, to maintain faith in the best and to emerge from the battle as a real winner, despite the difficulties and obstacles. His thoughts were focused on protecting his loved ones. Guided by these feelings, the young man activated his special skill, a flaming spear, ready to strike the enemy and save his friends. Defeating the monster will give them the long-awaited chance to escape. The magic stone was very close, and if they succeed, the guys will get a real chance to be freed. The boy was horrified to discover that the king's arms, which he had previously cut off on purpose, had grown back. The boss wasted no time and launched another powerful attack, which posed a serious threat to him. The uncle and the princess were deeply worried about Zikbelt's fate as they watched a huge monster rush to attack directly at the young man. The girl froze, amazed by what she saw. The mysterious figure of Danielle suddenly appeared behind her, instilling fear. The magical stone miraculously survived, remaining undamaged amidst the destruction and battles taking place around it. Thanks to a powerful barrier of light, the boy managed to survive, resisting the attack and avoiding fatal injuries. He realized that the only thing available to him now was to spend his remaining strength, fighting to maintain consciousness. Without his return, his friends would be powerless against the threat. Therefore, gathering his will into a fist, the young man realized that the battle was far from over, and it was vital for him to get back on his feet. Suddenly, a mysterious voice was heard, saying that the one who found it first was a precious stone. Hearing this, Zig slowly opened his eyes. A small, delicate butterfly perched on the tip of the boy's nose, as if symbolizing the fragility of the moment, bringing a note of surprise and hope to the tense situation. He looked at the delicate creature in confusion, wondering how it could have ended up here. The voice explained that the boy was not mature enough to receive messages directly, so communication was done through this butterfly. The guy guessed that the strange voice was not coming from the butterfly itself, but someone invisible was communicating with him through this small creature. A grandiose vision suddenly appeared before his eyes. a huge, glittering sword that exuded invisible power and inspired awe with its majestic appearance. He remembered being told that treasures that could change the entire world could be hidden in the depths of dungeons. Zieg wondered if the sword that had appeared was one of those treasures. The voice said that it was unknown whether the boy's fragile body could handle such a load, but the longer he hesitated, the less chance the remaining members of the squad had. Let him gather his strength, grit his teeth, and get up. The guy was well aware of this and had already resigned himself to any consequences for himself. The fate of his comrades meant much more than his own experiences. If there is even the slightest chance of victory, Zikbelt will certainly grab it with both hands. That is why this gigantic sword will become his weapon in the battle for life and freedom. The voice caught the boy's movement, noting that he had risen, but admitted that the boy was not yet worthy enough to be a gem. However, intrigued by his potential, he decided to temporarily transform himself into a weapon that would help reveal the talents of the young hero. The barrier collapsed, leaving the princess defenseless. Realizing the speed of the approaching threats, Diana clearly saw that at the current rate, the entire team would be destroyed. The attack hit the princess's barrier as well, weakening it completely. Danielle was triumphant, as her efforts had led to a breakthrough. Annoyed by the resistance of mere mortals, she ordered the girl to look her straight in the eyes, intending to subjugate the child's consciousness to her will. She wanted to start torturing the girl, when suddenly an unexpected explosion shook the space, interrupting the process and causing confusion among the participants of the battle. Both women's eyes turned to where the explosion sound came from. They noticed a giant shining sword, greedily absorbing streams of magic, like a hungry beast, feeding on strength for a new battle. It turned out that the source of the unusual phenomenon was the young hero Zig, who was tightly gripping the hilt of a sword that attracted magical energies and was ready to enter the decisive phase of the battle. The girl looked at her protector with genuine concern, worried about his well-being, and Daniela, noticing that the bulky sword had shrunk to the size of a light rapier, was completely amazed, not understanding how the guy managed to withstand the stress and stay alive. Outraged and furious at the lack of desired results, she cried out, calling on Zikbelt to stop resisting and accept defeat, demanding his death and surrender. Activating the unique skill Hurricane, the young man launched a swift strike, striking the boss and leaving Daniela in a state of complete shock and awe. He suddenly realized that despite having used up all of his accumulated magical energy, he did not feel any sense of fatigue or weakness. It was as if the sword itself was taking on a huge burden, allowing the wielder to remain fresh and clear-minded. Having become confident in his own strength and the support of his weapons, Zig confidently went on the offensive, actively attacking the enemy with all available means. Using the advantages of the new tool, he turned around in the air and directed a powerful stream of magical fire from top to bottom, bringing down a fiery flash of enormous force on the magical stone, trying to finish the duel that had begun with victory. The magic stone crumbled into small fragments, clearing the way to victory. The fate of the battle and the future were in the hands of the hero, ready to end the confrontation and free his friends from the impending threat. As soon as he stepped onto the ground, Zig felt joy and relief when he saw Diana running up to him, smiling and happily congratulating him on his survival. The guy himself felt satisfaction from the fact that he was able to worthily fulfill his mission and protect the princess. Furious at the defeat, Danielle quickly approached the couple, radiating anger and irritation ready to spill out. She was outraged and puzzled by why attempts to use magical tools ended in failure, without bringing the expected effect and victory. It seemed that nothing and no one could live up to this girl's expectations. Constant disappointments followed her everywhere, leaving her with a feeling of dissatisfaction and irritation. In a fit of rage, she screamed, claiming that even if she had to sacrifice her own life, she would exterminate every single person present here, turning the bodies into bloody mince, mercilessly chopping and beating until the last enemy fell dead. Someone with a well-aimed movement knocked the weapon out of the hands of the enraged Daniela and caused her to lose her balance and fall heavily to the ground. Disarmed and unable to continue her attacks, the girl raised her head in confusion, trying to figure out what was stopping her from returning to the fight. Suddenly, the wall of the room shook from a powerful explosion, and two dark human figures appeared through the resulting breach, decisively moving inside. One of the men who entered angrily asked her what she was doing and why she had unleashed such a brutal massacre in the middle of a peaceful dungeon, putting the lives of those around her at risk. The man walked towards her with a firm step, holding the figure of another person on his broad shoulder. demonstrating his determination to stop the madness and restore order, despite the possible consequences. The woman watched in panic as the surviving Wilbald approached, loudly demanding to know what she had done to his beloved nephew and whether she was willing to take full responsibility for the crimes she had committed and the destruction of lives. It was the Scarlet Mage. The boy looked at his uncle with hope and trust. The experienced magician Wilbald concentrated and directed a powerful stream of magical energy towards the boys. He also sent them something in an instant. It turned out that it was Camille, now considered a traitor. Despite the betrayal, the wise uncle treated his wounds, caring for his nephew's mental state. Since his death would be a heavy blow to Sieg's sensitive heart, the man looked at his comrade and asked if the guy he was holding in his arms was also considered a traitor. Despite her depression and despair, Danielle tried to calm down and focus, realizing that her main rival was seriously injured. If she puts all her power into her next attack, she is guaranteed to destroy her opponent, leaving them no chance of survival. The enemy, realizing the threat, immediately went on the offensive. He began a series of powerful strikes aimed at neutralizing Danielle's aggressive actions and restoring order in the battle zone. Realizing the significant superiority of her opponent, the girl came to the conclusion that further struggle was useless and suicidal. Having made a difficult decision, she quickly rushed to run, hoping to avoid inevitable defeat and save her life. Wilbald cast a powerful protective spell, blocking Danielle's escape. Then he asked her harshly if she was planning to escape with impunity after committing evil and nearly killing his nephew Sieg. Forgetting about her attempts to kill the magician himself, with the help of a treacherous puppet toy, the magician proudly declared that no magical instruments, even created in his country, could lead him to death. Daniela cried out in indignation, asking if the terrifying monster that had recently terrorized the dungeon was an artificially created mechanism that came from the kingdom of Wilbald. He confirmed that her guess was correct. The instruments clearly showed the signature seal of their kingdom. The strange thing about the situation was that she was a traitor from the state of Estanya, and it was unclear how she got hold of instruments produced by their kingdom. The woman was overcome with doubts, but her interlocutor categorically declared that there was no point in continuing the conversation. According to him, it would be unlikely to extract the necessary information from her, and it would be necessary to sort out the possible knowledge and motivation of the criminal later. He decided that he did not want to listen to unpleasant speeches from the suspected woman. Another way to obtain important information would be much more effective, to directly extract information from the culprit's consciousness. Daniela, acting quickly and decisively, activated the hidden device, causing a massive explosion designed to create chaos and buy her some time to escape. After analyzing what happened, Wilbold realized that she managed to disappear by using the portal that appeared after defeating the dungeon boss, leading back to the surface of the earth. Daniela shouted that she would always remember today's humiliation, promising to repay her offenders 100-fold one day. Uncle tried in vain to block her way. The Scarlet Mage realized that the girl had escaped from the ice prison using a teleportation stone that allowed movement within the dungeon. If he had remained calm and cool, he would have prevented her escape. Uncle realized that excessive excitement had interfered with his sober assessment of the situation, leading to rash actions and loss of concentration. The boy saw his uncle come. Daniela ran away, and now everything will be fine. Diana asked him if he was okay, and the man next to him patted him on the head. Wilbald informed those present that his nephew's condition was quite satisfactory. He had only slightly overdone it, using an excessive amount of magical power. The young man's health was not in any danger, he added, also emphasizing the boy's diligence and efforts. The princess expressed her deep gratitude for the brave rescue, but the Scarlet Mage modestly objected, noting that he had done practically nothing useful and felt completely useless in this situation. The man sighed heavily, reproaching himself for being late again. The girl looked at him carefully, feeling deep anxiety. He firmly said that there was no point in worrying in vain, and asked to go to the Count immediately. He reported that the other members of the expedition were also injured and needed urgent help. As soon as they finished treating all the injured, the group would return to the surface. He added that this is a great opportunity for Zig to rest a little and gain strength. The boy suddenly felt that he was being called by a soft, warm voice of a loved one. He slowly opened his eyes. It turned out to be his mother. A gentle smile lit up her face, and her gaze radiated love and care. The woman looked at her son tenderly and noted how much he had grown. Thinking back, she thought that it was only recently that she had held him tiny in her arms. Lyra rejoiced. Seeing how her child was growing healthy and strong, proud of his every achievement. She looked at the boy guiltily and said that she regretted bringing him here. Realizing that there was no other way, the woman explained that this was the only way they could calmly discuss important things. Alone, Lyra confessed to him that this meeting would be the last chance to see each other. Hearing this confession, the guy could not hold back his tears, hugging his mother tightly and feeling the sharp pain of separation. Zikbelt hugged his mother tightly, bitterly regretting that he had been blind and helpless. He asked for forgiveness for not being able to notice the warning signs and prevent the tragedy. The woman reassured him, assuring him that he was innocent. She explained that her illness was caused by a spell that proved insurmountable even for his unique ability. The son could not change his fate. The young man looked at his mother in amazement, trying to comprehend what he had heard. His mother replied that she had something important to convey. This treasure was entrusted to them. It protected the woman until her son was born. Now this great power will pass to him to protect and defend the young heir. The great treasure is the property of the Abel family. In fact, the woman had no desire to pass on such a heavy legacy to her son. She wanted to protect him from the burden of responsibility, to free him from the shackles of an ancient debt. But fate inexorably dictated its own rules, and it was impossible to avoid passing on the sacred artifact. Zig looked closely at his mother and timidly asked what the Abel family treasure was. The woman looked seriously at her son and said that in order to reveal the nature of the family treasure, it was necessary to tell him about God. Their world was created by one of the gods of the divine kingdom. The Creator truly loved his creation. But soon, there was a strife between the gods over the right to be called king. In order to protect the inhabitants, the god decided to break his soul into thousands of pieces and scatter them all over the earth. The Creator hid the fragments of his soul deep in the dungeons. He entrusted the most valuable part to selected people who deserve the god's special faith. The core of his power can only be protected by one worthy person. That is why the treasure of the Abel family was given to the Abel clan. What happened next to the Creator himself, no one really knows. From the story told by his mother, the boy should have understood why it was the Abel family that kept such a precious treasure. However, apparently someone managed to guess about the existence of this important secret. Lyra was at a loss as to the identity of the one who had penetrated the secret of the treasure's origin. Now, anyone who becomes the owner of such enormous power automatically becomes a target for hunters. The thought that her son would have to bear the heavy responsibility of the guardian did not leave the mother. The boy looked at this woman with concern. Zig carefully climbed down from his mother's lap and warmly said that she was amazingly kind. Even after leaving this world, she continues to care for it and strives to ensure safety. The young hero asked his mother to remain calm. No matter how difficult the road ahead would be, the son was determined to fight and overcome all obstacles. Inside him lived a special power inherited from his ancestors, and thanks to it, he would definitely withstand any test that awaited him ahead. Moreover, the boy knew that close friends and allies were nearby, ready to support him at any moment. The young man emphasized that he was not going to bear this heavy burden alone. Over the past time, he had made loyal friends and a reliable family. He had accumulated many stories that he dreamed of sharing with his mother. He had many wonderful people to meet ahead. This world is full of people dear to his heart, so Zig is determined to protect it with all his might. Zig had finally matured and was internally prepared to accept the great gift, the treasure of the Abel family. The young man promised his mother that when the battle was over, he would begin a new life full of freedom and happiness, surrounded by those he loved. The woman was overwhelmed with emotion and burst into tears, hugging her son tightly to her chest. She was proud that he had become strong enough to cope with the coming trials. However, his mother warned him not to get carried away with his duty beyond measure, and not to sacrifice his personal well-being. The most important thing is to live life close to those who are dear to your heart. Lyra passionately dreamed of her son living happily ever after. The boy declared that he would live a bright and full life, as if he were fulfilling the woman's own life path. The wish granter announced that the allotted time was coming to an end, and it was time for her to go back. She addressed the wish granter cordially, sincerely grateful for the fulfillment of her personal, albeit slightly selfish, desire. Having said goodbye to her beloved son, Lyra deeply regretted that she had to leave him. Her soul was eager to stay close forever, but the harsh laws of the afterlife did not allow her to do so. His mother reassured him, saying that she would always invisibly watch over him and support him. Zig could not contain his feelings and cried bitterly, reliving the loss of his mother. Tears rolled down his cheeks, reflecting the depth of his grief and loneliness. Before saying goodbye, Lyra asked her son to remember that when he suddenly saw a snow-white butterfly flying by, let him remember her. The woman whispered that she would always be there, invisible, but real support and strength in difficult times. The young man raised his head to the sky and loudly called his mother, tears streaming down his face. His heart was breaking from the unbearable pain of loss, desperately trying to return the lost warmth of his native voice. Waking up and slowly opening his eyelids, he discovered a snow-white butterfly right in front of him. The insect's wings shimmered with a gentle light, evoking memories of his mother's last words. The butterfly circled smoothly in the air, as if symbolizing her invisible presence nearby. Haku cried out joyfully and rushed towards him, offering to immediately start playing and hugging. The funny little animal showed delight at his friend's awakening. The mischievous sparkles in the animal's eyes spoke of his genuine joy at seeing his friend alive and well. Hearing the call of his brother Theo and his father, the young man turned to them. Theo asked with genuine concern how his relative was feeling after what had happened. The older brother's gaze spoke of warm concern and a desire to make sure that the younger one had recovered from the ordeal. Zig smiled broadly and cheerfully exclaimed that he felt great. Moreover, he shared his joy. He had a wonderful and amazing dream, full of vivid images and warmth. He then curiously asked his brother if they had really returned to the surface of the earth. Theo confirmed that they had. Will had shown them the right way, and the party had arrived safely at the surface only recently. The elder brother continued, saying that the princess of Estania had been successfully hidden in a safe place, but the situation remained tense. The knights had to maintain a defense around the clock, protecting the girl from possible threats. The younger brother specified what exactly had caused such consequences. Father explained that a rebellion had broken out in the kingdom of Estania. Princess Diana had been accused of treason, with the intention of sentencing her to death by hanging. Upon learning the horrific details, Zig literally froze in place, shocked by the news. Not far from the dungeon there was a hotel in the city of Koan. The brother asked the owner of the establishment to forgive the sudden arrival of guests. He told the owner that their group had to urgently evacuate due to difficult circumstances. He offered to rent the entire hotel for 3 days, introducing himself as the Abel family. If the owner agreed to this offer, they were ready to generously pay for the stay for 3 months. Theo explained to the owner that the permanent residents would be temporarily relocated. The expenses would be paid by the Abel family. Details cannot be disclosed. The matter concerns state secrets. Please confirm that he did not see or hear anything. The Scarlet Mage activated a special spell that reliably blocked the doors of the room. Turning to his father, he confidently declared that now no prying ears would be able to catch the conversation. His father, having listened to the message, approvingly praised him for the quality of his work. The man politely apologized to Princess Diana and Count Balschmid for not introducing himself earlier. After introducing himself, he stated that he was the commander of the First Order of Knights of the Kingdom of Magesta, Gilbert von Abel. He listened to the two travelers' story about their ordeal and was genuinely glad that they were alive. Princess Diana thanked him for his concern and explained that Sieg and Wilbald had helped them get out. Count Balschmidt asked what the information about the uprising in their country meant and wondered how it was possible that the princess led the rebellion. The commander reported that the uprising was small in scale and had almost been suppressed, but the supporters of the coup intended to imprison Princess Diana. In addition, the rebel troops managed to break into the capital of the state. Looking at the commander, the girl asked with concern how many people had been harmed as a result of the conflict that had begun. Her heart trembled with worry for the ordinary citizens who had been drawn into the bloody events. He quickly reassured her that the amount of destruction was minimal and there were virtually no human casualties. Gilbert reported that the first prince of the kingdom, Tobias, accused the princess of organizing a rebellion, declared her wanted, and promised a reward to the country that would catch and hand her over, with the order to bring her back alive or dead. She thought back to her older brother Tobias with a heavy sigh. Feeling hurt and disappointed by his actions, Count Balschmid expressed doubt, noting that, being in the dungeon, the princess could not possibly lead the rebels. Zig listened attentively to the explanations and clearly understood that Diana, given her character and actions, was absolutely incapable of initiating such radical actions. The boy shouted to his father that his companion had risked her life by becoming a decoy for the sake of everyone's salvation. She was worried about her subjects, thinking about other people. Such selflessness made it impossible for her to start a rebellion. After these words, the friend looked at the young man with hope. Everything was confirmed. The man learned from his brother's report that the enemies were indeed focusing their attention on them. The threat took on real outlines, confirming the fears of the head of the family. The boy realized that his uncle had remained in touch with the family all this time. Gilbert continued his presentation of the facts, noting that Prince Tobias had provided no evidence of Princess Diana's involvement in the rebellion. This behavior looked extremely suspicious and suggested political games. The Scarlet Mage chuckled, calling the current situation even comical. He noted that it seemed as if the older brother was trying to get rid of the younger sister. The teenagers sitting nearby reacted with great surprise and an unpleasant feeling from such a prospect. He noted that the prince is known for his difficult and tough character, so the news was not a surprise. The law of succession explains his hostility to his sister. It is interesting to see which countries will believe his words. Gilbert asked his brother to refrain from making negative remarks in the presence of the princess, as this could negatively affect her. The magician apologized for his words. The girl said she didn't want people to fight and found it hard to believe her brother would do something like that. They approached her. The commander said that they were going to protect the princess. Wilbald asked his brother if he was sure he had made the right decision. He reminded him that even if the accusations were false, the princess technically belonged to another state. If it became known that she was being hidden, there would be serious diplomatic consequences. The man spoke passionately, declaring that his conscience would not allow him to sleep peacefully if he realized that with his own hands he had sent an unjustly convicted little girl to a terrible execution by hanging. Wilbald admitted that if his brother insisted, he would not object. Moreover, he admitted that he personally would also be in favor of protecting the princess. In fact, they are investigating a certain incident that may be related to the kingdom of Estania. If they get the support of the count and the princess, the chances of finding out the truth will increase significantly. He added that if he sent Zig's best friend to death, his uncle would hurt him by making him experience a great loss. The boy thanked his uncle and father fervently, his eyes shining with sincerity and gratitude. The count cordially addressed the hosts, assuring them that he would never forget the care and concern they had shown. The girl standing next to him added her sincere gratitude. A slight smile lit up her beautiful face, making the atmosphere especially touching and cordial. The uncle politely asked the princess to borrow her magical device used for disguise for a short time. He also explained that there was a famous magic tool repairman living in Koan City. He explained that the princess's device needed repairs to effectively hide her appearance and ensure her safety during her journey. The Scarlet Mage asked his brother to take the master's tool. However, he refused, citing the need to send a report to higher authorities. He assumed that the management would hardly make the necessary decision easily, but would try to convince the authorities, counting on the available evidence. The boys looked in surprise at their uncle, who was smiling good-naturedly. He had an idea, and to implement it, he would need the help of Princess Diana. The teenagers looked at each other in bewilderment, trying to understand what the adult was planning. Wilbald explained that after the instrument was repaired, the girl would be able to visit the Abel family mansion, where she would be received with hospitality. He added that he hoped the princess would not decide to run away. She replied that she would not run away and, as a true princess of Estania, would always be grateful from the bottom of her heart. The girl bowed low, gratefully accepting the invitation. The Scarlet Mage mysteriously said that they had another important task to complete, adding that this caused no small surprise in young Zig. It turns out that there is another important character with whom it is necessary to meet and negotiate. Camille thoughtfully recalled how Danielle had once said that after his death no one would grieve too much, because any soldier could easily be replaced by another. At the time, he had taken her words painfully, but now he realized that she was right. Why should he die, endangering the very life he had so steadfastly intended to protect? Camille fell into deep thought, realizing that such a position was wrong. Even if no one would remember him with the pain of loss, did he have the right to allow himself to leave this life, experiencing painful doubts and remorse? The guy suddenly opened his eyes and immediately met the gaze of His Majesty, standing motionless next to the bed. He became visibly nervous, looking around worriedly, checking if the princess had been hurt during the incident. As soon as he saw her safe and sound, he breathed a sigh of relief. The girl advised him to stop worrying and try to remain calm. Diana was genuinely happy to see him alive and well. Her radiant smile lit up the room, giving the guy a feeling of deep satisfaction and gratitude. However, the princess's unexpected reaction confused him. He stopped, stunned and embarrassed by the attention of his beloved. The red mage demonstratively approached the wounded man's bed, calmly admitting that he had deliberately slowed down the healing process of Camille von Schiller. They needed to talk about the assassination attempt on Princess Diana. Armed knights were stationed everywhere, forming a tight defensive perimeter. Thus, the prisoner had no choice but to accept the situation and abandon any thoughts of escape. Zig noticed that his uncle's mood was now noticeably different from the usual cheerful tone when talking to his nephew. Today, he was displaying a strict and official tone, befitting his position as the deputy commander of the Third Magic Group. Camille listened attentively to the arguments of the Scarlet Mage, immersed in his own thoughts. After some time, he broke the silence, addressing the man with a serious look and a respectful intonation. The guy turned to him with sincere apologies, blushing with shame for the mistakes and actions he had made. He began to explain that what had happened was due to his own impulsiveness and unreasonableness. He realized that a simple apology was not enough, so he openly agreed to answer any questions and accept the punishment he deserved. Although Camille himself actually knew almost nothing about the reasons for the events that had taken place and the circumstances that had led to the current situation, Wilbald said he shouldn't be considered empty-headed since he was voluntarily offering his assistance. Uncle began the interrogation with a direct question when Camille joined Danielle. He replied that, in the dungeon, the girl stated that she suspected the Scarlet Mage of kidnapping the princess and preparing an assassination attempt on her. The basis for the suspicions was information about the deputy's contacts with outsiders. The magician was surprised that this young man believed the girl's words so easily. Count Balschmid added that the princess's guards are traditionally recruited based on merit and ability. Doubting the loyalty of the guards is tantamount to doubting the loyalty of aristocrats or members of the royal family. The deputy repeated the count's words and asked if Daniela was an aristocrat. The interlocutor clearly outlined his position, specifying that she was on the side of Prince Tobias, Marquis of Bika. The uncle, having listened attentively to the speaker, nodded affirmatively, confirming that he was aware of the lady's political activities and the risks associated with them. He asked him in his ear if he had any additional important information. The guy sincerely answered that he knew almost nothing and acted solely according to orders from above. The red mage, keeping a serious expression on his face, asked the final question, asking Camille to repeat everything he knew about the supposed rebellion organized by Princess Diana in the Kingdom of Estania. The young man's reaction was immediate. He jumped up indignantly and categorically rejected the accusation, describing it as absolute nonsense. Wilbald asked in surprise if the boy knew anything about the events in the kingdom. The young man sharply objected, perplexed as to how it was even possible to admit the idea of the princess's involvement in the uprising, and demanded an explanation as to why she was being accused of such a monstrous act. Camille raised his voice, stating that in all his time as the princess's bodyguard, he could boldly state that Diana would never organize a rebellion. She was the kind of person who wished well even to those who would betray her, and was certainly not capable of organizing a mutiny. The deputy said that no one was accused of the princess, but that this young man was the one who tried to kill him. The uncle simply could not accept such a statement as true. The person being interrogated asked how he could prove his case, and inquired whether the investigator had the ability to force people to tell the truth. It turned out that the investigator had a similar ability. He told the young man that he would look into his thoughts and asked him what he thought about it. Camille was under extreme stress, imagining someone invading his private thoughts. However, the interrogator quickly intervened, calming the guy down, explaining that no physical invasion was planned. The Scarlet Mage said that they had a unique, magical tool designed to carefully extract memories directly from the subject's mind. True, it has never been used on living people, so no one can predict possible side effects for the test subject. Zig protested vigorously, arguing that the use of the device violated basic humanism. Uncle firmly stated that only in this way would it be possible to establish the truth and gain confidence in the testimony of his former comrade. He added that if Camille had really served as the princess's bodyguard for a long time, they would easily find evidence of her and his innocence. After a pause, he called on him to express his opinion on the matter. Wilbald asked him if he was willing to take the risk to give them accurate and reliable information. The young man began to doubt greatly. His heart was tormented by confusion and anxiety. But then a girl came up to him, who was sincerely glad to see him alive. She asked the magician to wait a little, but Camille immediately agreed, because if it was necessary, and in this way they could prove the innocence of Her Highness, then he had absolutely no reason to doubt. He firmly believed that he had to take responsibility for all his actions and fulfill his duty. Realizing that he no longer had the right to remain the same empty-headed fool, the deputy watched him closely and noted the commendable determination he showed. He came to the conclusion that since the young man had demonstrated such commendable determination, it was now the right time to act together and decisively begin everything that had been planned. Wilbald asked not to misunderstand him. He really needed help. Because now they can't do any check. There is complete chaos due to the breakdown of the teleportation stone, and they need workers. However, Camille has not yet understood the request for help. In addition, it turned out that this tool was not dangerous at all. The most that could be caused by its impact was insomnia. The magical device had definitely never killed anyone. The guy was shocked to realize how much he had been misled. The Scarlet Mage added that the boy had forgotten how he had blown him up with an explosive doll earlier, and the young knight himself was ready to accept any deserved punishment. He decided to temporarily borrow a guard from the princess and asked her not to worry, assuring her that he would warn their crown prince about this in advance by letter. In addition, he left the princess to be guarded by Sieg himself. As soon as the couple disappeared into the distance, the guys tried to stop them. Diana was very upset, and the boy tried to calm her down, saying that although his uncle was strict, he was probably still a good person. She was acutely aware that the future could only bring worsening of the situation, so it was important to maintain composure and restraint, no matter what. The young man suddenly thought back, remembering how desperately and tearfully he tried to save her then, and now he again addressed her with sincerity and warmth in his voice. He strongly advised her not to withdraw into her own experiences, to openly share her feelings and problems, because friends are always ready to support Her Highness in any difficult situation. The guy understood perfectly well that the event that had happened was truly horrific, but she was not left alone in her trouble. The closest people were nearby, the Count, Emma, the entire Abel family, ready to lend a shoulder of support in difficult times. And of course, he will always be there too. Therefore, everything will definitely work out in the best possible way, and together they will definitely overcome any difficulties. She readily agreed with his wise words, and the noble, Sieg, smiled approvingly and warmly, confirming the correctness of their decisions. He knew that he had gotten by with luck before, but he knew that serious challenges lay ahead. After all, the power of the Abel family treasure is so great that it is capable of turning the whole world upside down, and the young man is absolutely sure that after gaining such power, there is no need to expect simple trials. However, Zikbelt firmly promised himself that he would not allow his loved ones to die, and for this, he would do everything possible to become even stronger, protect those who are dear to him, and overcome any obstacles. A few days later, in the majestic castle of Majesta, the anxious cries of a frightened servant suddenly rang out, filling the space with a resounding echo of anxiety. The puzzled young man respectfully asked His Majesty, Julius, the reason for such unusual behavior. He quickly apologized, explaining that his friend Wilbald had long since stopped writing letters, but invariably, masterfully found ways to cheer him up with unexpected surprises. It turned out to be quite funny how everything turned out in such a surprising way. The Abel family has always been distinguished by unusually curious ideas, and it is not surprising that even the legendary family treasure found itself involved in such incredible events. He calmly ordered his servant to make an entry in his official schedule for an audience with the Abel family, and the loyal assistant promptly carried out his master's order. Julius instantly realized that his deputy was literally demanding that he do something absurd and highly unacceptable. After all, the sender of the letter wanted a very interesting service. The family was overjoyed at the return of their beloved brother, feeling deep gratitude to fate for his safe return. All these days they were terribly worried and prayed that nothing terrible would happen to him. Al was terribly frightened when he learned that the younger one had disappeared into the mysterious dungeons. Now, as soon as he saw him safe and sound, he rushed to hug him tightly, as if he was afraid to let go again. The hugs were so tight that breathing became difficult. He joyfully announced that now that Zig had safely returned home, it was time to have a real celebration. Moreover, he had prepared a special gift that would surely please and surprise the young hero. They presented the boy with an elegant silk headband, decorated with delicate patterns, and Marie slyly added that now he looks even more charming and resembles a real little angel, causing general laughter and affection. The guy tried to object, saying that he was a man after all. The older one cheerfully replied that beauty was above gender, and a handsome guy should look attractive regardless of stereotypes. The younger one thought to himself that gender was of great importance. Theo turned to his brother Al and his beloved sister Marie. He asked them to stop making noise because the boy was very tired from the journey. And besides, they had an important guest, Princess Diana. Brother Al said that the father had left for the capital and asked him to accompany the girl. Then he politely apologized to Her Highness. The princess replied that she had no need to apologize, because such a warm relationship between brother and sister touched her soul and made her heart happy. A special room has been prepared for her, suitable for protection, until the situation is finally stabilized. She will have to live there for some time. They promised to do everything possible so that the princess could breathe freely and deeply as soon as possible. Marie cordially invited the princess to turn to them for help at any time, emphasizing that they would be happy to provide support and assistance in everything that was needed. She sincerely expressed her gratitude to the entire family for their heartfelt care and attention, noting that she felt surrounded by warmth and support. Zig promised that he would try to visit her more often if the opportunity presented itself, and asked if she had any favorite sweets, promising to deliver a treat at the right time. She said she would wait for him. Then Marie began to ask if they were getting along well, if the young man wanted to tell his sister more, if there was anything romantic between them. He answered that they were just friends. The guy fell onto the bed with relief, smiling happily, because he was finally home. Returning to his cozy room, Zig felt an unprecedented sense of satisfaction and comfort. Haku immediately supported his friend, adding that he himself doted on his room. The guy initially dreamed of getting rare magic sand from the mysterious spirit forest, and he couldn't even imagine that his adventures would lead him to such a grand discovery, that he will be able to find a real family treasure. A magnificent shining sword Upart suddenly appeared before him, causing him to freeze in amazement. Now he no longer heard the calling voice inside his head. And with the help of the wonderful sword, he learned to easily use complex magic, practically without tiring his body. He found it interesting to speculate that the new ability had come about precisely because he had successfully overcome the difficult test that had befallen him. Even Zig's appraising gaze could not unravel the full mystery and true power of this mysterious weapon. Haku also tried to examine the blade, but saw only a faint glow. There was a powerful seal on the sword imposed by an unknown force, hiding all the details. The boy thoughtfully said that it turns out that there are secrets that even his smart pet does not know about. The little animal realized that at this rate he would lose his reputation as an irreplaceable expert, and seriously asked his owner to give him a little more time to figure things out and get the information he needed. The owner kindly wished him success in his search. The boy gradually began to guess that the mysterious voice from the sword knew a lot about the hidden treasure. The dungeons apparently were created exclusively to protect priceless relics, fragments of the creator's soul. Now he was at a loss and had no idea what to do with the precious family treasure Abel. Realizing that fate had given him a much greater test than expected, Zikbelt was loudly indignant, admitting that he was completely confused. He had sworn to his mother to protect the family treasure, but he felt helpless, not really knowing how to protect something that he himself understood nothing about. Reflecting on the current situation, the boy came to the idea that it was worth asking his father for advice. Another hope was the Abel family archives. In addition, the increasingly frequent dangerous incidents convinced the young man of the need for intensive magic training. In addition, the idea came to ask his uncle for advice, who could share useful knowledge. But a problem arose. The young man had to carefully hide the presence of the special element. This internal conflict tormented him, and he thought about what to do next. There was a sense of secrecy and mystery everywhere. He seemed to be afraid to touch these secrets, in case he accidentally upset the balance and discovered something forbidden. Nevertheless, the understanding came that it was time to trust close people, my family, relying on their experience and wisdom. The royal castle towers over the capital of the Kingdom of Majesta. After much deliberation, Julius sent a reply letter, where he clearly stated that he would make a balanced decision only after carefully studying all the circumstances of the case and carefully familiarizing himself with the details of what happened. So today they have a long discussion planned, the purpose of which is to thoroughly explain the situation to the prince, to achieve complete understanding on his part and to secure the necessary support. Gilbert reminded him that there was an important diplomatic reception to be held today with the participation of the prince. Wilbald added sarcastically that his brother really hated negotiations so much, especially when it came to meeting with His Majesty Julius himself. The interlocutor calmly clarified that he does not feel delighted by activities that bore or irritate him. The first prince of the great kingdom of Magesta, Julius von Magesta, greeted the arriving visitors with courtesy. The arrivals bowed deeply, humbly asking forgiveness for the delay that had forced His Highness to wait. However, the prince reassured the guests that such a delay had not interfered with his work, which was being carried out right there, and at the same time expressed the hope of hearing interesting stories. While reading the message from the messenger, the prince's eyes began to shine suspiciously, and his lips involuntarily stretched into a smile. Julius tried his best to refrain from laughing out loud, maintaining the dignified appearance and respectability of a monarch. He couldn't help but laugh. The Scarlet Mage looked at him in bewilderment and carefully noted that he didn't seem to remember anything particularly funny in his message. The first prince explained that the message had turned out to be surprisingly comical, despite the lack of intentional humor. The young man had collected many questions regarding the guest's visit, but decided to first find out the main purpose of the delegation's arrival, trying to approach the matter consistently and carefully. His Highness the Prince inquired with interest why the delegation had decided to defend the honor of Princess Diana, deliberately setting itself against the influential Estania, whose interests could be affected by such an act. The monarch then made a small amendment to his own words, clarifying that the main question remains: why spend so much effort and resources trying to please her, whose support is far from guaranteed and whose value is questionable? Or perhaps her country has some advantages that could attract their attention and influence their decision. Wilbald added respectfully, noting that he had not at all expected to find in such a young man the ability to draw important conclusions from a short letter, demonstrating maturity of mind and foresight. Their real goal was to obtain valuable information about the activities of a unique magical school. Julius clarified that they were talking about his own magic school. What does Estania have to do with it? The Scarlet Mage explained that the criminal from Estania, who attacked the group in the dungeon, used magic tools produced within the walls of their magic school. Besides, he was sure that His Highness was already aware of everything. The magic school is an institution that has the status of immunity even for representatives of the royal house. The building is a fortress from which a person is not able to steal tools. This means that there is a traitor inside the school itself, who is handing over the necessary tools to the attackers, and the visitors need any information about this person. Previously, someone deliberately used a curse against the Abel family. For several years now, the family has been searching for the culprit and has no intention of stopping the investigation. Many people died because of that curse. It was after these incidents that they had reason to suspect that the student of the magic school might be involved in the curse. Julius, frowning, added that, among other things, it was possible that there was a connection between the curse and the Abel family treasure, hinting at the possible motives of the criminal. He said that it was precisely because it was the famous Abel dynasty that the authorities categorically refused them access to the territory of the prestigious magic school, the influence of this powerful family. The prince continued, emphasizing that the leadership of the magical school was traditionally hostile to both the royal family and the Abel family. The so-called Shadow Ministry of Magic was responsible for the internal affairs of the institution, an excellent hiding place for behind-the-scenes intrigue. Despite the royal family's strong desire to find out what is happening inside the school, it is forbidden. The heirs of noble families study there. Any interference could turn the students into hostages. Therefore, every step must be carefully planned. Wilbald emphasized that the ability to obtain information directly from the school is limited, so the only way out is to gather information from outside. Even a magic school, no matter how hermetic it may seem, inevitably leaks information. Julius concluded with interest that this was why the Abel family had decided to take advantage of Princess Diana's support by taking a roundabout route, which was quite unusual for the Abel family's straightforward methods. The Scarlet Mage emotionally confirmed that the family was ready to choose a difficult and unusual path of action, because the protection of the family heirloom was above any difficulties. No one had the right to endanger the legacy of Abel, which preserved the memory of generations and a symbol of their pride. He confirmed that everyone involved in the plot against the Abel family would be found and severely punished. The prince listened attentively to the explanations and clearly understood their common goal: to restore justice and protect their family's treasure. However, the young man frankly admitted that he does not yet see any direct benefit for the Majestic Kingdom in this matter. The Abel family treasure is a valuable but specific thing, and it is not yet clear what benefit their family will receive from assisting in finding the culprits. Wilbald insisted that knowledge of the magical school would bring the family some benefit. However, Julius noted that the usefulness of information depended on its content, and he did not intend to start a war for the sake of hypothetically valuable information that might not exist at all. Their families have a long history of working together, but defending a man accused of inciting an uprising carries enormous political risks. It seems clear to him that his interlocutors understand the complexity and delicacy of such a mission. He read the message and, having heard some lines, could not help but laugh cheerfully. The Scarlet Mage quickly responded, dryly noting that he personally found nothing funny in the contents of the letter, and called the laughing prince a strange man whose behavior was difficult to predict. Julius apologized for his reaction and admitted that he did not understand the meaning of what was happening, asking if it was related to the protection of Princess Diana. Wilbald replied that, of course, every measure was aimed specifically at her safety. The prince acknowledged the wisdom of the proposed plan, but put forward his own counterproposal. If the Abel side was satisfied with this initiative, he would personally lead diplomatic negotiations with the Estanian representatives in order to resolve the brewing crisis and avoid open conflict. He offered the Scarlet Mage to accept an honorary title, effectively offering to introduce him to the circle of privileged persons of the kingdom. In essence, the ruler offers a person to forever tie his fate to the House of Magest, depriving him of freedom of choice and independence. The question was asked to the interlocutor, waiting for his opinion and reaction to such a radical proposal. Thanks to the talent and efforts of the Scarlet Mage, the kingdom's magical technology has developed significantly. Finding someone equal to him in combat skills will be extremely difficult. Over the years of service, he has cleared dozens of dungeons and delivered hundreds of artifacts. Julius sincerely believed that the abilities of the Scarlet Mage could radically transform the state. Such a genius could not be found anywhere else in the world, and he asked to imagine what would happen if a talented mage went to serve another state. Wilbald interrupted him sharply, asking incredulously whether the prince was suggesting the possible betrayal of his loyal comrade and his going over to the other side. The sovereign confidently explained that he had not made any such accusations, but he did allow for the possibility of unforeseen circumstances arising that could force the specialist to think about changing employers. Julius was indifferent to the attitude of the rest of the family towards the candidate. He was interested exclusively in Wilbald. He sincerely believed that the talents of the specialist should belong exclusively to him and his family, which caused genuine surprise in his interlocutor. What if the pretender had the soul of a patriot, like Gilbert, filled with love for his homeland? But the Scarlet Mage has a different character, and that is why the prince seeks to secure his loyalty with a contract of vassalage, binding him to the throne with lasting obligations. Thus, the great mage loses his freedom of action and will not be able to threaten the stability of the Majestic Kingdom. To this, the Scarlet Mage proudly exclaimed that such restrictions are becoming excessive and degrading to the dignity of an independent professional. Julius laughed loudly and admitted with a smile that it was his nature to always consider the worst-case scenarios in order to prevent any trouble in advance. Deciding to speak more clearly, he emphasized that he highly values the candidate's professionalism and wants to ensure reliable protection of the interests of the state. Indeed, the applicant's merits are significant, and he is worthy of the high title. The magician repeatedly rejected the offer of the title. The prince added that he would be completely immersed in various state affairs and saw only advantages in this. He gave his interlocutor the right to make an independent choice, either to voluntarily accept the proposed title and limit his own independence to the terms of the agreement, or refuse the deal, returning Princess Diana back to Estania. The decision depended solely on his will. Wilbald felt the tension of the moment, trying to assess the consequences of any outcome. He solemnly agreed to accept the title, causing genuine joy to the Slen of the Magesta family, who was pleased to hear the consent of his best strategist and ally. The prince ordered him to prepare a luxurious mansion and a small staff of servants, because without the necessary comfort, the ceremony will not take place. The ceremonial event is scheduled for exactly 1 month, and if the candidate does not do it on time, no further negotiations with Estania are possible. He then advised his guests to think carefully about the fact that if he joined the Magesta dynasty, he would automatically increase the family's importance in international relations. The young interlocutor appreciated Julius's insight, praising him for his unusually sharp mind and intuition. In addition, His Majesty made an offer to take a responsible position on the western borders of the kingdom, where the new owner of the title will be able to manage resources at his own discretion. To this, the Scarlet Mage asked again whether he would really be entrusted with the management of agriculture. While the future title holder prepares for the ceremony, the representative of the royal family will be busy preparing for important negotiations with Estonia. Despite being busy with business, he is looking forward to the official award and the conferring of a new status on the renowned specialist. Wilbald ran his hand nervously through his hair, realizing that only His Majesty's exceptional abilities and keen intellect could have put him in such a difficult position, forcing him to reconsider the usual order of things. Gilbert remarked admiringly that receiving a title from the royal family was a great honor, and in his place he would be happy, not express dissatisfaction with His Highness. The young man irritably said that he had always been indifferent to social status, and now there was even more work. He consciously set aside personal ambitions and concerns, making a firm decision to sacrifice his freedom for the well-being of his own nephew, realizing that duty is above personal preferences. After defeating the evil forces hidden in the depths of the dungeon, the treasure opened and revealed itself in Zig. It is obvious that this is not an accident, but a consequence of special reasons. Based on this, the uncle is forced to continue the path he began, regardless of the sacrifices that the fulfillment of duty will require. Gilbert asked his brother if he was planning to build his own mansion nearby. He was told that the newly minted would prefer to choose a modest, vacant house nearby if circumstances required a permanent presence in the capital. The next major challenge was to find a suitable vassal who could meet the high requirements. Given the tight deadlines for preparing for the ceremony, this task turned out to be extremely difficult and required unconventional approaches. Getting permission to use one of Gilbert's vassals is a nearly impossible task. If Wilbald makes such a request, the arrogant long-haired guy will definitely refuse. The Abel family is distinguished by its special commitment to tradition and the preservation of numerous secrets known only to a select few. Therefore, a simple choice will not do for them. They need a time-tested, impeccably honest, and reliable person. Mentally going over possible candidates, the Scarlet Mage stopped his gaze on the mental portrait of an old acquaintance, whom he once considered steadfast and decent enough to entrust with an important mission. A flash of memory led to a sudden decision. This is the only suitable candidate who can live up to expectations. Nikolai found the invitation to the meeting strange, and he cautiously inquired about the reason for the gathering. Theo replied that he had received orders to bring Zig and him here, although he himself was astonished by the decision of his elder relative to agree to the granting of the title. The confused boy assumed that his uncle must have discovered that he had been dragging the boy on a mission. However, he was told that everyone had known about it for a long time. Wilbald entered the hall and sincerely thanked those present for their promptness and willingness to respond to his call. Nikolai muttered something unintelligible uncertainly, and the senior magician amiably urged the young man to speak as usual. Today he invited Nikolai to discuss joint work with Zig, and decided to do without diplomatic turns, saying everything directly and frankly. The adult lord formally offered the young man to become his vassal, receiving the corresponding status and duties. Such an unexpected offer caused the young man shock and frank surprise. The boy excitedly asked why he was chosen for this role. The Scarlet Mage's answer was categorical, that he was going to accept the title, which meant he couldn't do without a reliable vassal. After all, the young man had found out one of Zig's most important secrets, but remained silent. This quality played a decisive role in choosing the future vassal. After all, the Abel family is known for a huge number of secrets, which can only be trusted to the most reliable people. Wilbald proposed to combine two positions, bodyguard and vassal. Formally, he would become his vassal, but in reality, his main duty is to ensure the safety of his nephew. The reason is simple. Prince Hera constantly teases him. Theo and the guy wanted to disagree, but they were stopped mid-sentence. The Scarlet Mage warned that the future vassal would have to sign a special magical contract to keep Zig's secret secret, putting his own life on the line. Violating the terms of the contract would result in immediate and inevitable punishment. All residents and employees of the mansion signed such an agreement. The young man was reminded that his willingness to sacrifice his life for the sake of fulfilling his duties would be worthily rewarded and would remain in the memory of his descendants. The future leader sadly told that his sister is in a difficult situation. The guy sold all his property and now they live in a rented house. The father died from a serious illness caused by the actions of a treacherous aristocrat who pursued selfish goals. Nikolai sadly responded that the fault lay not with Sir, but with himself. He did not have time to accumulate strength to protect the family from misfortune. Wilbald added, reasonably recalling that he was looking for a cure for the disease but never achieved success. The guy said that the doctors were already powerless, and he had to help his sister with magic herbs so that she could bear the disease easier. The Scarlet Mage suggested using an evaluative look, that maybe they could get to the root of the problem and really help. The uncle decided to take a risk and test the ability, assessing the prospects for recovery. In case of failure, he promised comprehensive support, medicine, housing, servants, clothing, and other amenities. According to the man, the proposed conditions seemed tempting and promising. He solemnly promised that he would never let down his friends Zig or Theo. The young man was filled with confidence in the sincerity of the adult's intentions, confirming the correctness of his own choice. Having finally weighed the arguments, the boy made the fateful decision to become Wilbald's vassal, consciously agreeing to put his own life on the line in order to save his sister and restore justice. Nikolai was ready to take any risk just to protect his sister, to which the boss noted that this was not the most thoughtful idea, given the danger of the consequences. However, he decided to support the initiative, considering it necessary to encourage the desire to protect relatives. Both agreed to seal the agreement with a handshake, symbolizing the beginning of joint cooperation and mutual support. Nikolai never imagined that he would be given the role of the boy's bodyguard. The boy, in turn, was extremely surprised to discover that this very character had been appointed his new protector. The guy learned the simple truth that since he was appointed his bodyguard, it meant that Zig was now the rightful owner. The child realized that the bodyguard had become his uncle's vassal, and that this appointment was connected with the negotiations with Estanya. Nikolai decided to return home and report everything in detail to Sarah, and realized that now he would have to convince all members of the family to move to the new home. Then someone called out to him. Theo had an unpleasant conversation with him. It turned out that he had sold the family mansion without telling him, and, in addition, had kept silent about the critical deterioration of his sister's health. The young man replied that the gentleman was already providing great support. It would be inappropriate to ask him for money. The only close person from the Abel family was Theobald. He did not want to burden them with additional worries and financial issues. He angrily shouted that he had the strength to help his comrade, and if he couldn't cope on his own, he would introduce him to his uncle, who was capable of solving any problems. There was no point in taking all the responsibility on oneself. It was absurd and dangerous. Theo said that they were friends, emphasizing the importance of mutual assistance. He immediately began preparing a room for his friend's sister, clarifying her preferences for furnishings. Nikolai, however, timidly tried to object, justifying himself by his insufficient need for such care. The boy indignantly exclaimed that his uncle's vassal was really forbidding him to do what he considered necessary. His face took on an angry, evil expression. The friend shared with a smile that Sarah liked light and white rooms that created an atmosphere of calm and harmony, sincerely thanking for the selfless help. The friend, hearing pleasant words of gratitude, smiled broadly and amiably agreed with the wishes. A few days later, at the Abel estate, Theo approached Sister Marie and announced in an official tone that the Baden family would soon be arriving. Marie was sincerely glad to see new guests, because the huge mansion had long needed some life and people. The little brother joined the conversation, supporting his sister in her views, adding that the guests were already on the threshold of the estate. 3 members of the Baden family appeared before them. Nikolai was shocked by the instantaneous movement and worriedly asked his sister if everything was okay. Sarah confidently answered yes. Marie introduced herself to the guests and asked them to follow her to the reception room. The joyful boy began to energetically hug everyone he met, enthusiastically telling the little boy that he and his sister would definitely become best friends, because they had so much in common. Marie carefully asked the young man not to greet Zig so boisterously. The cheerful Nikolai, grinning, said that this was how he always greeted him. To which the girl added that he wasn't going to break the boy's neck. Sarah, noticing that her brother was in a state of great excitement and therefore was not thinking clearly, sincerely apologized for the inadequate behavior of a loved one. Then she introduced the remaining faithful domestic workers who remained to look after them, even after the sale of the mansion. The girl politely introduced herself as Sarah von Baden, sincerely apologizing for her appearance. Marie warmly called the girl a lovely and charming person. Sarah was interested in the whereabouts of her brother's overlord, wanting to speak with him personally. Hearing that Wilbald was busy with urgent matters and could not attend the meeting, she asked for an important message to be conveyed to him, that she would not need the help of the Abel family. Therefore, her brother would not enter into a vassal contract. Nikolai was overwhelmed with emotion, and he indignantly shouted why the girl had refused the agreements reached the day before. The boy pronounced that obviously some circumstance had influenced the girl's change of position. Sarah firmly stated that she did not intend to allow her brother to pay such a high price for her rescue, and internally she could not reconcile herself to this fact. Her brother fervently convinced her that everything would go smoothly and that he would be able to keep the situation under control without letting his younger sister down. For the sake of her happiness, he is ready to go to the end, overcoming any obstacles. However, the girl stubbornly resisted help, declaring that she was going home. Turning around, she lost her balance and began to fall, but Zig deftly caught her, persistently warning her to be careful. The boy was overcome with guilt and explained in an apologetic voice that he had accidentally touched her cheek, causing the girl discomfort. The servants noted that the patient's body temperature had risen again, and they immediately went to escort the girl to the designated room. Mira insisted that the return home would be postponed until her health improved. All this time, Nikolai was worried and panicked, looking at his sister leaving. The brother was puzzled why his sister was refusing the long-awaited opportunity to be healed. Theo carefully asked if his brother had said that his own life was at stake when signing the contract. It turned out that the guy had remained silent, and the sister herself had intuitively guessed the grim consequences of the agreement. The boy was impressed by Sarah's resilience in fighting her illness. Nikolai was eager to talk to her, but his friend asked him to wait until both sides calmed down. Zig suggested that the servant go to the garden to get flowers for the girl. He hopes that a walk and a conversation will help the brother and sister understand each other better. The boy thanked the little boy warmly for his kindness, and the talking animal named Haku scratched the door. Marie asked with motherly concern if she was feeling better, regretting that she had to endure so much suffering. Sira was genuinely worried, believing that she was bringing nothing but worries and disappointments to the family. Marie tried to console her, claiming that despite Nikolai's rudeness and impulsiveness, he showed sincere care and passionate love for his sister, protecting her in every way possible. The sister sobbed convulsively, bitterly complaining that because of her, her family had lost their peace and stability, plunging into an abyss of problems and losses. The girl standing nearby listened attentively to every word. The girl said that several years ago, her condition worsened, and soon after that, her father passed away. Her older brother paid much more attention to her. However, despite all the steps taken, there was no improvement, and expensive medications only helped a little. Then the property began to rapidly decrease, and in the end, the family had to part with the ancestral mansion in order to find funds to purchase the healing magical herb. This news shocked Sarah so much that she was speechless and froze motionless. The girl realized that the house, which was associated with her happy days spent with her family, was sold so that she could live a little longer. Drinking the medicine from the magical herb became even more difficult. But if she stopped taking it, the disease would take over. The girl did not want to see her brother's face distorted with pain and fear, so she continued to endure and drink. There was less and less money for medicine. Sarah felt like a weed, sucking up the family's resources but unable to provide any benefit in return. Then, Marie supposed, Nikolai told her about the contract. No. She intuitively felt that something was wrong with her brother. The longer she listened to him, the more clearly she realized that his life was in mortal danger. It was also evident from his appearance when he met her after signing the contract. Gradually, everything fell into place. Sarah loves her brother madly. When her father passed away, he was always there, telling interesting or funny stories, bringing beautiful flowers that she really liked. The girl can't imagine life without her brother, so she won't let him be taken away from her. He was really ready to do anything for her, and if he dies because of her, she's scared to even think about it. Marie gently pressed the girl to her chest, hugging her tightly and calming her. Marie realized how hard it had been for her lately, despite the fact that the girl never complained or showed her pain. Marie's heart filled with gratitude to Sarah for the courage and sincerity with which she opened her soul and shared her most intimate experiences. Sarah dreamed of returning to the past happiness, laughing and playing with her brother again, as it used to be in childhood. From the bottom of her heart, she wished him joy and personal happiness, dreaming that her brother would find harmony and peace again. The girl could no longer remember the last time she saw a real, sincere smile on her brother's face. The boy realized with a heavy heart that he could not allow his beloved sister to see the face of her brother. Gathering his courage, he walked away, leaving behind a group of young people standing with a sad look and a large bouquet of flowers, watching him go. Wilbald realized the gravity of the situation and decided to refrain from interfering, remaining a bystander. In his estimation, the new vassal simply needed time. The boy sank dejectedly onto the soft green grass, immersed in heavy thoughts and overcome by a state of deep despair. Turning to the boy, Nikolai thoughtfully said that when their father fell ill and suddenly died, his sister was still a tiny baby, barely aware of what was happening. The illness of the parent fell upon the family unexpectedly, without warning, plunging everyone into deep mourning and grief. The shock of losing his father also affected his sister's condition. Her illness progressed rapidly. The thought that Sarah could leave him at any moment did not leave the young man's mind, causing the strongest emotions and a constant feeling of anxiety. The fear of losing his sister drove him to despair. He had no idea how he would be able to continue to exist if she was gone. Having given himself over completely to the fight for her life, the young man turned to a doctor who prescribed a magical herb. In order to continue the treatment, he had to sacrifice all his property. Everything that the father had acquired through years of hard work was lost forever. If the boy had been a little smarter and more calculating, like Zig, perhaps he could have corrected the mistake and saved the family situation. All the blame fell on Nikolai's shoulders. Trying not to disturb his loved ones, he personally took on the burden of responsibility. However, he did not even think about how painfully his behavior affected his dear people, friends, and family. The young man bitterly realized that he had been foolish in thinking he was protecting his sister, when in fact he was nothing more than a stubborn and selfish child. Recognizing his lack of wisdom and experience, he realized that he was incapable of dealing with life's difficulties alone. And now he had difficulty admitting that it would have been better to trust others, to accept the help of friends and elders, instead of struggling alone. Realizing that he had missed a favorable moment, the guy realized that through his thoughtless actions he had lost everything he had: the house dear to his sister's heart, his parents' achievements, everything that had been built up over generations. He destroyed the future of the family with his own hands. Zig supported the young man, reminding him that the main thing was that he saved his sister at the cost of enormous efforts and sacrifices. The kid added that he would protect his sister and do everything necessary to keep her alive. He had acted with the best of intentions when he sacrificed his estate, trust, and happiness. He consoled him, convincing him that with effort, what was lost could be restored. The young man added gloomily that a lost life, even with special powers, could not be returned. These words caused Nikolai a strong shock and a deep sense of fear of responsibility for the decisions made. A friend encouraged him to start all over again, being sure that he was able to regain his lost wealth and trust. After all, there were people around him who were ready to share his burdens and support him in difficult times. Next to him are Sieg, his brother Theo, and, of course, Sarah. Together they support him, ask him not to give up, and offer to get up in the morning and meet the new day together, joining forces and moving forward together. The figures of Marie and Sarah appeared in front of the two young men. The latter anxiously asked why her brother had not returned yet, expressing her fears and worries. In addition, in her opinion, the boy was probably offended and angry because of her previous negative reaction. Nikolai was amused by his sister's naivety, and he sincerely assured her that he held no grudge and understood the reasons for her worries perfectly well. He asked her not to worry unnecessarily. He also acknowledged the validity of her arguments, that indeed he should have discussed his plans with her first before trying to protect her alone, creating additional complications. This time, the young man was determined to improve and act wisely without making the mistakes of the past. The very trust of the master who entrusted him with the duties of a vassal serves as a clear testimony of faith in his potential and desire to develop in the right direction. The guy sincerely promised that he was not going to die, but on the contrary, he would make every effort to justify the hopes of his sister and his master. He asked Sarah to believe in him and hoped that using the assessing gaze would help find the right medicine and she would recover. Remembering the advice and words of encouragement he had received from Zig, the young man felt inspired and believed in success. Nikolai understood that asking for support sounded selfish after the mistakes he had made, but without his sister's help, his plans would remain unfulfilled. Strong moral support from his sister would give the guy a sense of confidence that with her help, he can overcome any difficulties. Sarah herself also longed to participate in the restoration of the family. She had long dreamed of supporting her brother. The girl resolutely declared that she would not give in to the disease, would definitely recover, and would become a support for her brother, supporting him with all available means and opportunities. Sarah is confident that she can endure any difficulties as long as her beloved brother is alive. She sincerely thanked him for his constant care and endless support, and Nikolai was choked with tears of shame and remorse, sincerely asking for forgiveness for his past mistakes and shortcomings. Kneeling before her, the young man sincerely and with deep sadness in his eyes once again asked for forgiveness for the suffering he had caused her. In the chambers of the ancient Abelab estate, Wilbald concentrated hard and carefully activated the magical appraising gaze designed to reveal hidden information and detect potential dangers. Using magic, the gentleman instantly realized the nature of the disease and understood why conventional medicine was ineffective. The girl's brother asked what this meant. It turned out that the disease was called mana overload. Uncle explained in detail that there was excess magical power in the body that could not be removed. The consequence of this process was the appearance of painful blisters all over the body, causing constant discomfort and severe weakness. This disease is extremely rare. Judging by the symptoms, the girl was born with a colossal supply of magical energy, exceeding the limits of a normal human body. Usually, such problems do not occur, but Sarah had a low ability to release magical energy, which led to its accumulation and illness. Wilbald was genuinely curious about why the magical herb was alleviating Sarah's condition. He finally realized the reason. The magical herb was absorbing magical energy. The worried brother asked if there was a way to completely cure his younger sister. The Scarlet Mage explained that there was a way, but there were nuances. The vassal could not believe his own ears. The gentleman continued, saying that the girl's body was currently oversaturated with magical energy, which posed a threat to her life. The first step was to eliminate the excess. The servant asked if it was possible to use a curse. He answered negatively, because, firstly, in our world there are very few people who are capable of using curse magic, and, as a rule, in order to master it, one has to renounce human nature and principles. Wilbald emphasized that those who practice curse magic had long ceased to be human. He drew the young man's attention to the fact that he would not have trusted Sir to such a creature. Nikolai asked if the magic herb would help in the treatment, to which he received a negative answer. It was necessary to find a person who could use curse magic and who was trustworthy. Since there were only a few of them, the task was complicated by a search that resembled looking for a needle in a haystack. The young man was nervous again, believing that he thought there was finally hope for his sister's recovery. Zig encouraged Nikolai, assuring him that there really was a ray of hope, and they would not stop searching until they found the right mage. The servant asked where to start the search. Wilbald suggested dividing up the responsibilities. He would actively search for a specialist, and the brother would devote time to caring for his sister. The master recommended continuing to take the magical herb, but strictly control the dosage, otherwise it will begin to act as a toxic poison. The nephew decided that it was impossible to keep this a secret. They must start all over again. He realized that it was finally time to talk, and quickly headed for the door. The young man hesitantly approached his uncle, who asked in surprise what the boy needed. Wanting to start a conversation, the boy hesitated, became nervous and got confused in his words. Zikbelt tells Willie that he can use the power of curses. The man, hearing this, asks again. He asked the boy if he could take a look, which Zeke allowed him to do, and he was preparing to show his strength. Various curse symbols appear around the boy, surprising his uncle. Zikbelt apologizes to him, saying that he hid this from his family and deceived them for a long time. But the boy wants to help Sarah, wants Nikolai to smile again. Zeke, confidently placing his hand on his chest, says that he has the power to help Sarah and Nikolai. The uncle laughed, causing confusion in the boy, and then said that he vaguely, but still guessed that Zeke possessed the power of curses, and even more, he hid from the appraising gaze. The man asked how long the boy had been hiding. Uncle asked if Zeke had been hiding since birth, to which he heard in response that the kid didn't even know how to say it. The boy has doubts whether he can tell everything, about the help, about his past life, and he cries. Willie, seeing his tears, apologizes. After apologizing, he says that he is simply very excited. and that perhaps Zikbelt is much more special than his uncle thought, and that perhaps some powerful being has taken a fancy to the boy. Uncle says that the boy is just like himself, because he also has a secret that cannot be revealed to the family, and that he cannot even imagine how hard it was for Zik to collect his thoughts. He praises Zikbelt and promises that sooner or later he will tell him about himself. However, the man says that now is not the time. The boy thinks that his uncle is just like him, and that he also has a special secret. Willie said that it was good that the young man confessed, and now they need to understand whether he can use the sucking curse or whether he needs to learn it. To which Zeke asks to teach him this curse, and sooner or later he will be able to use it. The man asks the boy not to be so impatient, and that Ziki will work with curses, but warns that one mistake and he will have to pay dearly. He would not like the boy to study this magic. However, the young man adds, if he does not teach the boy will learn on his own without anyone's knowledge. The guy said that he would teach the young man a safe way to use curses, for which Zeke thanks him. Willie suggests starting quickly, but warns that it won't be as easy as before, and asks if the boy can handle it, to which he received the answer that his ward will try. Zikbelt is damn glad that he will be able to learn curses. He was afraid to speak, but he did it. True, now he wants to know more about his uncle, but now he needs to focus on other things. Zeke, having left his uncle, no longer wants to feel regret for using his power, but this time he will definitely be able to help. The young man, left alone, received a letter from the Majesta family, which said that negotiations with Astania had been arranged. Uncle was interested in how Astania would react. At the same time, the kingdom of Astania in the royal palace, Count Tobias is angry, shouting that they are laughing and wondering what kind of letter this is. His servant asks him to calm down. Tobias demands that the servant shut up and orders him to tell them to hand Diana over to Estany, and continues to be angry that the Abel family has interfered. The Count thinks this is nonsense. Count Toby is indignant that the rest of the royal family invited the princess and the people from Majesta to Estania and think that they should be listened to. The servant reminds him that there is no need to heat up the situation, because the tournament is coming soon and it is better to listen to them. The Count has a dark, evil idea with thoughts that he shares with his servant. If the tournament is coming soon, and they all come to Estonia, then both the Abel family and Princess Diana, Tobias will be able to bury them all at once. A few days later, one of the Abel family dresses up Sarah and says that the girl looks beautiful in her new clothes, to which Sarah shyly thanks the assistant. The girl asks for forgiveness for having to spend such clothes on her, and hears in response a request not to worry, because the girl did not have a younger sister and she had no one to dress, so Sarah fulfilled her dream. The girl shares with Sarah that she used to compensate for this by dressing Zeke in cute clothes. But lately, the boy has been doing everything he can to escape from her. The beauty continues the thought that now, it seems like she has a younger sister and says that she is happy about it, and hears from Sarah that the girl is also happy. And when she asks again, the girl claims that there is nothing like that. Willie's niece is glad that this day has finally come. She had no doubt that her uncle would be able to arrange everything so quickly, and asks Sarah if she is ready. The girl tells her that everything will be fine, and that she is sure that it will work. She asks Sarah to be a strong girl who always supports her brother. As for the dress, the niece says that it will become a symbol of Sarah's new life as she makes the necessary efforts. To which the girl replies that now everything will definitely change. Sarah stands with Nikolai and other members of the Abel family in front of her uncle's office. They discuss the final preparations, as only one girl is to go through. When one of the escort girls asks where Zeke is, she hears that he hasn't been seen since morning. The brother assures Sarah that everything will be fine, and if anything happens, he will immediately run to her, for which the girl thanks him. The brother, very worried, continues to say that everything will be fine and asks Sarah if it is true that everything will be fine, and hears from the woman a question why he is shaking, how he is going to help her. Sarah calms him down, claiming that everything will be fine. Sarah enters her uncle's office, and the escorts support the girl. To her surprise, Zeke is already there, greeting her. The man blocked the door and turned to the girl, saying that it was necessary and that he would like her to sign a contract, the same one they had concluded with Zikbelt. Seeing the confusion in her eyes, her uncle explains that this is so that she won't tell anyone about how the boy will cure her. She asks Zeke, and he answers that he can cure this curse. The young man assures her that the young man, his student, is also a talented mage, and he tells her this as the vice chief of the third squad of mages. He asked Sarah if she would trust Zeke. The girl agreed to trust the boy. Their whole family is so kind to her, so she trusts him. Zeke thanked her, and Uncle began to explain that the contract required her blood, and if she broke it, her life would end, which was best not to tell Nikolai. Sarah assured them that she would never break it. Besides, the girl adds, her brother also made a contract without her permission, and this will be her revenge. The uncle answered her that, then everything is decided. The uncle said that he would wait outside, and if anything happened, let Ziki and the girl scream. And before leaving, he put his hand on the boy's shoulder. The young man tells Zik that he's been preparing all these days, and that he should succeed. The main thing to remember is that it can take a lot of time, and you need to listen to your uncle's advice. And if the symptoms he spoke about appear, then you need to stop immediately. The boy, having listened to his uncle's words, answered him that he understood. And before the boy left, he was sure that he had done everything he could while preparing, and now he needed to give it his all. The uncle left them, wishing them luck and saying goodbye. Left alone with Sarah, the boy suggested they begin and asked the girl to give him her hand, to which she hesitated a little and became nervous. Zeke reassured her by telling her that he understood that she didn't want him to see her skin, but he needed it for healing. Still nervous, the girl held out her curse-scarred palm to him. The boy, at first frightened, nevertheless got his bearings and confidently took her hand and told her that she and her brother would definitely be able to start all over again because he would give them this opportunity. Holding her palm now with both hands, Zeke used his powers, trying to force Suray's curse to be lifted. Zeke continues the ritual of getting rid of the curse, continuing to hold her hand and imagining how all the bad things begin to leave the girl's body. He is sure that if he continues in the same spirit, he will be able to save her. He just has to do it. But suddenly he hears a voice in his head, asking who he is going to save when he could not save his own mother, Lyra. Hearing this question, the boy opens his eyes and sees a black shadow behind Sarah and looking straight at him. Zeke is shocked because he recognizes the shadow as his brother, Gelt. Shadow says that no matter how special Zeke is, he is still weak and will always be weak, and that it would be better if his power went to a more suitable person. And it is because of this that the shadow continues to intimidate him. He will kill Zeke and take his power for himself. The treasure would be better off in his hands, because he can even return a lost life. The hallucination grabbed the boy with its hands and ordered him to give up his power in his life. Zikbelt is overcome by thoughts. He understands that this is just an illusion. He tries to pull himself together, but he cannot breathe. The boy sees that Sarah is also trembling with fear. It hurts him to continue to remove the curse. He does not know if he will succeed, but he confidently continues to try for Sarah. The boy knows that he is weaker than Gelt, but he is sure that he will not lose to him, because now he is using magic to save Sarah. And even if his magic is not yet perfect, and Zeke still needs to learn a lot, he must save her. The boy is overcome by bad memories, but he's not going to repeat the events of the past, because this time he can do anything. And finally, he managed to cope with the illusion in the form of his brother Gert. He and Sarah were surrounded by a white glow, and the girl opened her eyes in surprise. Sarah is very surprised, and Zeke tells her that now it's all over and she's fine. Meanwhile, outside the office doors, Nikolai, his entourage, and his uncle are standing and waiting. Nikolai is still nervous, and Theo turns to him and says that she needs to give him something. She hands the man a pot of flowers intended for Sarah. The woman assures him that it would be much better if he were to give these flowers. Nick asks doubtfully if Sarah would really want this, and she tells him that everything is fine and she will definitely like it. Suddenly, the office door opened. Nikolai turned around worriedly at the sound of an exclamation, but froze in shock, not believing his eyes. Sarah jumps out of her uncle's office, showing herself and saying that there's nothing on her face, hands, or anywhere at all. Finally, the girl notices the flowers in her brother's hands and asks about them, to which he replies that they are for her, still not believing his eyes. She takes the pot from Nikolai's hands and says that these are her favorites and is surprised that he remembered them. Sarah is incredibly happy, hugging the flower pot to herself and calling Nikolai brother, which makes him open his eyes wide. Nick can barely cope with the feelings that overcome him. seeing his sister completely cured. Finally, he hugs his little sister tightly, pressing her to himself and says how happy he is. Zeke also sticks his head out of the office, seeing what's going on, and his uncle tells him that it's better to leave them alone for now, because it's very important for them. The young man assures the boy that Sarah will undergo rehabilitation and everything will be fine, and Nikolai will be a reliable support for her. Uncle asks if Zeke himself is okay because sucking out the curse's magical power must have been difficult, to which the young man agreed, adding that he managed, although his head is a little dizzy. The boy, getting ready to leave his uncle's office, clenches his hand into a fist, glad that this time he did not run away from his brother's shadow and looked him straight in the face. The boy continues his thought, confident that he will never run away again. Uncle takes Zeke's hand and says that then the problem is solved, and all that remains is the title ceremony. He also said that the repair of Princess Diana's artifact, so it must be given to her, and calls the boy with him. Because the young man has an important conversation with him, which the young man asks about again. Arriving in Diana's chambers, Zeke sits down on the sofa, and his uncle stands in front of him and the princess. The girl turns to her, saying that now neither her ears nor her tail are visible, and Zeke is happy for her. Diana is grateful to the young man and uncle with all her heart, to which the uncle says that there is no need for gratitude, and besides, the uncle continued, he would like to invite Diana to his enthronement ceremony. The princess is surprised, asking if she is coming to the enthronement ceremony, to which the uncle says that he has invited Zeke there too. Diana turned to Zeke with a question, but he said that he didn't understand anything either. Then the young man explained to them that he had a great idea on how to protect them. The uncle asked if Zeke would like to get engaged to Princess Diana, which caused great surprise and shock to both of them. The day of the title conferment. The young girls gossip about Zeke, the son of the Abel family, who is engaged to Princess Diana of Estonia. He has never appeared at a ball before, and already he is engaged to a princess of another country. And the gossips are wondering if they will be at the ceremony. And finally, the procession of the Majesty family. Zeke and Princess Diana reach the hall reserved for the title-giving ceremony. Everyone around them looks at the princess and her fiancé, who thinks how gorgeous Diana looks. It's as if she has a different aura, and she attracts all eyes. Zeke feels sorry that someone like him will be standing next to Diana, but he immediately tries to gather his strength. Ziki had already managed to imagine all this when he heard about the engagement, but his uncle said that it would be a fake engagement. All this falsehood is necessary to protect Diana from Prince Tobias, according to her uncle's plan. After all, as she explained to Zeke, if the princess marries in another country, she will lose her right to inherit the throne. The young man praised Dia for her quick thinking, and said that he was going to announce their engagement at the title ceremony. Zeke is amazed by his uncle's plan to protect the princess in this way from Prince Tobias. But he is even more amazed when Diana says that she's preparing for an engagement to the boy. But then she added that she wasn't sure she could pretend to be a bride. Well, and if Zeke was against it, then... But she didn't have time to finish, because the boy interrupted her, getting up from the sofa and exclaiming that it was okay. Because for the sake of protecting his dear friend, he was also ready for this falsehood. The princess is surprised by the way the young man called her, and he, in turn, was also frightened at first when he heard about the fake engagement with her. But this is necessary for the sake of protecting Dia. The uncle told him that he knew they would both agree, so he had already told everyone about the engagement. He also added that he was glad that they got along so well, and that he was sure that they could do it together, to which the couple agreed. The princess turned to Zik, asking if he was definitely not against it, to which Zikbelt replied that of course he was, and everything was fine. He was just thinking. The kid apologized to Dia for taking so long to think, and said that he would try not to screw up, to which he heard from the princess that she should say it. She doubts and asks if she is sure she will do. The Abel family members stand and talk among themselves. Nikolai asks Theo if he can take off his tie, which the woman refuses, since he is her uncle's vassal, so he should behave appropriately. To which Nick says that he understands, but he can't stand formal clothes. The man says he'd rather wear his father's armor, but Theo says it actually suits him and tells him not to worry. Frau exclaims and cuddles up to Zeke's friend, saying she's too cute. Frau compliments the girl and her dress, asking to look at her from all sides. She introduces herself to Zeke as friend and says that she has been hearing about her for so long and has wanted to meet her, and also thanks him for being with the boy when they were wandering through the labyrinth, and as a reward, offers to help him meet everyone here. Frau claims that she told everyone about the situation in the dungeon, having contacted her uncle through telepathy. The girl asks Frau again about this connection, and she answered her that telepathy is a way of communication that works through the contract connection, and this is because of the power of the contract. At the same time, Haku tries the bracelet on his paw. The magical cat is delighted with his new, such a chic robe. He is all sparkling today. Willie explains to Zeke that this new bracelet is a protective talisman and no villain will steal Haku anymore. Zeke thanks his uncle along with Haku, and then a voice calls out to the boy. It was Aunt Louise and Grandpa Herbert. Louise marvels at how Zeke has grown. The youngster remembers them and says that the last time they met was when he was a baby, and then greets them, and Auntie grins, noting that he is so polite for his age. The woman tells him that she heard that he is a talented magician, and asks him to show his skills someday, to which she received the answer that, of course, when the opportunity arises, he will show them. The princess approaches them and introduces herself as the third princess of the kingdom of Estanya, Diana von Estanya, saying that they are meeting for the first time and that it is an honor for her to meet them. Diana asks them for forgiveness for the fact that the uprising in her country brought them so much trouble, adding that she is truly very sorry. Herbert asks the princess to raise her head, saying that they know what happened in the dungeon. Madame Louise asks her not to worry because none of them doubt her, and they are not going to blame her. Louise and Herbert say that it was they who dragged Diana to them, giving her no choice. So it is they who should bow their heads in apology. The princess thanks them and says that she will never forget the kindness of all of them. The man standing next to his father asked him if Gelt had come, to which his father replied that he had. Although he had sent Gelt a letter, he had not received any reply. He replied to his father that he had also sent him several letters, but had not received any reply either. Willie, perplexed, asks, are they keeping him locked up in the Magic Academy? And continues to say that even while Leah was alive, Gil tried many times to arrange a meeting between Leah and Gelt, but the Academy considered that this would interfere with his studies. The father says no. It seems that this time it was the boy's own decision. And after Leah's funeral, he said only one thing, that he would never return home again. Theos says that she and her sister have never managed to meet the discussed brother Gelt. They couldn't even find him with magic. The sister added that he was separated from the regular students, considering him a special student. Willie says that this Magic Academy is definitely hiding something, so he thinks they are damn bookworms. But then the Crown Prince Majesta comes in, saying that, unfortunately, for those with a talent for magic, admission is mandatory. The prince also says that Zeke will have to go there in the future, and maybe then everyone will find out what is going on inside. Zeke greeted the heir, and he greeted him back, adding that he had heard so much about the young man, and in particular, Willibald had told him about Zeke, which surprised the boy. And seeing the look of the Crown Prince Magist, Zeke was frightened that the guy really knew more about the boy than the youth thought. But the prince admitted that he loves to look at children like that, because their facial expressions change before his eyes, in response to which Willie asks him not to bully Zeke. The Crown Prince says that in any case, there is no point in discussing the Magic Academy in public, and turns back to Willie saying that the king is already here, and now it is his turn, calling Willie the main character. Uncle says he is ready and hears from the prince that he likes this answer. Magist's heir suggests starting the ceremony while Zeke is thinking about everyone worrying about his brother Gelt and what is happening at the Magic Academy. Willie approaches the throne where the king sits, and the ruler begins a speech saying that today, Willibald von Abel, kneeling before the throne, will receive the title of Count. The king blesses his uncle for his work for the benefit of the people of Majesta and asks him to direct the potential in the right direction. Willie, in turn, gives the king his oath. After Willie has taken his oath to the king, dancing begins in the palace. Zeke stands next to Princess Diana, thinking about how his family is very prestigious in the eyes of the aristocracy, something he himself did not realize. As a participant in the ceremony, he would not like to fall flat on his face, but he has no experience and does not understand what he needs to do. The princess approached him and asked if he would dance with her. She also asked him if he remembered that they were there for a reason, and said that dancing in public was perfect for their purpose, to which Zeke agreed, admitting that she was right. The boy confessed to her that he was just a lousy dancer and doubted that he would put Diana in an awkward position. To which the princess replied that everything was fine because they were still children, so many mistakes would be forgiven. And besides, she had already gotten used to the local atmosphere. Moreover, Diana reminded him that he saved her in the dungeon, so today it was her turn to help him, and the young man agreed to her help. Now Zeke asked the princess to dance with slight embarrassment, receiving in response that she would be happy to dance with him. She placed her palm on top of the young man's palm, and they began their dance. The prince and his dance partner noticed the young couple, and the others turned their gazes towards them as well. During the dance, Diana continued to talk to Zeke, prompting him to stand up straighter and be more confident. The boy responded by saying that she outshone everyone in the room in that dress, receiving a big thank you from her. Zeke continued his compliment, adding that her previous appearance suited her much better, as it seemed to him, and that back then, in the dungeon, he could not take his eyes off the princess. That look of hers seemed so sweet to him, and he liked it very much. His words made Diana lose her balance, a little scared and rushing to apologize to the boy. And he was glad that the old Dia had returned, and added that now he felt even calmer. The princess told him that up until that moment, everyone had always felt nothing but disgust towards her previous appearance. To which Zeke responded by reminding her that he had said that he liked her. The boy smiled and told her that when she was real, she was only better, hearing in response from her quiet gratitude and a satisfied smile. At the same time, two gossips were discussing them behind their backs. One of them said that she did not think that a child could start a rebellion. The second one echoed her, saying that she somehow did not believe that this girl was the leader of the rebellion. The first one agreed, saying that Prince Tobias had slandered the girl. Meanwhile, Willie, in the company of Nikolai and Crown Prince Majesta, stood by the balcony. Willie said that that was it. He had taken an oath and could do nothing more. Nikolai asked if he was sure that he should say such a thing in front of His Highness, and His Highness himself noted that Willibald had played the role of an obedient knight perfectly. The heir also said that since Willie was now an earl, he couldn't wait to keep the newly minted earl busy, and that he would probably do it after they dealt with Estonia. Willie asked to take pity on him. The count said that in any case, he kept his promise, and asked Julius if he could come to an agreement with Estonia, to which he received the answer that, of course, they had already clarified the possibility of negotiations in writing. And according to the answer from Estonia, the prince continued, Diana and her companions from Majesta are invited to negotiate in Estonia, but only with one condition, which the count asked about. The heir of Majesta said that the Abel family, according to this very condition for negotiations with Estonia, would have to take part in the upcoming tournament that would take place there. Willie and Nikolai doubted whether this was necessary. Julius said that someone from the Abel family would have to take part in the tournament. He also added that they were only willing to negotiate if that condition was met. Nikolai asked Julius why Estonia was setting such conditions at all, to which the Crown Prince of Majesta responded that if you think about it, the Abel family should already be familiar with this tournament. Willie told the prince that, yes, the family is familiar with this traditional tournament, which is held once every 3 years, and that masters from different countries participate in it, and also added that the heirs of the Abel family from generation to generation have shown their strength and skills there. Nick said that they had planned to send Albert to participate this time too, but due to recent events, they decided to withdraw. The Count said that for the same reason many other countries also refused to participate in the tournament, and asked the prince about Linai and the Empire. The heir said that it was actually obvious what they were trying to achieve, and that he would not want Al to participate, and continued the thought by saying that he would still be going to another country, so he would like to have a reliable escort. Willie was surprised and said, "Wow, how unexpected," because Albert became the bodyguard of the heir to Majesta just a few years ago, and he became so attached to him. The Count also added to this that he would never have thought that the prince would be able to make a friend, to which he received from the interlocutor in response that it was not for him to talk about it. Nikolai intervened in the conversation between the prince and the Count, saying that he would have to go, which caused Willibald to give him a questioning look, to which he replied that they had originally planned for him to protect Princess Diana, but it would be better if he took part in the tournament, and maybe at the same time he would be able to find out about Prince Tobias's plans. Their conversation was interrupted by Albert, who came onto their balcony and said that this should not be done, which he said to his father. Albert told him that he had heard what they were talking about and asked them to leave the tournament to him. Willie told him that he was not often so proactive, to which Al stated that it was to protect Zeke's fiancée. He asked the trio if they had seen how Zeke and Diana looked together as a couple, and how Dia glowed next to him, adding that his heart fluttered when he looked at them. Albert had previously left all the difficult work to his father, but this time he could not stand aside, and now he had to protect their future together. Willie asked Nikolai and the prince if they had told him that the engagement of this couple was fictitious. Julius asked Al if he understood that this year's tournament could be very different, and added that this time it could possibly be life-threatening, to which he heard in response that, of course, because they were the protectors of the treasure, and there would be no better chance to show the strength of their family. The prince exhaled loudly, saying that it would be impossible to dissuade Al, and agreed to send him away, and Gilbert would be left with another job, since the heir wanted him to stay in Majest, to which Gil reluctantly agreed, saying that although it was offensive, it was good, he understood. Nikolai left the tournament to his son, Albert, who told him that they had nothing to fear and that he would definitely win. Later, in the Abel family's house, in the conference room, Diana says that they are preparing to travel with Prince Julius and go to Estonia. She also adds that they need to prepare carefully. Uncle Willie interrupted her by snapping his fingers and saying that he would like to discuss their plan of action in Estonia. But before discussing the plan of action, he turned to Diana with the statement that he would now destroy the contract that he and Princess Diana had made in the dungeon, and that even though the marriage was fictitious, it was not right to bind family members with magical contracts. The princess did not agree to break the contract, telling the Count and Emma that everyone except family members were not bound by the contract so as not to reveal the secret about Zeke. She asked for their understanding, to which her advisor replied that yes, they understood. The princess told Willie that if it turned out that only her contract was broken, then it was not entirely fair. The Count assured her not to worry so much, because Zeke hadn't been bound by any contract in the first place. He had shown him a fake, and if the boy had known it, he would never have agreed. Willie said that he was not going to risk the boy's life and let him sign some contract, to which he heard from the princess that she hated him for that. The young man jokingly said that it was straight to the heart. Uncle Willie offered to begin their meeting, but was interrupted by Diana's advisor, Paul, who said that his son Ermund would help them once they arrived in Estonia. Was in charge of suppressing the rebellion, the man explained, adding that his family had already received information about the princess's non-involvement in the rebellion. The counselor continued to speak, explaining that his son governed a territory near the border and that the people trusted Ermund, but if they acted together, it would arouse suspicion. Willie was amazed that the counselor's son was trying to stop the rebellion. The man said he was proud of his son and added that the second Princess Juliana would meet Diana at the border and would have to invite Dia to her mansion. The uncle guessed that they wanted to have a friendly reception and objected because there was a problem. Willie reminded everyone about Prince Tobias. After all, Tobias, even when he learned about the engagement of the little couple of Diana and Zeke, did not change his attitude. Willie continued to say that they thought that Toby would calm down when the princess no longer had the right to inherit the throne. But nothing changed. The young man sighed, adding to his speech that Princess Diana would hardly have been able to inherit the throne anyway, to which the advisor replied that yes, that was true. The uncle added that the third prince, Matthias, the son of the king's first wife, was first in line to the throne, but the boy was still too young to be a king, being only 13 years old. Willibald continued to explain, revealing that the next in line, the concubine's son, the first Prince Tobias, was to become heir to the throne until Matthias was born. Willie then spoke about the third in line to the throne, the second Prince Elias. He is also the son of a concubine and has no intention of inheriting the throne. Besides, his uncle added, no one in the palace would support him. And then the young man said that the first princess was married to a count, so she also had no right to inherit the throne, and added that the fourth in line was the second Princess Diana, and after her the fifth Princess Juliana, the daughter of a concubine. Willie continued his monologue with the fact that the current king is seriously ill, which is why most of the state affairs are handled by the fifth heir, Juliana, who is supported by most people, calling the girl the kindest princess. He also added that if Estonia suddenly refuses the traditional inheritance of the throne, then Juliana will be the most likely heir. Uncle ended by saying that while the king was ill, Matthias was the next rightful king. Tobias was trying to regain the throne that Toby had deprived of his 13-year-old heir, and Juliana was trying to abolish the traditional order. And because of their struggle, The neighboring countries were alarmed. Zeke guessed that it was because of this that they decided to make Princess Diana the scapegoat, and she, in turn, noted that they could reveal the secret of her true appearance. Willie added to the princess's words that this would add to their problems, because Astania does not like beastmen, even though it was founded with the help of a divine beast. Pal, while they were talking, decided to reveal a terrible secret. Diana saw the confusion on the man's face and turned to him along with the others, asking him to tell her everything if he knew anything, especially if it had to do with her true form. Pal clenched his fist, saying that he wanted to take this to his grave before it turned out this way. Pal said that Astania was indeed founded under the protection of a divine beast and that the beastmen lived with them. But 500 years ago, the royal family suddenly turned against them, calling them an impure race and hating them. He added to these words that after this, all history books that mentioned the divine beast were banned, and that the royal family seemed to be deliberately hiding their roots. Especially one fact that Willibald asked about. Pal revealed this very fact, saying that the true ruler of the kingdom would be the one who could change his appearance, which caused shock and amazement among those present at the meeting. The man continued speaking, saying that this secret was buried in history and only their family, who were present at the birth of such an heir, added that even other royal families should not know about it. He added to his owls that the current king, having learned of the birth of such a child, Her Majesty Diana, ordered her ears to be hidden and kept locked up. The girl was not allowed to attend official receptions, and the fact of her true appearance was hidden from the rest of the family. Pal ended by saying that Count Tobias seemed to have somehow managed to find out this secret. Uncle said that now it was clear why Prince Tobias was so obsessed with getting rid of the young princess, because he knew that she was the true heir to the throne of Astania. Pal agreed with his words, asking him to take into account the fact that the royal family is brought up to hate the beastmen, and also to take into account his position as the one who lost the first place to the throne, which is why he can be damn angry and does not want to leave Diana alone. The princess excitedly asked why she should be the queen, and what was so special about her, to which the bald man replied that he too was interested in this fact, and studied the forbidden books, learning that this tradition had existed since the creation of the kingdom, and that it was somehow connected with the prophecy of the divine beast. The princess is told this very prophecy, which sounds like this: a person with the power of a divine beast is a bad omen, and he is also a good omen. Only he can stop the catastrophe and can change everything. And Diana wondered about the simultaneity of a bad and a good omen in one person. Pal told her that yes, supposedly such a person is a harbinger of an impending catastrophe, but only he has the power to prevent this very catastrophe. And he added that it was precisely this role that the royal family had to play, and the ruler must be prepared for the catastrophe. Willie asked the man if the current situation was that very catastrophe, to which he received the answer that it was impossible to say for sure, but anything could happen. The princess spoke words about the power that could prevent a catastrophe, and sadly noted that she did not have such power and never had. She continued speaking, adding that there was no special magic or anything like that in her, and asking what she could do then. Pal apologized to the princess, saying that he had kept it from her because she was still too young, and that he knew it would be hard for her, which was why he had kept quiet all this time. Thea, in turn, thanked him for finally telling her this important information. The princess apologized to everyone because she didn't understand what to do at all after hearing the man's apology in return. The count asked them why they should take on such lofty goals, and reassured the girl, saying that in her situation no one would know what to do. Willie continued speaking, muttering that all these gods were the same, speaking and speaking in their riddles. Zeke asked his uncle with interest what he said, receiving in response that he said nothing. Uncle suggested calling it a day and giving Princess Diana time to calm down. Pal supported him, offering to let everyone go and asked the count to talk to him alone. The princess and Zeke are upset and worried about what is happening. The boy is worried about Diana because she looks very worried, and he understands her feelings. Because when he thinks about the treasure, he also can't find a place for himself. He wonders if he can do something for the girl. The action moves to the night, to the Majesta School of Magic. A certain young magician tries to perform some kind of magic, but he fails, and he throws out another unsuccessful copy. Another student of the School of Magic approaches him, saying that people from the Empire are calling him, who need magical power to activate something. The student adds to his words that it was thanks to the talent of the unknown that something was created, and that the Empire never dreamed of such a genius, adding that it is better to avoid worsening relations with her. He also says that the Empire is waiting for a direct answer as to whether the interlocutor is ready to take part in their experiment. But not having received an answer to the question asked, he asks the next one, which he tries to achieve with his own experiment, but did not wait for an answer to this one either. So he said that he never understood what was going on in his head, and he could not answer. The guy said that he would return to his studies and asked his interlocutor to hurry up and go to the kingdom of Istania. The student, busy with the experiment, said after his interlocutor left that he wanted only one thing. The action takes place in the annex of the Abel family estate. Princess Diana is sitting in the family library and trying unsuccessfully to find books with the history of Istania. But even in the Abel family library, there is nothing. The girl sits in thought, thinking that she can't just sit and do nothing. She is too worried, continuing to think about the prophecy. She worries that her birth may have been a sign of disaster, wondering why she was born at all. She is very worried about the possibility that the disaster will happen only because of her, and that she will not be able to do anything. The princess continues to sit in thought in the Abel family library, wondering what power she really has and what she should do, not understanding what she should do. Emma stands at the library door, quietly peeking out from behind the doors as Zeke approaches her, asking how Dia is doing. The girl answered the youth that the princess had been gloomy since she learned of the prophecy, and that she had tried several times to cheer up Dia. But nothing had worked. The boy, of course, communicated with the princess after that, but he did not feel the energy in the princess's voice, and she herself seemed gloomy to Zeke. He sees that even the maid who was with Dia all this time couldn't get her to talk and share her experiences, which makes the boy feel bad. He thinks how he can help his friend. Emma tells the boy that she wants to support Mrs. Diana somehow, but has no idea what to do. After which, she hears a question from Zeke, who is a little surprised that the girl is also very worried about her, to which the girl agrees. She tells the boy that the mistress took her as a maid, but Emma was very clumsy and stupid, and every time she failed, Diana encouraged her and, in addition, talked to her every day, which was the greatest pleasure in the life of a maid. The girl continues, saying that no one had ever done as much good for her as Diana, who was more than a mistress to the maid. Emma bursts into tears, saying that now that her mistress is suffering, she can do nothing, and calls herself a useless maid who is not even capable of such a thing. And Zeke tries to calm her down, suggesting that she not give up and think together. The maid says that she can only cook food, and the boy says that she can, because she cooks deliciously, and he remembers that in the dungeon, after a long separation, her food seemed to lift the fatigue. The boy says that this is it, but Emma does not understand him, after which Zeke asks her to cook something tasty and that it can help, adding that no one except Emma can do this. After some time, the maid took Princess Diana to the courtyard of the estate in the evening. The girl does not understand where she took her at such a late hour, and hears in response that she will understand everything herself now. Emma led her to the right place. There Diana sees a set table with 2 wicker chairs, with goodies prepared by Emma and Zika, who says that he was waiting for her, the princess. Diana asks Zeke what's going on, and he says he just wanted to have some tea with her, and adds that Emma made all the sweets. The maid told Mrs. Diana that she wanted to please her, so she cooked everything she liked and tried to make it all the most delicious in the whole world. Emma also said she hoped the treats would lift her spirits a little. Diana looked shocked. Zeke added to the maid's words, saying that he also wanted to talk to her, but it was difficult for him to find an opportunity, which is why he started this tea party, remembering that when the princess ate sweets in the dungeon, she perked up a little. The boy invited Diana to sit down, to which she sheepishly agreed. The princess notices the pleasant aroma of the dishes, and the young man asks her if she has calmed down a little, to which he receives a positive answer. She also tells Emma that such sweets were prepared by the maid in the palace. They were always delicious, and each day became a little better with them. The princess continues, saying that even now she has such a warm feeling of nostalgia. Pal from the house notices the 3 of them in the yard sitting at a table, still talking. Zeke said he understands how much the princess is going through, and it's very confusing. Mrs. Diana admits that she is very embarrassed because she understands that she should be strong in such moments, but she cannot imagine a good future, and feels a huge responsibility after the words of Pal, who inadvertently overhears them from the estate. The princess also says that she only feels her own helplessness as she continues the conversation, and she does not know what to do, admitting that she is very scared. Zeke begins to calm her down, saying that he and Diana are very similar, and asks if she remembers what he told her about the able treasure. He continues by saying that when he first learned about the secret of the treasure, it was beyond his understanding, and he did not expect anyone to interfere with his fate. He did not even understand what to do and was lost. And he adds that he therefore understands her feelings. The princess is confused, and Zeke continues, saying that he nevertheless decided to carry this burden on himself, and decided that he must protect what is dear to him. He adds that there are so many people in his life that he wants to protect and who are important to him, and so he decided to accept his fate, no matter how difficult it was, promising himself that he would become stronger. And so Zeke will turn this problem into an opportunity, because he has his family and comrades to support him. He tells Diana that he thinks the princess is capable of something like this, and she is skeptical. He tells her that there is a kindness in her that makes her rise again and again, that she values her comrades and is strong in spirit, and continues by saying that she may not understand the power she has now, but if she masters it, she can save the world and create a wonderful future. Zeke continues to reassure her, saying that even if she can't cope alone, she should remember that she will never be alone. And, finishing the thought, he says that even if she is scared, he, Zeke, will also be there for her. He asked her to remember this, and that she has many people who are ready to protect her. The boy adds that she can always ask these people for help, and Emma echoes him, saying that no matter what happens, she will always be on her side, as will the Count. Pal, still eavesdropping on them, smiles slightly. Diana is still confused, and says that when disaster happens, she has to be ready. She thought she would be alone, but it's not like that, and adds that she has him, Emma and Pal. Zeke adds to her words, saying that, just like in the dungeon, they can survive this together. The princess replies that then she just needs to be more determined, and then, gaining confidence in herself, she turns to Emma, saying that she needs the girl's help. Diana, looking up at Zeke, asks him for a minute. After a while, she returns to him, apologizing for the wait. The young man turned to the girl and was amazed that she returned to him in that very dress. Mrs. Diana says that she had never shown it to anyone before, but then he said that he liked the look. She uses her magic and regains her animal ears and tail, appearing before Zeke in her beastman form. Zeke looked at Diana in surprise, and she in turn said that she always hated this appearance, because the girl could not hide it forever, and sooner or later, everyone would see her ears and tail. The princess constantly looked in the mirror, because she was afraid. She added that having met the boy, she would be able to love this appearance, and now she is ready to show it to people one day. And even if they do not support her, she will not give up. The princess said that she would go to the kingdom of the Stania and meet her brother face to face. She added that she would believe in her power, to which Zeke agreed, replying that he would believe in her too. The boy told her that this look suited her, smiling at her, and Pal came out of the estate to them in the company of Emma, saying that he would also help, because when the lady was ready to do anything, he could not just stand aside. Mr. Balshmida was glad that the princess was smiling again, and all thanks to the fact that she met Zikbelt, and that it was real luck that they met in that dungeon, which the maid agreed with. Emma remembered about the sweets, saying that she had forgotten to give them to him, and handed them to Pal, who was surprised by this gesture, saying that there were some left over from the tea party, and it would be better to eat them, otherwise they would spoil. And besides, it would be nice for Pal to relax too. The man said he couldn't believe he had given in, adding that age was taking its toll, saying that if Mrs. Diana was strong, then they should be too, and then vowed that no matter what happened, he would protect her. The Abel family began careful preparations before leaving for the kingdom of Estania. The action moves to the capital before departure. Zeke stands next to Uncle Willie and looks with delight at the teleportation stone, which the Count said was finally finished and would soon be told about to the royal family, and this time it was set to Estania. Uncle also assured the boy that this time the teleportation stone had already been checked, and they would not fly into the dungeon today, which made Zeke swallow nervously and say that it was good. At this time, Gilbert stood next to Crown Prince Julius and reported that almost everything was ready for departure, and the new prototype teleportation stone was already configured, to which the prince thanked him and said that he was leaving everything to him, especially everything related to the preparation. Gilbert replied that he understood everything and hoped that all this Preparation would not be a waste of time. Receiving in response from the prince, who was twirling his brush in his hand, that he would also hope so. Diana ponders what she was told, that they will get there today, and she wonders how. A boy runs up to her and offers to go with her to watch the new teleportation stone. The princess agreed to go with him, and Zeke asked her if she was ready for the fact that they would soon go to Astania. Receiving in response from her that she was ready and would not lose heart anymore, the kid extended his hand to her. Diana took it, and they went to the teleportation stone, excited that they would soon be going to another kingdom. The heroes moved to the kingdom of Astania using the teleport stone, finding themselves not far from this very kingdom in a forest clearing. They approached the edge of the magical barrier, and Zeke became interested in its size and how wide an area it covered. Prince Julius said that they had indeed been transported across several countries from the capital of Majesta itself, and added that the power of the sacred tree Amrita was amazing, to which Willie asked in response if he was not surprised by the magic of the Count himself. Zeke asked if it was okay that they teleported to another country's territory, to which the prince replied that, of course, because as soon as they found out about the tournament, they gave the heroes permission and, besides, the teleportation stone can only move them to where a preset marker is installed. Julius added that thanks to their reputation, they were allowed to do a lot, and this phrase made the boy think about how scary this crown prince really was. Pal, standing opposite Julius, said that his son should come for them soon, but for now, they had to wait. And Zeke at that time turned to the stranger who had become ill after the teleportation and asked him if everything was okay. The boy did not know him, but judging by his clothes, he thought it was someone from the squad of magicians. Marcus turned to him, shouting that of course not, it was not okay, angrily calling Zeke an able kid. The young man asked the stranger why he was wearing the clothes of a squad of magicians, to which he received the answer that he should be asking why a knight of the kingdom where they ended up should work as one of the magicians of another country. He felt sick again, and felt sick. Zeke asked him not to shout like that because he felt sick. The Count came up to the Astania boy from behind, saying that it looked like someone needed to be inspired to work again. The boy turned around, looking at Willie in surprise. He began to justify himself to his uncle, asking why. Because this time there were no problems with teleportation, and it passed was only a small error near the marker, and said that he would now write a report, which Willie would then check. Zeke was surprised at how the young man was drawn to work. The Count said that it was nothing, loading the guy with some more work, but they were interrupted by Diana, who recognized the guy and ran up to him. She was glad that he was okay and that she could finally see him. Marcus asked her for forgiveness for what happened in the dungeon. Mr. Powell also approached him, saying that he was glad to see him and that he had returned. Willie apologized to Diana for having plowed her knight into submission and added that he was needed, among other things, to win the trust of His Highness Julius. Zeke, hearing this, thanked Marcus for helping them. Marcus thanked them all and replied that he did not deserve praise. And after that, Powell's son finally approached them, asking for forgiveness for keeping them waiting. He introduced himself as the owner of this land, Edmund von Balschmiede, and added that by order of Her Majesty Juliana, he was here to take them. Powell was glad that his son had come, and Ed answered him, saying that he was glad that the man was healthy. Edmund told him that when he heard that he had become a rebel, he thought his heart would jump out of his chest, and now he was glad that it was not so. His father in turn thanked him for not believing that his father had become a rebel. Prince Julius hurried up to them, surprised by Edmund's arrival and thanking him for coming to meet them. Ed von Balschmiede bowed his head to the prince, saying that it was a great honor to meet him, hearing in response that the feeling was mutual, and that he was well-bred. Prince Julius said, looking at the barrier, that no matter how much he looked at this barrier, but the fact that it covers an entire country is truly amazing. He asked Edmund about the fact that such a barrier exists only in the magical kingdom of Lynn and in Astania. He added to the question that this is the power of the royal family, right? To which he received in response from Balschmiede Jr., in agreement, and that this is what they say, which the prince asked again. Edmund explained that of course the barrier is controlled by the royal family, but maintaining it all this time with only human power is very difficult, and therefore there are rumors that this barrier contains the power of a divine beast. Prince Julius said that it was said to be a very ancient creature, and asked if the divine beast still lived here. Hearing Ed answer that it was just a common rumor, Balschmiede Sr. suggested that they continue the conversation on the way. asking if they wanted to visit the inside of the barrier, to which he heard in response that of course they did, and that they were relying on him. Nikolai looks too thoughtful, and Theo worriedly asked him what it was. He told her that he had simply never smelled anything like that on him, which the confused woman asked again. Meanwhile, at the Balschmidt estate, where the heroes had arrived, Julius told the guests from Majesta that rooms had been prepared for them all, and that the servants would show them in. A little boy ran out to them, happy that his dad had returned. The prince looked down at him and smiled, greeting Johann and telling him that they had important guests today, and asked him to behave well and not to shout. In response to which the little boy sheepishly asked for forgiveness, Zeke looked at Johann with interest, thinking that this is the first time he sees someone smaller than himself. The little boy looked at her with delight and rushed to embrace Princess Diana, and she caught him in her arms. The boy shocked her by asking about her leaving the castle and what business they had, and wondering if she had come to play. Diana told him that they hadn't seen each other for a long time, and that she had to travel far from home, and also asked if it was okay if they stayed there for a little while. To which Johann said that of course it was okay, offering to stay forever. Zikbelt asked the princess about that boy, to which she replied that the boy often came to the castle with Pal. Johann noticed Zeke and, looking at him sternly, asked him who he was and told him not to approach the princess while pressing closer to her. Zikbelt frowned and, folding his hands, told him that he was, in fact, Daya's fiancé, and entered into a squabble with the boy, saying that he was her husband, receiving in response that this was a lie. Diana yelled at Johann, asking him to stop being rude, while the others watched their squabble. Of those present, only Marcus did not know about the children's engagement, muttering in bewilderment that these shorties were discussing a wedding with the princess, and seemed to be making fun of her. Having calmed down, the little boy turned his attention to Haku, exclaiming about how beautiful the cat was and asking Diana if she had touched the cat. The princess asked Johann not to bother him so much, while Haku, being squeezed by the boy, was in ecstasy from such a massage. Zeke, watching his cat being cuddled, is angry that Dia and Haku betrayed him, and tries to calm down, thinking that he needs to be patient, and that it's not adult-like to be so angry at a normal child. Even though Zeke is not an adult, he silently, in his thoughts, addresses his uncle and the others, saying that they could have warned him about this beforehand. Already in the mansion of the von Balschmode family, Nikolai asks Zeke about the other shorty hurting him, hearing in response that no one hurt him, and Emmy adds that everything is fine with Zeke, and that everyone knows that he is the true partner of Mrs. Diana. Zeke and that everyone knows that he is the true partner of Mrs. Diana. Zeke only became more offended by these words. Marcus lifts Johann off the floor, telling him to stop, as he is in no position to be clinging to the princess, receiving in response from Johann that he is actually an aristocrat, with a demand to let him go. Marcus tells the boy that his birth status is not a reason to be rude. The kid continues to be rude to the knight, saying that he doesn't want to hear anything like that from Marcus, but he himself constantly hangs around the princess. The knight turned to the maid, still holding Johann above the floor, and asked her to give the boy a picture book so that he might be calmer. The maid said that she could find it, but the boy did not let her finish, turning to Diana. He asked her if she knew the maiden's promise to the white wolf, and the princess answered that yes, she knew, and that it was a famous fairy tale from Estonia, although she had never read it. The boy was delighted and said that he really liked this fairy tale, and suggested that Diana listen to him read this fairy tale to her. The princess was slightly embarrassed and asked again, "What? He was reading it to her?" Marcus recited a summary of the story, causing Johann to be displeased by his words about how much the knight knew. Marcus told him that he had read it as a child, too, and that in the story, after a conflict, a country was created that eventually became Estonia, and that the divine beast sealed its power in the girl, after which it returned to the world of the gods. Diana thought about the power of the divine beast, while Marcus finished by saying that the girl was called the Child of Light because of her golden hair, that she was very kind and had a strong will. Johann still didn't calm down and asked if the princess wanted to read, and then said that he could read her this book because he was smart. She tried to tell him something, but Zeke interrupted her, saying that he also wanted to listen to how the Child of Light saves people. The princess finally agreed to listen, and the boy was delighted, after which he ordered Marcus to carry him to the bookshelf, causing him to get irritated and promised to throw Johann on the floor. But no matter how angry the knight was and called him an annoying shorty, he still carried Johann to the bookshelf. Already in the evening, Zeke, in the bedroom prepared for him, was lying with Haku, talking to him and talking about how eventful the day had been. It was the first time he had played with so many people, and added that he had had a lot of fun. Haku silently agreed with the boy, stretching out on his back, and Zeke told him that they would get a good night's sleep tonight. Before going to bed, the young man also thought about the tale of the girl and the white divine wolf, because everything in it was exactly as Camille had told him. Before going to bed, he also thought about the tale of the girl and the white divine wolf, because everything in it was exactly as Camille had told him. The boy thought about the jewel and the power of the divine force. It really interested him. He thinks that maybe this is a hint on how to find Dia's power. But he is not allowed to finish his thought by the one who came in and said that Zeke had a fun time today, Uncle. The kid sat down on the bed and Willie apologized for disturbing their rest. He said that he had finished talking to Edmund and now he had come to chat with him. Zeke asked what they had talked about, and was told that they had discussed the same thing they had discussed with the others before leaving, about all the members of the royal family. The uncle added that they had also spoken about the divine beast. The boy asked with interest if it really existed somewhere in this country, and Willie replied that it was quite possible, but no one had ever seen it before. The uncle went on to say that the tracks of this beast were visible all over the country, and that Edmund had advised them all to be careful. Zeke asked again, wondering what it meant for someone in the country to be against a divine beast. Hearing from his uncle that it was possible, and that they needed to be prepared for it, and if it was the royal family, then their opponent was too strong. Willie also added that it could also be somehow connected with the Magic Academy, and that the enemy was still not entirely clear to them. Uncle finished speaking with the fact that, in general, if the help of people is not enough for them, then they will use the help of comrades who are not people. Zeke, asking about this again, heard someone's voice behind him and got scared. The spirit of the wind appeared in the room, and the boy recognized her. It was Frau, and when asked if she was there, the spirit replied that where Willibald was, there she was. Uncle clarified her words by saying that spirits like her had a connection, and before going here to the kingdom of Estania, he asked for the spirit's blessing to be placed on the ribbon he took with him. He also added that all spirits hate people, and therefore it was difficult to persuade them. And after that, he handed the ribbon to the boy, and then continued with the words that he would now be protected from the magic of spirits with this ribbon, if the divine beast turned out to be one. Willibald said, in addition to everything else, that this ribbon also protects against magic that affects people's hearts. Zeke exclaimed in bewilderment, asking that such magic was used in this country. To which his uncle replied that ordinary magicians should not, but when he listened to stories about the royal family of Estania, the same person always came up. And that's why he decided to make this tape just in case. And besides, he said it would help to confirm his theory. He told Zeke that he couldn't let anyone know that there was spirit magic on it, so he asked him to use concealment on the tape. Uncle said that no one else should see anything through Zeke's concealment, and Frau then picked up the boy and asked him to hide her well, for which she would reward him. The youth said that it was not necessary and it was better to let him go. Willie, watching Frau fooling around with the boy, thought that maybe he was being too cautious since he used the spirit's blessing. But still, he continued to think, it was always better to be prepared for the worst. In the morning, the guests leave the estate of the von Balschmote family, and the hospitable hosts of these lands say goodbye to them. Johann asks Diana if she is already leaving, to which she replied that yes, but they will definitely meet again. Prince Julius thanks Edmund for everything, to which Balschmote Jr. says that there is no need for thanks. He did what he had to. Edmund wishes the guests a safe journey and says he is glad to have been able to talk to His Majesty, Prince Julius, who was also glad to talk. Uncle asks everyone if they have put on their good luck charms, after which he gives the command to advance. The action moves to the Estania Palace. As the procession enters with Princess Diana, they are greeted by a mysterious stranger who rises from her throne. This girl, in the company of Prince Tobias, caused bewilderment among the arriving procession. She says that she was looking forward to their arrival with all her heart. The stranger greets those who enter and introduces herself as the second princess of Estania, Juliana von Estania, after which she says that the king, unfortunately, is not in a position to meet them now, and therefore she will be with them these days. The crown prince of the Magista kingdom said that this was his first time meeting her, and he stated his title and wanted to state his name. but he was interrupted by the cry of Tobias, who saw Diana. Prince Tobias, with an enraged expression on his face, accuses Diana of first starting a rebellion and now daring to come here. His servant tries to reason with him, addressing him, but he fails. Zeke sees the man and realizes that he is Prince Tobias. So he clenches his fists and frowns, but Princess Diana stands in front of him, stopping the boy from doing something rash. The girl begins a dialogue with her brother, saying that she swears that she would never point a weapon against her people and her family because they are important to her, and she believes that everyone will understand this. The brother doesn't believe her and gets angry again. But then Juliana enters into their quarrel, stopping him with the words that she is very upset by the quarrels in the family. The second princess asks Tobias for a favor, which is to calm his mind. The man clicks his tongue and walks past Diana, pausing briefly to whisper that they are not finished yet. As he leaves the palace, he insists that he will be the king. Juliana asks for forgiveness from the guests, saying that Toby became so hot-tempered about 10 years ago, and adds that brothers and sisters should stick together. Uncle Willie spoke to her, asking about when Diana was accused of rebellion. Was it Prince Tobias? To which Juliana replied that no, and she could not tell them everything. But she added to what was said, it was a rebellion of the Beastmen, and the rebels were talking about Diana. The second princess said that it was obvious that the words of the abnormal cannot be trusted. But this was enough for her brother, and he became furious. Uncle asked her if she thought the rebels were being manipulated by someone, and she answered that it was most likely so. But given the information about what was in the dungeon, she decided that these were false accusations. Juliana turned to Diana, saying that she was very sorry that Diana had to go through this, and her sister thanked her for her sympathy. Zeke breathed a sigh of relief, because he was afraid that Diana would be eaten here. But Juliana seemed like a good person to him. She asked those present about the Abel family, who decided to take part in the tournament. She added to the question that if the Abel family wins the tournament, they can officially declare Diana's innocence and engagement. Juliana said that she thinks the winners of the tournament will be believed. The Crown Prince of Majesta agreed with this, saying that it was a good idea, and after that their conversation was interrupted by a third person who had been standing in the hall with Juliana when the guests entered, asking if they had finished. It was Elias, who, after his question, asked to finally be allowed to put in a word. He said that they should figure out what to do with Dia and their family's squabbles themselves, to which Juliana pointed out that this did not sound like a statement from a member of the royal family. Elias waved it off, saying that he did not care and had never been interested in politics. He also decided to leave the throne room, saying that who would become king was not particularly important to him either. He only said that he just needed to contact the person in charge, asking them to wait a little. Juliana, guessing that the guests were tired from the journey, told them that they would be given housing not far from the castle. As soon as the guests left the hall and found themselves behind closed doors, Prince Julius of Majesty burst out laughing, saying that he couldn't take it anymore. Willie, watching him laugh, said that he now understood why he had been silent all this time. Julius, turning to his uncle, said that it was boring when the villain was immediately clear, but now it would be more interesting, in response to which his uncle asked him to restrain his impulses. Marcus, indignantly, said not to dare laugh at the royal family. He wanted to tell him. Nikolai asked about whether it was really necessary to talk to his younger sister like that, and Emmy was still terribly afraid. Edmund, with the others in the common room, said that, however, Diana's statement had been received better than they had expected, and that she had behaved very maturely, adding also that she had a strong will. Zeke praised the princess, telling her that she was very smart, and smiled. And to this, Diana replied that it was because the boy was next to her. Julius turned to Wilbold, asking what he saw in the three with his eyes, but Willie replied that he did not use them, which surprised the prince because his uncle usually immediately uses them when he suspects someone. Uncle said that, of course, maybe it was worth looking at them, but he added that the country was protected by the blessing of the sacred beast and a magical barrier, and so if he used the eyes, he could be immediately discovered and the company would have a lot of trouble if they were considered enemies. Willie said he doesn't fully understand how the barrier works yet, so he'll hold off on judging the royal family for now. Julius said that it was now clear that thoughtless use of magic could arouse suspicion, and he would now also be careful, and Zeke, who was listening to their conversation, perked up. His secret assistant, invisible to the others, asked if this was true, to which Zeke mentally replied that, of course, the sacred beast barrier could indeed have such an ability. The assistant said he thought Zeke should refrain from using the judgmental gaze, too, and Zeke, clutching his head in his hands, thanked himself for forgetting about it. A young man entered the guest's lounge, interrupting their conversation and asking for forgiveness for it, and asked to take up a little of their time. Julius, turning to the newcomer, recognized him and tried to say his name, but the young man got ahead of him. The boy apologized for not introducing himself and stated his title as Prince of the Kingdom of Estania, along with his name, Matthias von Estania. He apologized for his older brother's rudeness, but the Prince of Majesta said it was okay, and even seemed somewhat amused. Matthias stopped in front of the guests, and Julius, saying that since the prince himself had come to them, asked that it was not so simple, to which Matthias agreed. The Prince of the Kingdom of Estania, apologizing, asked everyone except Julius, Sieg, Albert, and Princess Diana to leave, to which the unnamed ones agreed. Sieg asked him why only he and brother Al were left with the princes, to which Matthias replied that it was because Mr. Albert would be participating in the tournament, and Sieg was Dee's fiancé, so he wanted them to know. Willie, having heard what he wanted, said that they would then wait for those remaining at the hotel, and they left Julius with Zeke and Albert. Prince Majesty, after the rest of the company had left, asked Matthias what the conversation would be about. The Prince of Esteria informed them that a civil war would soon break out in the country, surprising everyone remaining in the room. And after these words, he said that before that happens, he wants them to withdraw from the tournament, take D and return back to Majesta. Julius asked him if this information was accurate. Matthias said that the current king, their father, did not have long left, which upset D, and then said that if he died, the struggle for the throne would flare up even more intensely, and shared that brother Tobias would rise up to campaign against his own brothers and sisters. The young man said that as the heir to Estonia, he was going to gather supporters and fight his brother, but he didn't want Dee to get involved in all this, so he asked to save her. He asks to take his sister away from here and return to Majesta. Zeke, after Matthias's words, thought hard about the fact that the civil war may be the catastrophe that was predicted. But Zeke and the others were interrupted by Princess Diana, who said that she would not leave. She argued that if a civil war broke out, the people would be drawn into it and she could not abandon them as a member of the royal family. Julius countered by saying that she did not have the strength to fight, but Dee doesn't give up, saying that she came back to find strength. She said that she was born to fulfill a destiny, and so she won't run away. She finished speaking by saying that she has decided everything. Matthias thought about Dee's words about her purpose, and she told the rest of her escorts that these were Estania's problems, not the kingdom of Majestas, so they could return. But Albert didn't let her finish, saying that it was their mission too. He said that when the family is in danger, they cannot stand aside. Diana asked embarrassedly about herself and the family. Julius said that their sense of justice is at the highest level, and he himself would prefer to leave. But when Matthias himself came to them with such information, his heart bled. Julius added that the only thing that could be behind all this was the Majesta Magic Academy, causing confusion in Matthias. The Prince of Majesty continued by saying that this was why they came to Estania, and at the same time to clear Princess Diana's charges and deal with the academy. He also said that if Al won the tournament, he would be able to enter the academy as an honored guest. Julius added that if information about their academy's involvement in all this were to surface, Majesta would be blamed for everything, and he didn't want to deal with a war between their countries. Matthias asked in surprise that they wanted to cooperate because of this. The Prince of Majesty answered him that no, he could not promise that, and maybe they just came to check the work of their academy. But if they accidentally prevented a civil war for the company, then Julius had nothing to do with it. Matthias, turning to him, thanked him, and said that in that case he would respect Dee's choice, no matter how reckless it was, and turning to Zeke, said that he trusted him. Princess Diana thanked her brother. The Prince of Estania finally turned to Mr. Albert, warned him that Tobias might do something at the tournament, and asked him to be careful.